Our story unfolds on a peaceful morning within the royal estate of the Welton family. A young man stirs awake in his bed, releasing a deep sigh. The same dream has plagued him once more. His name is Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton royal family and its rightful heir. However, Jamie is no ordinary noble. He carries the soul of Diablo Volpire, a formidable sorcerer who was once vanquished and sealed away long ago. Flashing back to the distant past, Diablo Volpire stands resolute as a luminous seal forms beneath him. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares that even if all 12 gods unite against him, they will never succeed in destroying him. All they can do is imprison him. He taunts them, scoffing at their efforts, and warns that once he returns, their radiant world will be devoured by darkness. He promises suffering so unbearable that they will beg for death. One of the gods, undeterred by his threats, replies calmly that they eagerly anticipate that day. But for now, Diablo will be consigned to endless torment. With that, the 12 gods bind him within an eternal prison. Time passes, and eventually, a crack appears within the divine barrier. Diablo Volpire escapes, reborn as Jamie Welton, the treasured son of the Welton family. Returning to the present, Jamie is greeted by the affectionate voices of his parents. His father gazes at him in admiration, marveling at his bright, shimmering eyes, which bear a striking resemblance to his mother's. She laughs, pointing out how Jamie's expressions mirror his father's. When Jamie first awakens in this new life, he is disoriented, unable to comprehend what is happening. He attempts to speak, but only infantile sounds escape his lips. Confusion grips him as he wonders where he is, what has transpired, and why he is incapable of communicating normally. As time passes, Jamie grows up in a world of aristocracy, cherished by his devoted parents. 9 years later, he finds himself seated by the window, lost in contemplation about his former existence. Taking a deep breath, he muses that today will likely be another monotonous day. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo through the hallway, disrupting his thoughts. His nanny bursts into the room with a bright smile, greeting him cheerfully. "Good morning, young master," she chirps. Jamie turns toward her, offering a polite greeting in return. She strides over, beaming, and inquires why he is up so early. Jamie replies that he has been admiring the morning sky, which looks particularly beautiful today. Her expression lights up as she praises him, calling him wonderful. Jamie glances away, feeling that her praise is excessive. The nanny begins assisting him with his attire, mentioning that while the sky is indeed lovely, his parents are awaiting him. She asks if he minds her help, and Jamie, without hesitation, agrees. Once he is ready, she escorts him to the dining hall. Jamie exhales a quiet sigh, already sensing the predictability of the day ahead. His family is gathered around the table, and his mother greets him warmly. As he settles into his seat, she gushes over how adorable her children are, teasingly attributing their cuteness to their father. Jamie offers a polite smile but remains detached, his thoughts drifting to his mother's noble heritage. Sears Bell Welton, the sole daughter of the Bell family, holds significant influence in his new life. His father, Arjano Welton, the head of the royal family, is one of the kingdom's 5 great swordmasters. Arjano chuckles at his wife's playful remark, responding that their children must be angels because they take after her. He adds that their sparkling eyes serve as undeniable proof of it. Jamie then turns his gaze to his younger sister, Sarah Welton, the second-born of the family. She playfully picks up a piece of food with her fork and holds it out toward him. "Open wide, Jamie," she giggles. He obliges, accepting the bite and thanking her for the delicious food. In return, he selects a piece of her favorite dish and feeds her back. Their parents watch the exchange with tender smiles, clearly delighted by their children's bond. However, Jamie conceals his true feelings. Despite playing along, he finds the experience dull and suffocating. What he craves most is solitude, peace, and quiet away from all the affectionate interactions. After breakfast, Jamie retreats to his room, exhaling heavily as he collapses onto his bed. He buries his face in his pillow, muttering to himself about how overwhelming his family's warmth can be. Hugging the soft fabric, he considers various ways to occupy his time. Perhaps he could explore the private library? Yet a darker thought lingers in his mind. He wishes he could simply disappear. His inability to communicate properly frustrates him endlessly. It feels as if his tongue is restricted, as though something prevents him from speaking freely. Despite this, Jamie acknowledges that he has grown somewhat fond of the Welton mansion. It is a strange feeling being drawn to a place that is so different from the world he once knew. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted as a small, eerie presence makes itself known. A floating eye lands on his head. Instinctively, Jamie grabs it, recognizing the truth in an instant. His reincarnation has bestowed him with new abilities. Without hesitation, he crushes the eye in his grip. Dark blood oozes between his fingers, and his mind floods with bitterness. The 12 gods, those self-righteous beings, still persist in clinging to their beliefs like parasites. Even in his current weakened state, Jamie knows that time is on his side. In a world where knowledge of dark magic has been lost to history, he has an opportunity. The gods may continue to look down upon him, but he is certain that their dominance will not last forever. Just as he is lost in his thoughts, the door to his room swings open abruptly. His nanny steps inside, her voice cheerful yet firm. "It's time for your reading session with your mother," she reminds him. Jamie sighs inwardly, feeling the weight of his daily routine pressing upon him once again. However, he knows he must play the role of the cherished noble son for now. His time will come, and when it does, the world will remember the name Diablo Volpire once more. Jamie remained silent, his mind filling with curses at the situation. Hearing his name called again, he forced a polite smile, responding that he was on his way. As he followed his nanny, irritation festered within him. Pretending to be the sweet and obedient child of the Welton family was almost worse than being sealed away by the gods. Upon arriving, Jamie greeted his mother and younger sister with a well-practiced smile, his tone pleasant as he asked what book they would be reading today. The moment the words left his mouth, Sears and Sarah, clearly delighted by his apparent sweetness, rushed toward him, embracing him with an overwhelming display of affection. The force of their embrace nearly crushed him, but Jamie endured it, his expression fixed in place while his mind simmered with barely restrained frustration. Sears' love for her son was undeniable, evident in every gesture and word, though Jamie found it exhausting to endure. With enthusiasm, she introduced the book they would read together, The Great Magician Heinz. As she spoke, she asked whether they liked the name. Sarah, eager as always, settled beside her mother, while Jamie sat down with careful composure, giving the appearance of a child excited for the story. The tale unfolded, recounting the trials and triumphs of Heinz, a magician who overcame countless obstacles before achieving greatness. When the story concluded, Sears closed the book, announcing that Heinz lived happily ever after. She looked to her children expectantly, asking if they enjoyed it. Jamie, still maintaining his mask, smiled and expressed admiration for Heinz, even declaring that he wished to become a magician like him. His response brought obvious delight to Sears, who wasted no time in praising him. She reminded Jamie of his intelligence and how he had already surpassed 3 of his magic instructors. Hearing this, Jamie wondered if she was deliberately mocking him. He had not merely surpassed them, he had dismantled their lessons with ease. Each had crumbled before him, unable to teach anything beyond the most basic principles. With a gentle touch, Sears patted Jamie's head before revealing something unexpected. His father had arranged for the kingdom's most powerful magician to personally instruct him. Jamie carefully observed her face, searching for any sign that she was jesting, but she was entirely sincere. Forcing another smile, he acknowledged his father's generosity. Rising from his seat, Jamie prepared to leave, but Sears halted him before he could retreat. She reminded him that he should spend more time outside rather than locking himself in the library. To emphasize her point, she opened her arms once more, waiting for a hug. Jamie hesitated only briefly before sighing and complying. She held him tightly, clearly enjoying the moment, while Jamie remained still, inwardly longing for an escape. She then suggested that he spend the afternoon playing with her instead, squeezing him even tighter. Later, Jamie sat by the window with a book in his hands. He had been reading for some time, but upon finishing, he shut the pages with a sigh. The book contained nothing new, no fresh knowledge, no valuable insight on mana. His frustration grew as he recognized the severe lack of useful material in the Welton family's collection. If only he had access to the grimoires of ancient times, filled with the secrets of forgotten magic. Checking the time, Jamie realized it was almost time for lunch. Though he was not particularly looking forward to another family meal, he knew that if he took too long, his nanny would come searching for him. With that in mind, he decided to head to the dining hall on his own. As he made his way through the corridor, he spotted an unfamiliar figure standing near the entrance. An elderly man was gazing at one of the statues that adorned the hall, his expression one of interest. He quietly observed the artifact, noting its rarity and remarking on how such a piece was fitting for the prestigious Welton family. Jamie's sharp eyes took in the man's presence immediately. Something about him was unusual. His stance was too composed, his aura too steady. Suspicion crept into Jamie's thoughts as he analyzed the stranger. At last, the old man turned toward Jamie, his gaze calm and assessing. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Jamie's senses sharpened. The sheer volume of mana surrounding the man was staggering. Its flow was vast, unrestrained, and powerful beyond measure. Jamie quickly deduced that this was no ordinary magician. At the very least, the man had to be a 7th-level sorcerer, if not higher. A sense of wariness settled within Jamie's mind. How had someone of this caliber entered the estate? Teleportation seemed unlikely, as the mansion had protections against unauthorized intrusions. The possibility of a break-in was even more absurd. No thief would dare infiltrate the residence of a swordmaster and behave with such calm confidence. The old man, however, was just as observant, silently assessing Jamie's reaction. Jamie's irritation grew as the stranger failed to offer any sort of explanation. This was the Welton estate, not a public space where anyone could wander freely. The fact that this man stood here, refusing to acknowledge him properly, felt like a deliberate slight. Something about the old man's demeanor sparked a deep sense of offense within Jamie. There was no fear in his eyes, no reverence, no acknowledgement of who he was. Instead, there was only a quiet amusement, as if Jamie were a mere curiosity. Disrespect. Jamie's patience snapped. This man should have been kneeling before him. He should have recognized the power standing in front of him, not regarded him with this detached curiosity. The arrogance was maddening. A surge of anger coursed through Jamie, and in that instant, he decided the man needed to be taught a lesson. Mana flared to life around him, crackling in the air, raw and unyielding. The old man immediately noticed the shift in energy. He had been observing Jamie carefully, and now, as he felt the sheer force radiating from the boy, he understood something profound. The rumors were not exaggerated. Despite his young age, Jamie Welton's power was monstrous. His mana was far beyond ordinary. Intrigued, the old man made his own decision. Rather than standing idly by, he would test the boy himself. A flicker of magic stirred in his hands, the energy gathering with controlled precision. Jamie's expression darkened. Fury twisted within him. This fool dared to challenge him? The audacity was incomprehensible. Did this man not understand who he was facing? His mind seethed with anger. He was Diablo Volpire, the sorcerer who had once stood against the gods themselves, who had nearly undone all divine existence. He had been sealed away because he was too powerful, too dangerous. And yet, here was this old man, standing before him as if they were equals. The insult was too great to ignore. With his magic roaring to life, Jamie prepared to strike, determined to show the old man the true consequences of underestimating him. Jamie unleashed a burst of magic at the old man, expecting to see some form of reaction. However, to his complete astonishment, the attack did nothing. The old man remained standing, entirely unscathed, with only a faint trace of dust rising from the entrance to the dining room. This was not at all what Jamie had envisioned. His magic, which should have at least caused a minor disturbance, had no visible effect. The old man, instead of being alarmed, broke into a wide grin. Amusement flickered in his eyes as he expressed his surprise, questioning whether Jamie was truly only 9 years old. He then loudly declared that Jamie's attack had been impressive, and, as a reward, it was now his turn. Without hesitation, he channeled his own magic, directing it toward Jamie. Instantly, Jamie's instincts sharpened. The sheer control and power behind the old man's spell were undeniable. His mastery was unlike anything Jamie had seen in this life. As the bright flash hurtled toward him, Jamie quickly analyzed the trajectory. Within moments, he realized that the attack was not aimed at him directly. There was no need to evade it. The old man, watching closely, noted something remarkable. Jamie didn't even flinch. Most children, even those accustomed to magic, would have reacted instinctively, either dodging or preparing a countermeasure. But Jamie remained entirely composed, a fact that did not go unnoticed. At that very moment, Argeno appeared, stepping in between Jamie and the spell. Without hesitation, he protected his son, his presence radiating authority. He turned toward the old man, his voice sharp with disapproval, stating that he had taken things too far. Then, without delay, he approached Jamie, his expression filled with concern, and asked if he was all right. Jamie, seizing the opportunity, feigned vulnerability. With a slight motion, he raised his hand to his face, pretending to wipe away tears. Argeno, mistaking the gesture for genuine distress, was immediately alarmed. His child, whom he rarely saw express such emotions, appeared to be crying. Fury ignited within him. Turning toward the old man, Marquis Linnell, Argeno's voice hardened. He declared that he wished to have a word with him. Jamie, observing the exchange, allowed a smirk to form on his lips. The situation was unfolding better than he had expected. Marquis Linnell, however, misinterpreted Jamie's expression. He believed the boy was merely showing restraint in front of his father, acting more modestly than before. Finding the situation both amusing and unexpected, the Marquis let out a hearty laugh, shaking his head as he remarked that he truly envied Argeno. Arjano, taken aback by the statement, felt his confusion grow. Why would the Marquis say such a thing? Was he unwell? Did this entire incident stem from some form of irrational behavior? Regardless, the two men soon withdrew to Arjano's office, where they settled down with tea. As the tea steamed between them, Arjano placed his cup on the table, his demeanor turning serious. He reminded the Marquis that Jamie was not just any child, he was his son and the rightful heir to the Welton family. Marquis Linnell, sipping his tea with deliberate ease, assured him that he was well aware of that fact. Arjano, displeased by the vague response, pressed further, demanding to know what he meant. The Marquis, unfazed, urged him to remain calm, noting that the aura of a swordmaster was particularly overwhelming in moments of irritation. Then, without hesitation, the Marquis posed a question: how much did Arjano truly know about Jamie? The inquiry caught Arjano off guard. He frowned, considering the words carefully before replying with his own question, asking what exactly he was supposed to know. Without missing a beat, the Marquis explained that Arjano needed to realize just how extraordinary Jamie truly was. Arjano, his temper flaring, asserted that this was precisely why he had entrusted Jamie's education to the Marquis. Yet, instead of properly assessing his abilities, Linnell had chosen to attack him without warning. The Marquis, studying Arjano's rising frustration, came to a silent conclusion. Arjano was entirely unaware of the depth of Jamie's abilities. Deciding to sidestep the tension, he pretended not to have heard the accusation. Arjano, however, was not one to let matters drop so easily. He demanded an explanation, seeking clarity on what the Marquis was implying. As he reflected on the situation, Arjano came to a realization: Marquis Linnell was considered the most powerful 8th-grade magician alive. It was unlikely that he would fail to recognize Jamie's potential. But if that were the case, did that mean Jamie was not as talented as he had believed? Noticing the brief flicker of doubt in Arjano's expression, the Marquis promptly clarified his statement. He had not meant to suggest that Jamie lacked ability, far from it. Arjano, his patience thinning, urged him to explain more clearly. The Marquis then admitted the truth: he could not take Jamie as an apprentice. Not because Jamie lacked skill, but because even he, an 8th-level magician, would be unable to handle him. Arjano was stunned. The revelation left him momentarily speechless. If a magician of Linnell's caliber couldn't manage Jamie, then who could? A knowing smile spread across the Marquis' face. He explained further, revealing that Jamie could already read his movements. Arjano, now truly shocked, found it difficult to believe. It should have been impossible for a child, no matter how intelligent, to possess such a level of perception. But the Marquis was not finished. He continued, explaining that Jamie had also recognized that the spell was never intended to hit him. Instead of reacting out of instinct, he had remained entirely composed, understanding the true nature of the attack in an instant. That was not all. Despite his young age and physical limitations, Jamie had already reached the status of a 3rd-class magician through self-training alone. In reality, his ability far exceeded that of an average 4th-class magician. Arjano, overwhelmed by the weight of the information, felt his initial anger shift into something else: pride. The Marquis, however, did not stop there. He leaned back, concluding that Jamie was not just a prodigy. He was a monster. Unlike ordinary children who required teachers to guide them, Jamie did not need instruction, he only needed support to continue growing on his own. Then, with a contemplative expression, the Marquis speculated aloud. Perhaps they had just witnessed the birth of a legendary 9th-grade magician. Arjano, deep in thought, clenched his fist. Could Jamie truly ascend to such legendary status? The mere possibility was staggering. The Marquis, sensing the weight of his words, rose from his seat. With a brief yet sincere apology for his earlier actions, he chuckled, remarking that magic itself was on the verge of great discoveries. Laughing, he mused that the future would certainly be interesting. Then, in a flash of bright sparks, his body disappeared from the office. Arjano remained seated, his thoughts swirling. Everything that had transpired replayed in his mind as he leaned back, releasing a heavy sigh. As night fell, Jamie returned to his room, muttering to himself about how exhausting the day had been. His mother, having learned of the Marquis' actions, fussed over him the moment she saw him. Wrapping her arms around him tightly, she smothered him with affection, repeatedly asking if he was all right. Sears, still shaken by what had happened earlier, held Jamie tightly, her voice filled with concern as she wondered if he had been terribly frightened. She promised to deal with the Marquis personally, making it clear that she would not allow anyone to upset her beloved son. However, rather than comfort, Jamie felt only frustration. He silently lamented how much time he had wasted on unnecessary matters. After finally breaking free from his mother's embrace, Jamie returned to his room. He removed the jewelry he had been wearing and focused on examining the Marquis's spell. It was surprisingly well constructed. The composition, technique, balance, and elemental control were all exceptional. However, rather than being impressed by the Marquis, Jamie found himself more intrigued by his father. Count Arjano Welton, the renowned swordmaster, had intervened effortlessly to shield him from the spell. Reflecting on it, Jamie chuckled softly, recognizing his father's true strength. For the first time in this life, he genuinely acknowledged that his father was worthy of admiration. Arjano Welton was a man who deserved to be called his father. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a voice cutting through the silence. The Marquis's unmistakable tone echoed in the room, questioning what was so amusing. Startled, Jamie turned quickly, only to find the old man sitting on his bed. His face was twisted into an unsettling grimace. Jamie's heart nearly stopped. He hadn't sensed him at all. The realization sent a chill down his spine. The Marquis smirked, commenting on how deeply Jamie had been lost in thought, so much so that he hadn't even noticed him entering. The words barely registered before Jamie let out an involuntary shout, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the floor. He glared at the Marquis, demanding to know why he was in his room and accusing him of deliberately scaring him. The Marquis, clearly entertained, laughed heartily, questioning whether Jamie was truly so easy to frighten. Ignoring the remark, Jamie demanded to know how the Marquis had entered. He hadn't sensed any disturbance, no fluctuation in mana, nothing. The Marquis, with casual indifference, explained that he had simply teleported inside. Jamie's mind immediately turned to his father. It was clear now Arjano must have allowed the Marquis to live despite the earlier attack. While Jamie already knew that Marquis Lionel was an unusual man, the ease with which he bypassed the mansion's security made him uneasy. With a knowing grin, the Marquis commented on how humble Jamie seemed in front of his father, contrasting it with his bold attitude toward him. The observation was laced with amusement, as if he were watching a child play pretend. Jamie, regaining his composure, picked himself up off the floor and countered the remark, questioning whether the Marquis truly believed that family and strangers should be treated the same way. The Marquis laughed again, shaking his head. He found Jamie's attitude entertaining, though he admitted that he wished the boy were a little stronger. The comment piqued Jamie's curiosity. What did the Marquis mean by that? There was something peculiar in the way he looked at Jamie, as if he saw something beyond the surface. The thought unsettled him. They had only just met, and yet the old man's gaze carried an unusual depth, as if he had been observing Jamie for much longer. Before Jamie could press further, the Marquis reached into his cloak and handed him a book. Without hesitation, he stated that it was for him. Jamie caught the book as it fell into his hands, quickly recognizing its nature. It was a magical memoir. He examined it, questioning why the Marquis would gift him something so valuable. The Marquis explained that Jamie's magic was outdated, rendered obsolete by the advancements of time. That was why he had decided to give him the book. Hearing this, Jamie felt a sharp sting of humiliation. The implication was clear. The Marquis was telling him that his magic was primitive, that his knowledge belonged to an era long forgotten. Seeing Jamie's reaction, the Marquis smirked, asking if he was so moved by the gift that he had no words. He then clarified that the book contained many of his own original spells, techniques he had developed over his lifetime. Jamie would be the first to read them. Intrigued despite himself, Jamie wasted no time in opening the book. His eyes scanned the spells carefully, analyzing the depth of the Marquis's magic. He was eager to compare it to his own, to see what had changed between their eras. If the Marquis thought his magic was outdated, then Jamie would prove otherwise. Before he could immerse himself fully, the Marquis spoke again. Jamie looked up just in time to see the old man's body beginning to fade. His voice carried high expectations, filled with confidence in Jamie's future. He speculated aloud about just how powerful Jamie would become by the next time they met. Jamie, feeling the challenge behind the words, responded without hesitation. By then, he would be far stronger than the Marquis could ever imagine. The old man vanished, leaving only the lingering traces of his mana in the air. Jamie turned his attention back to the book, his excitement growing. The text described a method where one could channel all the magic in the world through their own body, absorbing it with their heart. According to the memoir, this was the most efficient way to control mana. However, there was a significant limitation. The amount of mana that could be absorbed was restricted by the natural capacity of the caster. Marquis Lionel's earlier comment about Jamie's magic being outdated resurfaced in his mind. As he flipped through the pages, he found the methods intriguing, both complex and elegant. However, he quickly identified two fundamental flaws in the technique. He smirked to himself, realizing that even this so-called advanced magic was not beyond his ability to surpass. With renewed enthusiasm, Jamie reaffirmed his identity as Diablo Vulpire. The thought alone sent a surge of determination through him. Rising from his bed, he opened the book once more, fully intent on studying every page. However, he quickly realized that he would need assistance. Snapping his fingers, he summoned a familiar, a floating eye that materialized in an instant. The dark, ethereal creature landed on his shoulder, its presence unwavering. Jamie turned to the floating eye, issuing a command. He asked if it could release some mana. The familiar responded with a low hum, its body shifting slightly. Then, with a sharp motion, it opened its eye wide. A pulse of mana filled the air as the creature ascended, preparing to follow Jamie's order. Jamie observed carefully, analyzing the limitations of the technique he was testing. The first disadvantage became evident almost immediately. The human body could only absorb a limited amount of mana at a time. This meant that he would have to meticulously maintain the right proportions to avoid overloading himself. However, with Black's assistance, this issue could be resolved. Since Black shared a soul contract with him, it could burn the excess mana as needed, ensuring that the balance remained intact. Having addressed the first problem, Jamie shifted his focus to the second challenge. The issue, he realized, lay within his own body. If his heart had a finite capacity for absorbing mana, then the solution was straightforward. He simply needed to distribute the mana throughout his entire body instead of concentrating it in one place. By doing this, he would eliminate any inherent restrictions, granting himself the ability to harness mana without limits. The following morning, Jamie remained deep in meditation, fully immersed in his training. His nanny, growing increasingly concerned, decided to summon the Count. As she peered into the room, she hesitated upon seeing Jamie still seated on his bed, completely still, his body surrounded by swirling mana. Anxiety creeping into her voice, she called for Arjano. Upon entering, Arjano immediately sensed the shift in the air. His sharp gaze locked onto Jamie, recognizing the controlled movements of mana flowing around him. Although he was aware that Marquise Linnell had given Jamie something the previous night, he hadn't expected his son to grasp mana manipulation so quickly. To learn such a technique overnight was beyond extraordinary. Watching Jamie closely, Arjano began to question just how many hidden talents his seemingly sweet and innocent son truly possessed. Without taking his eyes off Jamie, Arjano instructed the nanny to leave him undisturbed for the rest of the day. To ensure his son's safety, he also ordered that someone be stationed outside Jamie's door to keep watch. The nanny, though still worried, assured him that she would personally monitor the young master. As Arjano stepped out of the room, he found himself deep in thought. He had always envisioned Jamie following in his footsteps, training as a swordsman. However, with the way things were unfolding, it was clear that Jamie's path was veering toward that of a magician. This realization led him to consider whether his wife's lineage had influenced their son's development. Regardless, Jamie's abilities far exceeded his expectations. A small smile tugged at his lips as he entertained the possibility of Jamie one day reaching the level of a 9th-grade magician. Time passed, and Jamie eventually opened his eyes. A sense of triumph filled him as he joyfully proclaimed his success. Managing mana had been difficult. At first, the energy had been unpredictable and difficult to control. However, after several trials, he had managed to stabilize it. Despite this accomplishment, he quickly discovered another limitation. His current abilities had already reached the 4th level, and he sighed in frustration. The realization that he was nearing another ceiling so soon annoyed him greatly. Perched on Jamie's head, the small black familiar let out a squeak, drawing his attention. He glanced up and questioned what it wanted, but Black only squeaked again. A faint smile crossed Jamie's lips. Though he had no immediate plans to enhance his physical capabilities, he understood that his current body was still too young and weak to handle greater magic. The familiar, shifting to his shoulder, let out another sound, almost as if reassuring him. Feeling slightly more at ease, Jamie reminded himself that he had already made significant progress. The next step would come soon enough. Turning his thoughts to his father, Jamie decided he wanted to see him, but there was a risk. He needed to be careful. If his father became aware of his true abilities too soon, everything could fall apart. He had to be cautious. Without hesitation, Jamie commanded Black to cast invisibility, a spell designed to erase his presence entirely. As the familiar activated the spell, Jamie felt his mana signature vanish almost completely. Even he could barely sense it exactly what he had wanted. Confident that his father would be unable to detect him, Jamie left his room, moving silently through the corridors. A faint, dark aura surrounded him as he walked, concealed from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Arjano was occupied with a meeting. Across from him sat a priest, an air of calm authority surrounding him. The count, appearing busy, inquired about the reason for the priest's visit. The priest, his expression unreadable, stated that he had come merely to greet him and to express gratitude for allowing the genus religion to expand within Hiei territory. Arjano listened attentively before responding, explaining that he supported his people and their communities. It was for this reason that he had permitted the genus religion to establish itself in his lands. However, he did not stop there. He elaborated further, revealing that with the growing influence of the Zenith religion, he intended to strengthen its presence within his domain. The priest absorbed his words carefully, recognizing the underlying message. Arjano was making it clear his authority over his territory remained absolute. The implication was unmistakable. After a moment of contemplation, the priest offered a word of caution. He warned Arjano not to treat his followers as mere tools of the gods. Although he had heard rumors about the Count's approach to governance, this conversation had made him reevaluate his perception of the man. There was more to Arjano than he had previously assumed. Sensing that the meeting had run its course, Arjano spoke firmly, signaling that he had pressing matters to attend to. Taking the hint, the priest smiled, expressing his gratitude once more before departing. As he left, he bestowed a blessing, offering Arjano well wishes in the name of the great Zenith. Arjano responded with a polite smile, but the moment the door shut behind the priest, his expression changed. The warmth vanished from his face, replaced by a look of cool contemplation. Hidden behind a column, Jamie watched intently as the priest departed. His sharp eyes took in the crescent moon insignia with a yellow sphere embedded in its design. A strange sensation coursed through him. There was something unsettling about the man. A dark energy emanated from him, barely perceptible but undeniably present. Jamie frowned, questioning why such a person had been allowed to step foot in his home. His mind churned with theories. How had the Zenith religion gained influence in his homeland? He bit his nails absent-mindedly, frustrated by the implications. His father had long ruled with authority, shaping the territory to reflect his own values. So why had he allowed such a presence to take root? What was his reasoning for favoring the Zenith religion over others? Jamie arrived at a conclusion: this religion did not belong here. It was a foreign entity, a sanctioned power that had no rightful place in their land. If it had embedded itself within their territory, then his only course of action was clear. He needed to convince his father to expel them. Determined to begin his investigation, Jamie approached his father's door and formally announced his arrival. Arjano, recognizing his son's voice, allowed him in, and the two moved to the living room. Seizing the moment, Jamie proudly presented his progress in magic, detailing his latest breakthroughs. Arjano listened attentively, his pride evident. He praised Jamie's accomplishments, asking if this meant he had fully mastered everything he had learned. Jamie confirmed this, prompting his father to note how much he seemed to enjoy magic. Jamie responded simply, magic was powerful. At those words, Arjano's expression shifted slightly, a trace of something unreadable crossing his face. Jamie noticed immediately and questioned if something was wrong. Arjano hesitated before answering, admitting that he had once envisioned Jamie growing up like any other child. Jamie, sensing the weight behind his words, pressed further, asking what he meant by that. Arjano reflected on his son's hidden talents, considering the burden that came with being a genius. At first, society admired prodigies, but admiration was fleeting. Eventually, people would grow resentful, turning their praise into criticism, their awe into envy. Arjano couldn't help but wonder if embracing this path was truly in Jamie's best interest. Gripping the armrest of his chair, Arjano met Jamie's gaze and spoke with sincerity. If Jamie did not enjoy magic, he was free to stop. He did not need to pursue it if it did not bring him fulfillment. However, if he was determined to follow this path, then Arjano would not stand in his way. Instead, he would support him in whatever way he could. Jamie smiled, appreciating the sentiment. He reassured his father, affirming that he would never give up magic. A sense of relief washed over Arjano, and a proud smile formed on his face. He marveled at Jamie's potential. The sheer amount of mana radiating from his son was unlike anything he had ever seen. Even at 9 years old, Jamie's entire body seemed to store mana, not just his heart. The realization hit him suddenly, and concern crept into his thoughts. He asked Jamie if everything he had learned came solely from the memoir Marquise Linnell had given him the previous day. Jamie, without hesitation, confirmed it. However, inwardly, he acknowledged that he had also refined and improved several techniques on his own. A cold sweat ran down Arjano's back. The thought of how much knowledge Marquis Lenal had imparted to Jamie in such a short span of time left him uneasy. More than that, Jamie had not only absorbed it all, he had already advanced beyond what was written. A nagging thought surfaced in his mind. If Jamie could learn so much in a single day, then what were the limits of his potential? Could he truly reach the legendary status of a 9th-grade magician? Laughing at the absurdity of the idea, Argeno acknowledged something humbling compared to Jamie. He felt insignificant. Still, his pride outweighed his concerns, and he laughed heartily. Jamie joined in, though the moment his father reached out to pat his head, his amusement turned awkward. The gesture, while affectionate, made him uncomfortable. He silently wished his father would stop. Before he could dwell on it, Argeno suddenly pointed at Black, his expression curious. He asked if Jamie had summoned the creature himself. Jamie's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed Black was still invisible. Panic surged through him as he hesitantly asked if his father could actually see it. Black, sensing the tension, darted upward, hovering just above Jamie's head. Jamie's thoughts raced. Despite all his efforts to conceal it, his father had still noticed. Argeno, however, seemed more intrigued than alarmed. Studying the familiar's appearance, he noted that it resembled a bat, though it was too round and small to be one. Spreading his arms slightly, he gestured its approximate size, as if trying to confirm his observation. Jamie, unsure of how perceptive his father truly was, hesitated. Did Argeno suspect that Black was created using dark magic? Deciding to tread carefully, Jamie admitted that he had shaped the familiar into a bat-like form and had attempted to hide it, fearing his father's reaction. Much to Jamie's surprise, Argeno responded not with suspicion but with overwhelming pride. Without warning, he pulled Jamie into a tight embrace, exclaiming that he was truly blessed to have such a talented son. Jamie, feeling drained, eventually left the room, exhausted from the relentless affection. His family's love was stifling. Why did they adore him so much? As night fell, Jamie donned his cloak and summoned Black once again. The familiar materialized behind him, its large black wings spreading as it hovered in the air. Determined, Jamie declared his next course of action. He needed to uncover why the Zenith religion had chosen his father's territory. The time for passive observation was over. It was time to act. With a powerful beat of its wings, Black lifted Jamie into the air, carrying him high above the nightlit city. Meanwhile, in a shadowed alley, two men from a criminal organization stood engaged in hushed conversation. One of them, uneasy, inquired about their boss's orders. The other, his voice laced with tension, relayed the instructions they were to follow the plan carefully if they wished to avoid death. Sighing, the first man expressed his doubts about the future. He questioned what lay ahead for them, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Philip, one of the men, admitted outright that he didn't understand the full extent of what they had become involved in. Their boss, Jance, was unpredictable, his ambitions shrouded in secrecy. His partner, more resigned, offered an explanation. Jance was a man willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. Jance pointed out that Hiei was a land where even Earl Welton permitted criminal organizations to exist, so long as they did not overstep certain boundaries. However, human trafficking was a clear violation of those limits. Philip, filled with unease, expressed his hope that they could slip away quietly without being caught. Jance, however, dismissed this notion, asserting that their capture was inevitable. He emphasized the Count's deep love for his children and reasoned that if Argeno ever discovered that they were trafficking children, he would not hesitate to eradicate every criminal organization in the city. Philip countered, noting that their boss seemed incredibly confident that they would remain undetected. Jance clenched his teeth in frustration, questioning whether their leader truly believed a swordmaster would fail to track them down. Philip hesitated before mentioning that Haonkines's people had supposedly offered them assistance. Jance scoffed at the idea, remarking that Hani was the type to do anything if the price was right. Philip, weighing their limited options, voiced his concerns aloud: escape or betrayal. Jance immediately rejected the idea of betrayal, citing the brutal rules of the underworld. The only real choice was to escape. Philip, agreeing, argued that it was better to die attempting to escape than to suffer any other fate. However, Jance worried that no matter where they ran, they would inevitably be hunted down. Philip acknowledged the risk but decided to wait and see how things unfolded. As the two continued their hushed conversation, Jamie quietly crept closer, listening intently from behind the shadows. Jance then asked who had initiated the slave trade in this region. Philip speculated that their boss had likely received an offer too tempting to refuse and had acted on impulse. However, he admitted he was still unsure of the real motive. Before they could continue, both men suddenly froze, sensing another presence. Their eyes darted toward Jamie, who had emerged from his hiding place. They demanded to know who he was. Jamie, unfazed, simply smiled and remarked that he found their conversation quite fascinating. Jance clenched his fist, declaring that if Jamie refused to speak, he should prepare for death. Without hesitation, he and Philip launched their attack. However, the moment they moved, Jamie vanished. Panic set in as the two men frantically searched for him. Jance, his expression twisted with confusion, muttered that the boy had disappeared entirely. There was no sign of him anywhere. Then, without warning, Jamie's voice echoed from the darkness, sending a chill down their spines. He questioned them mockingly, asking what they had been discussing with such enthusiasm. Before they could react, Jamie reappeared before them, kneeling casually. His gaze was piercing as he demanded to hear every last detail. Summoning his magic, he unleashed a force that overwhelmed the men with pure terror. Unable to resist, both men sat down and began to confess everything. Jamie listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Their words confirmed his worst suspicions: they were trafficking people, including children. His fingers tightened into fists. These were precisely the kind of people his father despised most. Jamie's rage simmered beneath the surface. Their actions were inexcusable. Did they have some kind of death wish? His thoughts darkened as he considered the nature of power. Humans, like gods, used others as pawns for their own benefit. In the end, these criminals were no different from the so-called divine beings he loathed. Then, another question surfaced in his mind: what was their boss thinking when he assigned them such a mission? One thing was certain: if Argento learned of this, he would bring utter devastation upon them. A bad premonition settled over Jamie like a shadow. Without wasting another moment, he leapt down from the stack of crates he had been sitting on and cast a spell on the two men. His voice was cold as he commanded them to go directly to the Count's estate and confess everything they knew. The moment his magic took effect, both men stood up mechanically, bound to his will. Jamie watched them closely, murmuring to himself that the morning was sure to be chaotic. As the robbers began to make their way toward the estate, Jamie turned to Black, instructing the familiar to prepare for their return. Before he could take flight, however, a sudden force ripped through the air. Both men were violently flung backward at an unnatural speed. Philip's body slammed into a wall, the impact leaving a gaping hole in his stomach. His companion was engulfed in flames, his body completely incinerated. Philip's lifeless form collapsed onto the road with a sickening sound. Jamie's eyes widened as he turned to see what had happened. A sudden burst of laughter rang out from behind him. The sound was cruel, mocking. A man stood in the distance, grinning as he surveyed the carnage. He taunted the fallen men, calling them fools. One of his accomplices, nervous, urged him to keep quiet, warning that the guards might already be closing in on them. Jamie observed them carefully, his mind working quickly to assess the situation. Who was this loud, deranged individual? Using his magic, Jamie addressed the man directly. His tone was ice-cold as he demanded an explanation. How dare he attack those under his command? A magic circle flared to life behind Jamie as he cast a spell on the fallen criminals. He would not allow them to die, not yet. Their wounds began to close as the magic took effect, forcing their broken bodies to mend. The sight left Haonime, the one responsible for the attack, utterly shocked. His eyes flickered toward Jamie, sizing him up. With a sarcastic smirk, he commented on the unexpected guest. Turning to his subordinates, he gave a simple order: capture Jamie and the two injured men. As Jamie continued his incantation, the battle was only beginning. Haonime barked orders at his subordinates, his tone filled with irritation as he threatened them with death if they hesitated even for a moment. Immediately, two of his men rushed forward, grabbing Philip and Jance, both of whom were nearly fully healed. Amused by their pitiful state, Haonime smirked, continuing to taunt them. He assured them that their suffering was far from over. Once he was finished with his current target, he would kill them again, ensuring their deaths would be even more excruciating. A single tear slipped down Philip's cheek as he turned desperately to Jamie, pleading for help. Jamie, watching as the two men were dragged away like discarded trash, felt a wave of disgust rise within him. His voice was steady, yet laced with venom, as he called Haonime scum. Haonime, unfazed, laughed mockingly, dismissing Jamie's words with a sneer. Without warning, a sharp magical projectile shot toward Jamie's head with lethal precision. Haonime, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure, followed up with a barrage of magical attacks, piercing Jamie's body over and over again. His laughter grew louder, more unhinged, as he took in the sight. He reveled in the destruction, exclaiming that the spectacle was thrilling, that he wanted to hear Jamie scream before his death. With a final, devastating strike, Haonime set Jamie ablaze, watching as his body was consumed by fire. As the last embers flickered out, All that remained was ash. Hani, satisfied, turned to his accomplice who was staring at him in horror. His subordinate hesitated before speaking, demanding to know why Hani had killed their target so easily. Hani, looking puzzled, shrugged, explaining that his aim had been perfect. The boy had no chance of surviving. Then, without warning, a voice spoke directly into his ear. A voice that should not have existed. Jamie's voice. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Hani's breath hitched as he instinctively stepped backward. His eyes darted wildly, searching for the source of the voice, but his instincts screamed the truth. Jamie was right behind him. A chill spread through his body as Jamie loomed over him, his expression unreadable. He questioned Hani, mocking his amusement at killing his own partner. Realization struck Hani like a bolt of lightning. He had killed the wrong person. Panic set in. Jamie was still alive. And worse, the aura emanating from him was suffocating, overwhelming. Hani felt paralyzed by an unfamiliar terror. Jamie, his voice colder than before, criticized Hani's arrogance, pointing out how he had overestimated himself. A mere third-class wizard, blinded by delusions of superiority. Hani's face twisted in fury and desperation. Determined to erase the fear clawing at him, he prepared his strongest spellbuster. Flames erupted around him as he summoned a massive inferno, intending to reduce Jamie to nothing but dust. The fire roared forward, engulfing Jamie entirely in a blinding wave of destruction. Hani smirked, certain of his victory. No one could survive that. But when the flames faded, Jamie stood untouched. Expression calm, he began speaking not about magic, but about the nature of fear. He explained that when people faced someone far beyond their power, they fell into absolute helplessness. That sensation, the overwhelming realization of inferiority, was why he enjoyed manipulating the weak. Hani, still on his feet moments ago, collapsed to his knees. His body trembled as his forehead hit the ground. Motionless, he lay there, the weight of Jamie's presence pressing down on him like an immovable force. Hani's accomplice, watching the entire scene unfold, was horrified. Jamie's power was beyond human. He was a monster they should never have provoked. Heart pounding, the subordinate decided to flee, knowing that staying meant certain death. But before he could take a single step, dark energy erupted around them. Jamie's magic surged forward, trapping them both in an unseen grip. The pressure intensified, compressing their bodies with agonizing force. Screams filled the air as the bandits writhed in pain, crushed beneath an overwhelming presence they could not escape. Jamie, now standing directly over Hani, stared down at him. His voice was quiet, but final. Hani's time had come. Grabbing Hani by the hair, he lifted his head and declared that from this moment on, Hani would answer all of his questions as his slave. Fear twisted Hani's expression as he immediately submitted, his voice shaking as he addressed Jamie as his master. Obediently, he began to speak. When he started mentioning children, Jamie cut him off, unimpressed. He had heard enough. He warned Hani that trying to manipulate him was useless. Inwardly, Jamie considered his next steps. His father would inevitably discover the truth, thanks to the two bandits he had already sent. There was no need to interrogate Hani further. Letting go of the broken man, Jamie contemplated his fate. Though Hani's body remained intact, his soul was in ruins. It would not sustain him for long. Jamie weighed his options. As a third-class magician, Hani could potentially be converted into an undead. However, given the extent of his soul's damage, he would decay far too quickly. In a battlefield, an undead servant might be useful, but in a city like this, his deteriorating state would attract too much attention. If undead magic wasn't viable, then perhaps another approach would work. A slow, sinister smile spread across Jamie's lips as an idea formed. Since Hani was a magician, his mana reserves were significant, more than enough for what Jamie required. Raising his hand, Jamie pointed his palm toward Hani's head. Without hesitation, he began draining the mana directly from his body. As the process neared completion, Hani's body boiled from the inside out, his flesh twisting unnaturally. Jamie noted the impurities in the mana. It was tainted, a side effect of human frailty. Still, the amount he had absorbed was substantial. Satisfied, he wiped his lips with a handkerchief, turning his attention to Philip and Jance. They were barely clinging to life. Approaching them, Jamie observed their pitiful condition. Though he had given them some of his mana, it was not enough to sustain them for much longer. Sparks of dark energy separated from Jamie's body, coalescing into a familiar form. Black materialized beside him, letting out an inquisitive squeak. Jamie addressed the two men. They still had unfinished business. He could not allow them to die just yet. Deciding on his next course of action, Jamie settled on necromancy. Resurrecting the dead was not the same as bringing them back to life. It was something far more useful. Revived through necromancy, the undead are not truly alive but exist in defiance of nature's laws. These beings are neither fully living nor entirely dead, suspended in a state that contradicts the natural order. Jamie instructs Black to assist him, and the familiar soars into the sky, awaiting further commands. Jamie begins his spell, addressing the bandits directly, commanding them to relinquish their mortality and defy death itself. Philip's veins bulge as Jamie observes that his spirit has yet to fully depart the afterlife. Jamie proclaims that immortality is within their grasp and urges them to abandon the concept of death. The bandits' eyes roll back as tears stream down their faces, their bodies racked with screams of torment. Philip and Jance are resurrected with Black's assistance. Once the ritual concludes, the bandits kneel before Jamie, pledging their loyalty and awaiting his commands. Jamie, however, stares at them with disbelief, uncertain whether the process is truly complete. He notices the lingering presence of a dark, smoky haze surrounding them and wonders if he has made an error. Black lands on Jamie's head, emitting a guilty squeak. Annoyed, Jamie demands to know what Black has done wrong. Despite his frustration, he reassures the familiar that everything was performed correctly. However, unable to suppress his irritation, Jamie tugs at Black, admitting that while he acknowledges the mistake as his own, it remains difficult to accept. Black squeals in response, and Jamie reflects that he usually does not dwell on past accomplishments. But this situation frustrates him. His previously resurrected undead are now nowhere to be found. Black protests, squealing again, but Jamie remarks that the bandits, in their current state, are useless to him. Stroking his chin, Jamie considers that with the ominous black haze surrounding them, the bandits would be incapable of carrying out Zenith's orders. Worse still, they would not even be able to walk the streets unnoticed, as their unnatural state would immediately draw attention. Suddenly, Black begins swaying from side to side before unexpectedly biting Jamie's cheek. Outraged, Jamie exclaims at the audacity of his familiar, demanding to know who granted it permission to bite its own master. Black quickly takes flight, landing on Hazard's head, where it immediately begins absorbing the dark haze clinging to the bandits. Jamie watches in astonishment, questioning whether Black is even capable of such a feat. The familiar persistently chews through the dark energy and, after some time, no trace of it remains. Satisfied, Jamie acknowledges that the bandits are now viable assets. He then turns his attention back to Black, noting that the creature has grown significantly larger from consuming the haze. Jamie reaches out, petting Black and offering praise for its efforts. With the haze problem resolved, Jamie shifts focus to the two resurrected bandits. Deciding to grant them new identities, he commands them to rebel against their previous selves. He renames Jance as Izard and Philip as Risa. Repeating his command for them to rebel, Jamie waits as they gradually regain consciousness. With a wave of his hand, the bandits, now freed from the haze's influence, stare blankly ahead in a daze. Observing their bewildered expressions, Jamie concludes that they likely have no recollection of what has transpired. He decides to allow them some time to adjust. After an extended silence, Izard is the first to break it, cautiously asking Jamie if he is the one responsible for bringing him back to life. Jamie confirms without hesitation. Fear flashes across Izard's face as he struggles to grasp Jamie's true nature. He assesses Jamie's appearance, seemingly that of a mere child, no older than 9 or 10, yet the aura surrounding him is overwhelmingly sinister. The presence Jamie exudes is so immense, so unnatural, that Izard instinctively compares him to the monstrous figures from childhood fables, creatures that defy the natural world, entities that should not exist. Jamie smirks and asks if, in their eyes, he resembles a demon lord. Risa, though visibly uneasy, responds with determination, stating that it does not matter to him whether Jamie is a demon lord or something else entirely. In Risa's eyes, Jamie still appears human. Intrigued by Risa's defiant attitude, Jamie considers that there may be flaws in his spell, as Risa does not seem fully aware of his position under Jamie's control. Extending a single finger, Jamie decides that such defiance cannot be ignored. He gestures downward, causing Risa to collapse abruptly, his head striking the ground. Jamie strides toward him, issuing a warning he will overlook this incident, but if Risa ever displays that expression again, there will be consequences. Terrified, Risa hastily acknowledges Jamie's authority. Jamie then turns to Izard, making it clear that the same applies to him. Without hesitation, Izard complies, nodding in understanding. As Jamie observes them, his mind drifts toward the concept of soul subjugation. Jamie understands that regardless of their personal desires, the contract binds them entirely. Their lives no longer belong to them, but are instead subject to the contract's power. This, he muses, is the very essence of dark magic, an unbreakable force that overrides free will and enforces absolute submission. Suddenly, a thought occurs to Jamie. He realizes that there is something he must clarify. Looking at Azard, he corrects him, stating firmly that he is not a demon lord. Azard, though still hesitant, cannot suppress his curiosity. He cautiously asks Jamie who he truly is. In response, Jamie slowly lifts his hood, revealing his face with a slight smile. He declares that he is nothing more than an ordinary dark magician, a magician who once attempted to defy the gods themselves and now lives solely for that purpose. His expression darkens slightly as he speaks, emphasizing his undying determination to complete his mission. Shifting back to business, Jamie issues precise orders to his newly bound subordinates. He commands them to keep a vigilant watch over the Zenith Church and gather any and all information regarding its activities. More specifically, he instructs them to bring forth anyone who possesses knowledge about human trafficking operations. He emphasizes that whoever they find must be the one to disclose everything to his father. The bandits, compelled by the contract's influence, accept the command without resistance. There is no questioning his authority, only silent compliance. With his orders given, Jamie vanishes from sight, leaving them behind. Risa, now alone with Azard, tilts his head upward and lets out a relieved sigh. He mutters that Jamie is finally gone. Azard, mirroring the sentiment, sighs as well. The two exchange cautious glances, as if silently confirming that they share the same uneasy thoughts. Azard, still hesitant, suggests that they should begin their assigned work immediately. Risa, although reluctant, acknowledges that they truly have no other choice but to follow Jamie's commands. Meanwhile, Jamie walks with Black perched on his shoulder. The familiar lets out a series of squeals, clearly expressing its complaints. Jamie listens for a moment before reassuring Black that everything will be fine. He explains that the bandits are far too frightened to ever consider disobeying him. Black, appearing somewhat mollified, remains on his shoulder as Jamie reflects on the significance of their recent success. Thanks to their efforts, his father will soon be able to directly confront the issue of the slave trade, something that has long been a stain upon their land. However, Black suddenly bites Jamie on the cheek again, letting out another sharp squeal. Jamie, unfazed by the behavior, responds with mild annoyance. He declares that he cannot allow such a vile trade to continue in these lands, as they will one day belong to him. Before he can dwell further on the matter, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupts his thoughts. Jamie quickly turns his head, alerting Black that their work for the day is finished. Out of nowhere, a boy runs straight into Jamie's back, colliding with him and falling to the ground. The child, momentarily dazed, looks up in confusion, wondering if he has actually bumped into someone. Jamie, thoroughly unimpressed, turns around with an irritated expression and asks the boy if he is blind. However, his annoyance quickly fades into curiosity when he realizes that the person before him is just a child. The boy, rubbing his head, looks up at Jamie and points out that Jamie himself is also a child. Black clings to Jamie's hair as Jamie acknowledges the statement with a brief nod. He admits that he is only 9 years old, though he does not see how that is relevant. Deciding not to be too harsh, Jamie lets the boy go with a warning to be more careful in the future. He turns to leave, but as he walks away, he hears the boy mutter quietly that Jamie acts like an adult, despite having no gray hairs on his head. Just then, Black tugs on Jamie's hair, forcing him to stop abruptly. Jamie turns around in surprise, and the boy frowns in confusion, wondering what Jamie wants. Jamie glances at Black and immediately understands the situation. His familiar has reacted to the boy's comment about his hair color. Irritated, Jamie wonders how Black has become so unruly, concluding that it clearly lacks proper manners. With a piercing gaze, Jamie turns to the boy and issues a subtle threat, warning him to watch his words carefully unless he wishes to suffer the consequences. Terrified, the boy quickly apologizes, stumbling over his words before turning and fleeing. Jamie sighs, watching him disappear down the street. He then glances at Black and asks if it is satisfied now. Black squeals contentedly, appearing rather pleased with itself. Jamie, shaking his head, decides that it is time to return home. Once back in his room, Jamie sits on his bed with Black still on his shoulder. He scolds the familiar, questioning whether it understands the gravity of its actions. Black emits a small squeak, seemingly apologetic, but Jamie remains firm. He warns that if it ever pulls another stunt like that again, the consequences will be far more severe. Black lets out another tiny squeak, its eyes wide with innocence. Jamie watches it for a moment, then sighs, wondering where Black could have picked up such behavior. Feeling the exhaustion of the day creeping up on him, Jamie lies down on his bed. He exhales slowly, lamenting how truly drained he is. He had expended far more power than he initially anticipated, and the realization sinks in his once simple and carefree life is over. There is no returning to the way things used to be. He has much work ahead of him, and rest will not come easily. His thoughts drift to Zenith, a god he utterly despises. The very mention of Zenith fills him with rage. The god's influence is spreading rapidly within Jamie's territory, threatening everything he has worked for. Clenching his fist, Jamie places his hand over his forehead, his resolve hardening. He will not sit idly by while Zenith and his followers gain power. He will fight back. No matter what challenges come his way, he will face them head-on. He will destroy them all. Meanwhile, Azard returns to the shelter where the rest of the group resides. The atmosphere is tense, the air thick with uncertainty. Azard strides inside, his expression unreadable. As he surveys the room, he asks a single question: "Where is the older brother?" A man nearby hesitates, his expression shifting to one of barely concealed fear. His voice shakes as he cautiously inquires whether Azard is truly alive. Azard ignores the question entirely, his patience wearing thin. He repeats himself, demanding to know the whereabouts of the older brother. The man, after a brief hesitation, finally confesses. He stammers that Han, the older brother, has declared his intent to personally kill both Azard and Risa. The frightened man, still stumbling over his words, asks how Azard is even standing there, how he is still alive. Azard, growing frustrated, scoffs at the question. He reflects on how absurd it is that he was ever overwhelmed by such weaklings, people who do not even possess the ability to wield mana properly. Annoyed, he clenches his fist and slams it into the wall behind him, causing the structure to tremble slightly. The impact echoes through the room. Turning his gaze back to the frightened man, he addresses him directly. His voice is sharp, filled with warning. He demands that the man, Pep, not make him repeat himself. Pep, overwhelmed by fear, stares at Azard in horror. His mind races, trying to comprehend what has happened. He sees the raw power in Azard's movements, the strength in his stance. Something about Azard has changed. He is no longer the man they once knew. Perhaps something unnatural has taken hold of him. More importantly, Azard questions where the other men have gone. Pep realizes that if word spreads about Jance's return, it will throw everything into chaos. However, it seems that Azard and Risa have already taken care of the situation. Unsure of what to do, Pep raises his hands in surrender and claims that he does not know where his elder brother has gone. Risa steps forward, his gaze sharp, and asks if Pep is certain about that. Terrified, Pep stammers nervously, insisting that he is telling the truth. He even suggests they ask anyone else, confident that they will say the same. Unconvinced but too tired to press further, Risa decides it is time to find the boss and fulfill Jamie's orders. Since the boss is well informed about everything happening in the city, Risa reasons that he might also have knowledge about the Zenith Church. He asks Pep where the boss might be. Pep, panicked, realizes that he must give a convincing answer or risk losing his life. Thinking quickly, he responds that the boss enjoys drinking and being around women, so he is most likely at one of the nearby bars. Azard glances at Risa and agrees that Pep's assumption seems reasonable. Risa nods and suggests they check every bar in the area. Pep sighs in relief, thinking he has avoided immediate danger. However, his relief is short-lived as Azard suddenly strikes him in the face, suggesting they take him as a witness since their master has ordered them to find one. Azard debates aloud about where they should hide Pep and suggests tying him up in the forest. Risa, kicking Pep in frustration, agrees but proposes locking him in the basement of his own house instead. He reminds Azard that they have already wasted enough time and need to leave. Without further discussion, Azard hoists Pep over his shoulder and the two leave to continue their mission. Later, a young boy enters a dimly lit room, only to be met with a horrific sight: corpses strewn across the floor. His breath catches in his throat as he takes in the carnage. Shocked, he stammers, asking himself what has happened. As his gaze moves from one body to the next, he confirms to himself that everyone inside is dead. Fear grips him as he recalls that he had failed to meet his quota the previous day. He worries that he will be punished again, but then a realization strikes him: there is no one left to punish him. Panic sets in as he processes the weight of the situation. He turns on his heel and runs toward the exit, deciding that escape is his only option. If he remains here any longer, someone might assume he had something to do with this massacre. He has no choice but to flee before suspicion falls on him. As morning arrives, Jamie wakes up feeling completely drained. Stretching and yawning, he acknowledges his exhaustion. He is not surprised that he has slept for so long. Rising from his bed, he reflects that avoiding certain people might no longer be an option. Heading toward the dining room, he instructs Black to disappear to avoid drawing his father's attention. Obediently, Black vanishes from sight, and Jamie enters the room. He greets his parents, asking how they slept. His father returns the greeting with a simple good morning, while his sister Sarah cheerfully replies that she slept very well. Noticing that his mother is absent from the table, Jamie asks where she is. Suddenly, without warning, his mother pounces on him from behind, exclaiming that she is right there. Startled, Jamie lets out a scream, quickly turning to face her. "Where were you hiding?" he demands, admitting that he had not noticed her presence. His mother teases him, playfully questioning whether he is being serious. Jamie looks away, but privately admits to himself that he had been aware of her hiding behind the door all along. His mother affectionately pats his head, asking if her little Jamie had been scared. Playing along, Jamie confirms that he was fine once he realized it was her. His mother smiles warmly and compliments his good manners. Jamie, sensing what is coming next, attempts to change the subject by suggesting that they begin eating. However, his mother ignores him, snuggling up to him and calling him adorable. Sarah, eager to join in, announces that she also wants a hug. Overwhelmed, Jamie internally screams for someone to stop them. As the family finally sits down at the table, Sears embraces Sarah, calling her sweetie. Jamie glances at his sister and muses about how soft children's cheeks are. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. He wonders what it would feel like to pinch her cheeks. However, he quickly catches himself and becomes embarrassed by the idea. He hides his face on the table, realizing how much he has grown accustomed to this peaceful familial life. After breakfast, Sears brings up an important matter, mentioning that everything will begin tomorrow. Her husband nods in agreement. Jamie, still holding Sarah in his arms, asks what exactly will happen. Orino turns to his wife and asks if she has told the children yet. Sears looks away, sheepishly admitting that she forgot because she has been too worried about Jamie. Jamie assumes she is referring to the technique he used earlier, knowing how much she tends to fret over his well-being. Lowering his gaze, he sincerely apologizes for causing her distress. Sears, in response, reassures him, acknowledging that nothing serious is likely to happen to him. However, she warns him against exhausting himself too much, emphasizing that he needs to take care of his own well-being. Sears adds that if Jamie continues to push himself, it might break her heart, and she might even faint in the corridor from sorrow. Hearing this, Jamie promises not to repeat his actions and, once again, asks about the plans for the next day. Laughing, Sears reveals that the entire family will be attending a grand ball. Jamie immediately realizes that this is the prestigious event hosted by Earl Simon and Earl Welton, a gathering where nearly all the nobility of the Northern Seldom Empire will be present. Sears, delighted by the occasion, explains that this will be the perfect opportunity for the children to experience such a grand event for the first time. However, her excitement contrasts starkly with Jamie's realization his precious free time is about to be taken away. Later that night, Jamie dons his cloak and summons Black. The shadowy figure clings to him as Jamie declares that it is time to visit the two blockheads. Together, they make their way into town and enter Risa's house. Inside, Azard and Risa are seated at a table. The moment they see Jamie arrive, they immediately stand and greet him with respect, acknowledging his presence. Jamie removes his hood and gets straight to the point, asking if they have completed his assigned tasks. Risa hesitates before apologizing, admitting that they haven't uncovered any information about the Zenith religion yet. He explains that it is a relatively new organization, making it difficult to gather intel so quickly. Jamie concludes that even members of Livell wouldn't be able to discover much in just a single day. Shifting his focus, Jamie asks about the other errand. In response, Risa gestures toward a tied-up man, introducing him as their catch. The captive, Pep, looks at Jamie and immediately recognizes his distinctive hair color. It dawns on him that the Welton family might have taken control of the situation. Risa then informs Jamie that Pep is a member of Livell and mentions that Hani had intended to kill him. This alone proves that Pep is not just an ordinary pawn in the scheme. Azard chimes in, adding that Pep has been insisting he knows nothing. Jamie decides to interrogate him himself and orders his subordinates to remove the gag from Pep's mouth. The moment the gag is removed, Pep begins to plead desperately for his life, insisting that he knows nothing of importance. He promises to gather any information Jamie desires if only he is spared. However, Jamie remains unimpressed and coldly calls Pep a child, making the captive shiver in fear. Jamie then assures Pep that there is no reason to kill him, however, he expects complete obedience. Overwhelmed by the immense power radiating from Jamie, Pep breaks down in tears and swears to follow his every order, even offering to locate his superior. Jamie silences him with a firm expression, warning him that he is being too loud. In an instant, Pep finds himself unable to speak at all, realizing that Jamie has cast some form of spell on him. Jamie then states that there is only one task Pep needs to complete. Placing a hand on Pep's head, Jamie casts another spell. Issuing a direct command, Pep is to go to the Count's estate and reveal everything he knows about Livel's activities. Without hesitation or resistance, Pep rises, his movements now controlled by Jamie's power, and leaves the house, heading toward the estate. Azard and Risa silently watch as Pep disappears into the night. Jamie reassures them that Livel will not be able to catch him and that his father will take care of the situation from here. Then, Jamie turns to his subordinates and instructs them to leave the city immediately and go into hiding. Without hesitation, both men bow and accept his orders without question. Curious, Jamie asks why they never seem to question his commands. Risa and Azard respond in unison, stating that their master's orders are absolute law and cannot be disobeyed. Black, perched on Jamie's shoulder, watches the scene unfold silently. After a moment of reflection, Risa speaks up, saying that he thinks he understands why Jamie has given them these specific instructions. Jamie acknowledges that Risa is perceptive and confirms his suspicions. He internally reasons that his father will soon obliterate Livel, and during that process, it would not be beneficial for his father to be aware of the existence of his two subordinates. Knowing this, Jamie ensures their disappearance before the inevitable destruction begins. Turning away from them, Jamie informs the two men that he will be away for a few days. He instructs them to stay quiet and remain unnoticed until his return. They acknowledge his command and bow once more before Jamie departs from the house. As Jamie walks through the dimly lit streets, Risa suddenly rushes after him, calling out his name. Jamie halts and turns back, asking what is wrong. Risa, looking visibly troubled, hesitates for a moment before speaking. He confesses that he has been questioning what they have become. He admits that he is aware they are no longer truly alive, that they are beyond the point of salvation. However, despite this knowledge, he does not want to return to his past life. While Risa acknowledges that the power he has gained is extraordinary, he desperately wants to understand what kind of creature he has become. Jamie listens quietly before asking Risa to clarify his thoughts. After a brief pause, Risa expresses his suspicion. He wonders if they might have become top-rank undead due to their immense strength. Jamie, surprised by the question, suddenly bursts into laughter. Risa flinches, thinking he has asked something foolish. Embarrassed, he quickly apologizes, stating that he didn't mean to ask something so ridiculous. However, Jamie reassures him with a calm smile, telling him that it was not a stupid question at all. In fact, he finds it quite amusing. Jamie observes that most people would struggle to come to terms with their transformation into the undead. The idea of losing one's humanity and becoming a monster is a terrifying thought for most. Yet Risa and Azard seem to have embraced their new existence with surprising ease, something that Jamie finds utterly fascinating. Unlike others he has encountered, who either despair over their fate or desperately cling to remnants of their former selves, these two have accepted the change without resistance. Risa, noticing Jamie's expression, thanks him. Jamie, in turn, reflects on how unique they are compared to others he has met. While most individuals reject the idea of losing their humanity, lamenting their former lives, Risa and Azard have not only accepted their fate, but seem to have found purpose in it. Azard joins them outside, and Jamie silently acknowledges that he has found reliable subordinates. These two are unlike anyone he has ever worked with before. He explains to them that, in truth, they are nothing more than ordinary zombies. However, unlike most undead, their appearances have been preserved just as they were before their deaths. Despite their classification as mere zombies, their transformation has granted them immense strength far beyond that of an average person. This enhancement makes them powerful, but it does not change the reality of what they are. Risa lowers his eyes, momentarily disheartened by the revelation. The thought of being just a regular zombie seems to dampen his spirits. Seeing his reaction, Jamie chuckles and reassures them, stating that strength and rank are not set in stone. With enough effort, there is a possibility that they could rise beyond their current state. He tells them that one day, if they continue to work hard, they might even ascend to the highest rank of zombies. This statement sparks newfound determination in both Risa and Azard. Inspired by Jamie's words, they vow to follow his instructions to hide as ordered and wait for his return without question. As Jamie prepares to depart, Black suddenly squeals. Turning to the creature, Jamie firmly tells it not to mock Risa and Azard by calling them pathetic. While others might see them as insignificant, Jamie finds them both intriguing. They remind him of someone from his past, someone who, despite being surrounded by darkness, managed to embrace their fate rather than resist it. With that thought, Jamie decides they have lingered long enough, and it is time to return home. That night, the Welton household is unusually restless. An unexpected turn of events unfolds. One of Livel's members, part of the criminal organization operating within the region, decides to betray his own group. This forces the Count to stay behind in order to deal with the situation. Because of this, only 3 members of the Welton family, Sears, Sarah, and Jamie, set off for Reason, the largest city in the east. As the carriage rolls forward, Jamie considers that he could have traveled to the city on his own using his teleportation abilities. However, circumstances have dictated otherwise, and he finds himself seated inside the carriage, watching his mother and sleeping sister as they travel. He observes the peaceful expression on Sarah's face as she rests and reflects on how much he has changed. The passage of time has seen magic advance far beyond what it once was. Since his rebirth, he has noticed a radical shift in the way magic is understood and utilized. However, one thing continues to trouble him: he has yet to determine exactly how much time has passed since his original death. His knowledge of historical events provides him with some clues. He recalls reading about a massive war that occurred after his demise, an era where an army of demons waged war against humanity, led by a fearsome demon lord. Despite this, there have been no large-scale wars for several hundred years. Taking all of this into account, Jamie concludes that an extraordinary amount of time must have passed since his fall. As his mind drifts, dark magic begins to emanate from him, swirling in the air like an invisible storm. His thoughts grow darker as he considers the current state of the gods. Unlike in the past, when they stood together, it appears that now they are divided, their unity shattered. To Jamie, this is an advantage. If the gods remain fractured, dealing with them individually will be far easier. Even if countless people perish as a result, he no longer considers it his concern. Just then, Sarah stirs in her sleep, shifting slightly. Jamie immediately senses her reaction to the dark magic radiating from him. Realizing this, he quickly suppresses his power, reining it in before it disturbs her further. A moment later, Sarah smiles in her sleep, seemingly unaffected. Watching her, Jamie lets out a quiet sigh and decides to put his thoughts of the gods aside for now. His focus should be on the immediate future, the upcoming ball. As the carriage finally arrives in Reason, the streets reveal a city of wealth and refinement. The homes are well kept, with manicured lawns lining the roads. Small market stalls are scattered throughout the area, offering various goods and wares to passers-by. Most striking of all is a grand temple that stands prominently amidst the cityscape, its beauty undeniable. Jamie gazes out of the carriage window, taking in the sight before him. "It's a beautiful city," he comments, admiring the view. Mother smiles warmly in response. "Reason is the most advanced city in our kingdom," she tells him with pride. "No other place handles as much wealth or commerce as this one. It's a symbol of prosperity." Jamie nods, agreeing silently. It is no exaggeration. Reason's reputation as one of the richest cities in the kingdom is well deserved. This place serves as a hub of commerce, power, and influence, playing a crucial role in maintaining the kingdom's wealth. Moments later, the carriage comes to a halt. The coachman steps forward and informs them that they have arrived at their destination. Jamie, eager to meet Count Simon, expresses his excitement. With exaggerated enthusiasm, he exclaims, "I'm so eager to meet him that I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest." Sears, finding his reaction utterly adorable, immediately pulls him into a warm embrace. "You don't have to be so nervous," she reassures him with a gentle smile. Internally, Jamie sighs. He wonders why he always finds himself in situations like this. No matter how much time passes, his mother always manages to embarrass him in some way. But she doesn't stop there. She continues to coo over him, commenting on how cute his excitement is. She even suggests that he hold her hand for comfort if he gets too overwhelmed. Finally, she releases him and turns to ask, "Jamie, do you admire Count Simon because you want to become a magician like him?" Feeling cornered by the question, Jamie reluctantly gives an exhausted sigh before responding with a simple yes. His mother beams at him, clearly pleased with his answer. She begins to praise Count Simon, describing him as an incredible individual. She explains that Simon, despite being the same age as Jamie's father, has already reached the rank of a 7th-grade mage. Not only that, but he serves as one of the leaders of the kingdom's Eastern Council of Nobles alongside Earl Welton. She continues, adding that Simon is famously known as the Red Lotus Magician due to his exceptional mastery of magic. Jamie listens silently, taking in the information. Though he has yet to meet Simon in person, he cannot deny that the man's reputation precedes him. Jamie listens as his mother continues to speak about Count Simon, stating that he is rumored to be capable of killing thousands of people with a single spell. This level of power piques Jamie's interest. leading him to ask what kind of person the Count is. His mother pauses for a moment to consider before describing him as a man with hair as red as blood. Jamie, slightly surprised, takes a moment to reflect. Titles and reputations do not particularly interest him, but strength does. He finds himself intrigued by Simon's abilities and anticipates their meeting, eager to speak with him and determine for himself whether the Count is as powerful as the rumors suggest. As their carriage rolls forward, approaching the grand estate, Jamie wonders how his upcoming conversation with Count Simon will compare to his previous interaction with Marquise Lionel. That brief exchange had been somewhat unproductive, offering little in the way of valuable insight. Jamie hopes that his meeting with Simon will be different. When the carriage finally arrives, Sears steps out first, gracefully descending to the ground. She turns and instructs Jamie and Sarah to follow her carefully. Eager to stretch his legs, Jamie quickly steps out of the carriage. A well-dressed man greets them immediately, his sharp eyes assessing them with quiet respect. He turns to Sears and asks if she is the wife of Earl Welton, to which she calmly confirms. The man, polite and efficient, then offers to escort them to their chambers. Following him through the estate, they are soon led to a series of luxurious rooms. The man gestures toward the spacious accommodations and informs them that these will be their private chambers for the duration of the event. Additionally, he explains that they will each have a personal butler to fulfill any requests they might have. Sears comments on how considerate Count Simon is for arranging such comfort, and Jamie silently agrees, appreciating the thoughtfulness of having his own space. He briefly considers how unpleasant it would have been to share a room with his parents. Before parting ways, Sears instructs Jamie and Sarah to return to her once they have finished settling their belongings. A few minutes later, inside her chamber, a maid begins braiding Sears' hair, running her fingers through the silky strands as she compliments her on its smoothness and beauty. Just then, Jamie enters the room and momentarily stops in his tracks. He is taken aback by his mother's appearance, noting how stunning she looks. Without thinking, he comments on her beauty. Sears, clearly delighted, laughs and asks if he truly believes that. Jamie, knowing better than to withdraw his words now, confirms his statement. Overjoyed by his rare compliment, she dashes toward him, eyes shining with emotion, and exclaims that he looks exceptionally handsome as well. The maid, quick to react, gently reminds Sears to maintain her composure, warning that she might ruin her appearance if she becomes too emotional. Tears forming in her eyes, Sears pleads for permission to hug Jamie just once. However, the maid firmly refuses, explaining that the fabric of her dress will wrinkle. Jamie exhales in relief, grateful to be spared from another one of his mother's enthusiastic embraces. Before the moment can linger, another maid steps forward, announcing that Sarah is also ready. Sarah steps into the room, dressed in an adorable gown. Sears gasps in delight, instantly showering her daughter with praise, exclaiming about how precious she looks. Jamie glances at Sarah and nods approvingly. He tells her that she looks like a doll, a compliment that makes Sarah beam with happiness. Excited by the praise, she asks Jamie if he truly thinks she is cute. Jamie, seeing her eager expression, assures her that she looks very nice. However, he also points out that the dress must be uncomfortable. Sarah frowns slightly, shifting as if to test his statement. She then nods in agreement, acknowledging that it does feel a bit restrictive. Jamie encourages her to endure it until the event ends, reminding her that patience will make it more bearable. Understanding his advice, Sarah nods once more. A maid then turns to Jamie, gently reminding him that he also needs to change into appropriate attire. Once everyone is dressed and prepared, they make their way to the banquet hall, where the event is already beginning. As Jamie steps inside, his gaze sweeps across the grand room. The ballroom is stunning, its opulence unmatched. Intricate chandeliers illuminate the vast space, casting a golden glow over the polished marble floors. Ornate decorations line the walls, while beautifully dressed nobles mingle, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Jamie takes a moment to marvel at the sheer luxury of it all. He briefly wonders if ballrooms have always been this extravagant, or if the passage of time has only increased their grandeur. Seating himself at their designated table, he turns to his mother and asks if Count Simon genuinely enjoys this level of extravagance. Sears smiles and assures him that he does. She then adds that Jamie will be even more surprised when he meets the Count in person. As they converse, several noblewomen take notice of Sears and approach her with warm smiles. They greet her respectfully, exchanging pleasantries before shifting their attention to her attire. One of the women compliments her dress, remarking on its elegance and noting that it is made from organic cotton grown on the Welton family's lands. She further praises Sears, pointing out that she personally designed the dress to be suitable for winter wear. Sears accepts their compliments with grace, offering polite thanks. Meanwhile, Jamie observes the interaction with mild distaste. He recognizes the false warmth in their voices, their eagerness to flatter and ingratiate themselves with the Welton family. It reminds him of the sycophants from his past, those who once shamelessly fawned over the gods in hopes of gaining favor. Despite his personal disdain for such behavior, he feels a sense of relief knowing that his mother is adept at handling these types of people. A sudden shift in the atmosphere draws his attention. A man steps into the center of the hall and loudly calls for silence. The chatter fades as all eyes turn toward him. The man introduces himself as Rywall Banner, a member of Reason's administrative body. In a clear, commanding voice, he welcomes everyone to Count Simon's grand ball. After delivering a brief speech, he proceeds to announce that the Count and his family will be arriving shortly. He then gestures toward the grand entrance, indicating for everyone to take their seats in preparation. The room falls into an expectant hush. Moments later, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes across the hall. All eyes shift toward the entrance as Count Simon makes his grand appearance. Jamie watches closely as the red-haired noble strides into the room, his presence undeniable. There is an unmistakable aura of power surrounding him and intensity that commands attention. As the Count greets the gathered guests, his voice is warm and confident, carrying a natural authority. Jamie, despite his usual composure, feels a subtle wave of nervousness wash over him as he observes the man. He carefully studies Simon's movements, noting his poise and the way others regard him with admiration and respect. As he continues to watch, Jamie silently compares Count Simon to Marquis Linol. His previous meeting with the Marquis had left him unimpressed, as the man had not possessed the level of strength Jamie had hoped for. However, with Simon, things feel different. There is something about the Count's demeanor, his effortless confidence, and the power that radiates from him that makes Jamie speculate that he might be stronger than Linol. As Count Simon moves through the hall, greeting nobles along the way, he finally begins to approach their table. Jamie braces himself, anticipation stirring within him. The moment of their meeting is finally here. Jamie's intrigue deepens as he observes Count Simon, the renowned Red Lotus magician. The Count's presence and demeanor exceed all expectations, making Jamie all the more eager to learn more about him. As Simon moves through the hall, accompanied by his wife, he approaches Sears from behind and greets her warmly. With a charming smile, he compliments her appearance, noting that she looks even better than she did last year. Sears rises from her seat, offering a light-hearted laugh as she thanks him. Teasingly, she asks him not to bring up the past, as there's no need to compare. She then returns the sentiment, expressing her happiness in seeing him in good health. Simon, maintaining his polite tone, inquires about Count Welton's absence. Sears explains that her husband will be arriving later due to some pressing matters that required his attention. The Count acknowledges this with understanding, nodding slightly before shifting his gaze toward Jamie. Turning his full attention to the boy, Simon asks if this is her son. Sears proudly confirms, introducing Jamie and Sarah as her children. She encourages them to greet the Count properly, and they promptly do so, addressing him with the polite formality expected of noble children. The Count's wife smiles at them, commenting on how beautiful the two are. Sears, in response, adds that her children are not only beautiful but also very intelligent. The Count's wife chuckles, acknowledging the remark with an amused expression. Meanwhile, Simon's gaze lingers on Jamie, scrutinizing him closely. Jamie, well aware of the Count's assessment, does not falter. He welcomes the scrutiny, even feeling a sense of anticipation. Unlike other noble children who might squirm under the intense gaze of a figure as prominent as Count Simon, Jamie remains composed, confident in his own abilities. He is even eager to display his strength should the opportunity arise. Simon's lips curl into a faint smile as he addresses Jamie directly, confirming his name. Jamie, matching the Count's subtle smile, affirms it. The Count then states that they will talk later, a remark that makes Jamie's anticipation grow even stronger. He agrees without hesitation. With that, Simon moves on to greet other guests, leaving Jamie both impressed and eager for their next encounter. As the formal greetings continue, the Count's wife warmly encourages the Welton family to make themselves comfortable. At the same time, one of the Count's sons, who has been watching Jamie closely, frowns slightly. Meanwhile, Jamie, turning to his mother, asks when his father is expected to arrive. Sears responds that he should be there closer to midnight. At the table where Count Simon and his family are seated, one of his sons continues to observe Jamie with quiet curiosity. Finally, he turns to his father and asks what he thinks of Earl Welton's son. Simon, mildly amused by the question, raises an eyebrow. He inquires why a 10-year-old child has piqued his son's interest so much. The boy explains that while Jamie may be young now, he will one day inherit the leadership of the Welton family. Since they are of a similar age, he believes it would be worthwhile to get to know him. Simon remains silent for a moment, contemplating his son's words. He has heard rumors about Jamie before, stories of how he carries himself differently from other noble children, how he has demonstrated a natural ability to lead. Now, it seems his own son is seeking approval to befriend the boy. Finding the situation amusing, Simon decides to humor him. He praises his son's foresight, acknowledging that forming relationships early can prove beneficial in the long run. His son, pleased by the response, presses further, asking if his father can share anything more about Jamie. However, instead of answering directly, Simon deflects. He suggests that they focus on their meal, a clear indication that he does not wish to discuss the matter any further. His son, though slightly disappointed, accepts the response and reluctantly returns his attention to his plate. As they eat, the Count's wife gently advises her son to get along with Jamie. She emphasizes the long-standing alliance between their families, reminding him that strong relationships among noble houses are essential. Her son nods, assuring her that she has nothing to worry about. She smiles, satisfied with his response. However, despite his outward agreement, the boy privately dismisses the idea of befriending Jamie in any genuine way. Instead, he imagines a future where Jamie kneels before him, acknowledging his superiority. In his mind, he envisions his father placing a proud hand on his shoulder, recognizing his accomplishments. This vision fuels his ambition, solidifying his desire to one day surpass Jamie. Across the table, his older brother silently observes the entire exchange. He smirks knowingly, as if understanding exactly what is going through his younger sibling's mind. As the banquet progresses, guests begin rising from their seats, engaging in conversation and mingling among themselves. Sears turns to Jamie and reminds him to make friends with the other children present. Jamie, maintaining a polite expression, nods in agreement. However, inwardly, he dismisses the idea. He has no need for friends. Instead, he decides that he will find a quiet place to spend his time alone. Excusing himself, he steps away from the banquet hall and wanders through the estate's backyard. His exploration leads him to a beautifully maintained garden. It is a luxurious space, complete with a gazebo and a grand greenhouse. Jamie pauses for a moment, taking in the scenery. He notes that Count Simon's wealth extends beyond just magic. His estate is a testament to that. His thoughts drift back to the Count himself, and he silently hopes that they will have another opportunity to speak soon. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts. "Who are you talking to?" Jamie instinctively reacts, his body moving before his mind has fully processed the situation. His magic surges, and within seconds, he conjures a weapon, a spear shimmering with magical energy. He turns sharply, pointing the tip directly at the source of the voice. Standing behind him is a girl, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock as she stares at the weapon aimed at her. Realizing that she is not a threat, Jamie withdraws his spear just in time. The girl, startled, exclaims at his sudden attack. Unfazed, Jamie responds coldly. Sneaking up on someone unannounced is just as questionable as drawing a weapon. The girl, now offended, huffs in frustration. "That was rude," she protests. Jamie, unimpressed, narrows his eyes. "You're lucky to be alive," he replies bluntly. His words make her pause. She seems to recognize the weight behind them and falls silent. Jamie, not in the mood for unnecessary conversations, demands to know who she is and how she managed to approach him unnoticed. Rather than answering immediately, the girl offers a coy smile, as if amused by the situation. The girl playfully teases Jamie, questioning whether she should reveal her identity after such hostile behavior. Her casual and taunting tone irritates Jamie, who dislikes not only her attitude, but also the fact that she managed to catch him off guard. He finds her demeanor insufferable, and his patience quickly wears thin. Without any interest in entertaining her antics, he declares that he has no time for such nonsense. Without warning, he conjures a spell and fires a magical air bullet between her legs, leaving a noticeable depression in the ground where the spell makes contact. The girl freezes in place, her eyes widening in shock as she stares at the damage. Fear flickers in her expression as she realizes just how close she was to being hit. Jamie remains unfazed, explaining in a cold, matter-of-fact tone that the air bullet he fired is second-level magic. Without proper magical defense, it can be fatal. He warns her to think twice before provoking him further, his words carrying an unmistakable edge. Terrified by the display of power, the girl quickly introduces herself. "Ash Val," she says hastily. "I'm the eldest daughter of Viscount Val and a spiritualist of spirits." Jamie's gaze sharpens at the mention of her title. He recognizes the term spiritualist immediately. It refers to a magician capable of forming contracts with nature spirits. Spiritualists are rare and highly regarded individuals, often earning noble titles due to the prestige and power associated with their craft. He reflects on how impressive it is for someone as young as Ash to have already become a spiritualist. Typically, individuals begin their training in this field around the age of 10, but for Ash to have already reached such a level suggests that she is a prodigy. Ash, still recovering from her initial fear, straightens herself and demands to know who he is. Jamie takes note of her determination, recognizing that she is someone who hates losing. With a smirk, he introduces himself, stating his full name, Jamie Welton, heir to the Earl of Welton. "It's a pleasure to meet you." At the mention of his family name, Ash's eyes widen in surprise. She hesitates for a moment, her confidence shaken by the realization of who he is. Jamie, meanwhile, muses to himself about the significance of their meeting. The Val family has long been loyal vassals of the Weltons, making this encounter more meaningful than he had initially thought. Elsewhere, Earl Welton stands over the leader of Livell, a notorious criminal gang. His expression is one of cold disgust as he interrogates the man, who kneels before him, battered and coughing up blood. The Count's sharp gaze bores into him as he speaks. "I have tolerated your existence in the past because you were useful," the Count states, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "But human trafficking? That is a line you should have never crossed." The gang leader trembles, his body racked with pain. Please, my lord, have mercy," he sputters, his voice weak and desperate. Earl Welton does not respond immediately. He simply watches the man for a moment before shaking his head. "Only a madman or someone tired of living would commit such an act," he says with finality. With that, he issues the order for the gang leader to be executed by hanging the next day. The guards move swiftly to carry out the command, dragging the broken man away as he continues to plead for his life. As the prisoners are led away, a hooded figure watches from a tree, concealed by the shadows. Silently, he takes out a small magical sphere, holding it up as he speaks into it. "The gang has failed," he reports in a low voice. "Proceed with Plan B." Back at the estate, Jamie strolls through the garden, lost in thought. He soon realizes that Ash is following him. Annoyed, he abruptly stops, turns to face her, and demands to know why she insists on trailing him. He coldly informs her that the fact that her father serves his father means nothing to him. Ash lowers her gaze, hesitating for a moment before she begins to speak. However, Jamie cuts her off before she can finish. "Enough with the cryptic nonsense," he says sharply. "If you have something to say, say it." He then announces that he is heading back and warns her not to follow him. However, just as he turns to leave, Ash suddenly grabs his hand. Jamie stops in his tracks, his irritation spiking. He glares at her. "Are you serious?" he asks, incredulous. Ash, still holding onto his hand, looks up at him. "I've never met anyone my own age before," she admits. "I want to be your friend." Jamie blinks, caught off guard by her reasoning. He silently processes her words, finding them strange. He had never considered such a motive before, especially not one so simple. To him, friends are unnecessary. While he can understand why someone like Ash might find friendships valuable, he does not share the same sentiment. Relationships of any kind are distractions, irrational and ultimately meaningless. He turns away, pulling his hand free from her grasp. "Find someone else," he tells her curtly. "I don't need friends." Ash watches him walk away, frustration flashing across her face. "You're such a pest, Jamie Welton," she shouts after him. Jamie does not respond, but her words linger in his mind. He reaffirms to himself that he does not need friends. She doesn't understand, he thinks to himself. Friendship, like any other bond, is irrational. Memories from his past surface, stirring anger within him. He clenches his fists, blaming Ash for reminding him of something he would rather forget. His thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out to him. Turning, Jamie sees a red-haired boy approaching with a group of companions. He instantly recognizes him as the son of Count Simon. The boy addresses Jamie directly, but Jamie responds with a short, curt reply. His dismissive tone surprises the red-haired boy. One of his companions immediately takes offense, questioning Jamie's lack of respect. Another boy in the group loudly identifies their leader as Alf, the eldest son and heir of the Simon family. Jamie remains unfazed, barely acknowledging their presence. He finds their chatter irritating, too noisy for his liking. Raising his index finger, he casually casts a silencing spell. In an instant, the group falls completely silent, their voices cut off mid-sentence. Their eyes widen in shock as they realize they are unable to speak. Alf, taken aback, quickly recovers. With narrowed eyes, he manages to gesture at Jamie and mouths a question. Jamie smirks. "Ah, so you recognize a silencing spell," he muses. That puts you slightly above these monkeys. His comment infuriates Alf's companions, though they are unable to voice their outrage due to the spell's effect. Alf's expression hardens. "You're awfully smug for someone younger than me," he says, clearly irritated. Jamie merely tilts his head, unaffected by the remark. "Age doesn't equate to ability," he replies. "I suggest you keep that in mind." Alf glares at him, his frustration growing. Jamie simply watches, entertained by the reaction. He wonders just how much patience Count Simon's son possesses before he finally snaps. Jamie, unimpressed with the conversation, tells Alf to get straight to the point before he decides to silence him as well. Waving his hand lightly, Jamie exerts a subtle magical pressure, causing Alf to momentarily cough into his fist. Regaining his composure, Alf forces a smile and assures Jamie that he is not looking for a fight, he merely wants to have a conversation. He then goes on to compliment Jamie, marveling at his ability to use silent spells, describing it as an incredible skill. However, Jamie remains indifferent. Without any interest in indulging Alf's flattery, he abruptly asks who Alf is, dismissing his words as meaningless chatter. He instructs Alf to leave, making it clear that he has no patience for idle conversation. Alf, taken aback by Jamie's cold demeanor, asks if he truly does not know who he is. Jamie responds bluntly, saying that he is well aware that Alf is the son of Count Simon. Slightly reassured, Alf relaxes and expresses relief, stating that he had nearly been disappointed by Jamie's apparent ignorance. He then suggests that since they are both heirs to noble houses, there should be no barriers to communication between them. Jamie remains silent, observing Alf closely. He realizes that if he had not demonstrated his magical abilities earlier, Alf and his companions might have attempted to pressure him into a forced friendship. However, seeing Jamie's strength has clearly changed their approach. Alf continues speaking, elaborating on how both of them are destined to become central figures among the nobility of the eastern region. Because of this, he argues that it makes sense for them to establish a relationship now. Jamie, however, sees through his words. Alf's true goal is not to befriend him, it is to dominate him. Sighing, Jamie finds the entire situation tiresome. He has no interest in playing these political games or entertaining these pitiful attempts at superiority. Firmly, he replies that he is not interested in Alf, his ideas, or even continuing this conversation. Without hesitation, he tells Alf to leave, stating that there is nothing more to discuss. Alf, now visibly irritated by the blatant rejection, asks angrily if Jamie has just refused him outright. His expression twists with frustration, unable to comprehend why Jamie would dismiss him so easily. Fueled by his wounded pride, Alf reaches for his magic staff and, with a defiant smirk, declares that he will crush Jamie's magic and force him into submission. Confidently, he points his staff directly at Jamie, waiting for his response. Jamie, instead of showing concern, chuckles. It is clear to him now Alf had intended to use brute force all along. His earlier friendly demeanor had been nothing more than a front, a tactic meant to manipulate Jamie into a submissive position. But now that it has failed, he has reverted to his usual aggressive methods. Alf grins, openly admitting as much. He explains that after witnessing Jamie's magical skill, he had adjusted his approach, but now he sees no need to continue the charade. Jamie's amusement fades, his expression darkening with disgust. He finds Alf's duplicity repulsive, especially at such a young age. It is pathetic, this desperate need for dominance, this eagerness to prove superiority through intimidation. Jamie questions Alf's assumption that he can act recklessly without consequences. He points out that if anything serious happens, Alf will surely face punishment. But Alf dismisses Jamie's concerns with confidence. Smirking, he asserts that no one will witness what happens here. Before Jamie can respond, Alf takes out a small magical pearl and crushes it in his palm. In an instant, a shimmering dome of magic envelops the area, distorting the space around them. Jamie narrows his eyes, recognizing the spell immediately. "A magical artifact of illusion," he mutters. Alf smirks. "That's right," he confirms. "Now, Jamie Welton, you'll soon be begging for mercy." As he speaks, he dispels Jamie's silencing spell, allowing his companions to regain their voices. The boys immediately gasp for air, some of them clutching their throats in relief. One of them exclaims that he thought he was going to suffocate, while another, still seething, glares at Jamie and accuses him of arrogance, believing he can get away with anything simply because of his family name. Jamie, unfazed by their hostility, turns his attention back to the magical dome. "It is a clever tool," he admits. But in the end, it changes nothing. Ignoring their threats, Jamie finds their arrogance amusing. One of the boys, frustrated by Jamie's silence, shouts that they will show him no mercy. Jamie finally speaks. "How interesting," he muses, smirking slightly. Alf, assuming Jamie does not understand the gravity of the situation, begins to make a grand statement about the Welton family's downfall. However, before he can finish, Jamie raises his hand and casts a spell. There is no incantation, no warning. The magic takes effect immediately. Jamie merely says one word, suffer. The results are instantaneous. Blood seeps from the eyes and mouths of Alf and his companions as they collapse, writhing in agony. Their screams fill the air, their bodies convulsing under the intense pain. Jamie watches, unimpressed, and calmly warns them not to disable the artifact. With a chilling smile, he adds that if they do, everyone in the estate will witness their suffering. The boys thrash on the ground, their shrieks echoing within the barrier. It is only after several agonizing moments that the spell finally ends. By the time they recover, Jamie is already gone. As they slowly regain their senses, one of the boys whimpers for help. Another clutches his head, complaining of a relentless headache that refuses to fade. Alf staggers to his feet, but his body betrays him. His stomach churns violently, and he vomits, coughing and retching as drool drips from his lips. His hands tremble as he grips his staff for support. He is overwhelmed, shaken to his core. For the first time in his life, he has truly felt the presence of death. The realization dawns on him like a cruel nightmare. Jamie Welton is stronger, far stronger than he could have ever imagined. Tears form in Alf's eyes, not just from pain, but from humiliation. He clenches his fists, feeling utterly powerless. Jamie is a 4th-rank mage. He, Alf Simon, is only at the 2nd rank. The difference in strength is beyond anything he had anticipated. How is this possible? He wonders bitterly. The Welton family is known for their swordsmanship, not magic. How can someone from that lineage wield such terrifying magical talent? The injustice of it all fills him with resentment. Consumed by jealousy, Alf makes a silent vow he will find a way to crush Jamie's abilities. No matter what it takes, he will ensure that Jamie Welton never wields magic again. Alf, despite his body still aching from the pain Jamie inflicted upon him, refuses to let go of his anger. His humiliation festers like a wound, burning deeper with every passing second. Slowly rising to his feet, he clenches his fists, swearing to himself that he will not forgive Jamie. This disgrace will not go unanswered. He will make Jamie pay. His companions, though visibly shaken, follow him as they return to the estate. The atmosphere between them is tense, the echoes of their defeat still lingering in their minds. One of the boys, voice unsteady, hesitantly questions whether using the magical artifact had been the right decision, mentioning its dangerous nature. His unease is clear, the fear of Jamie's power still fresh. Alf brushes off the concern, unwilling to entertain the thought that they might have made a mistake. He orders his friend to stay quiet and move forward, unwilling to show any sign of hesitation. His mind is consumed by the thought of revenge, drowning out everything else. As they near the entrance, a voice calls out to Alf. He turns to see his younger brother Lennon standing nearby, an unmistakable smirk on his face. Lennon steps forward, his amusement evident, and produces another artifact. He states that no younger brother could remain calm after hearing about the humiliation of his elder sibling. Alf, taken aback, immediately questions how Lennon managed to obtain such a dangerous item. Lennon, clearly uninterested in explaining himself, dodges the question and hands over the artifact. He encourages Alf to use it, suggesting that this is the perfect opportunity to teach Jamie a lesson. Alf, after a brief moment of hesitation, grins as he takes hold of the artifact. He agrees that its origins are irrelevant. All that matters is using it to ensure Jamie regrets ever humiliating him. His grip tightens as his resolve hardens. He will strike back. That evening, Count Welton arrives at the estate. His presence is met with a warm welcome as Count Simon personally comes to greet him. The two men shake hands firmly, exchanging friendly remarks as they walk together toward the reception area. Settling into their seats, they discuss the event. Count Welton, ever inquisitive, asks about its success. Count Simon, in turn, brings up his encounter with Jamie, prompting Count Welton to ask for his impression. Simon offers his assessment, commenting on Jamie's sharp mind and quick responses. He observes that it is clear how much Welton cherishes his children. Count Welton laughs, admitting that his children mean everything to him. Simon, however, seems distant for a moment, his expression betraying something more. Count Welton, sensing this, carefully inquires about whether Simon's circumstances have remained unchanged. Rather than answer directly, Simon shifts the conversation, choosing instead to focus on Jamie's remarkable abilities. Count Welton, well aware of Simon's habit of avoiding personal topics, does not push further. Instead, he smiles knowingly and asks if Simon truly believes Jamie to be exceptionally talented. Simon is quick to respond, making it clear that talented is an understatement. He declares that Jamie is the most gifted individual he has ever encountered, possibly even the most gifted in human history. Count Welton listens thoughtfully, removing his gloves as he recalls that Marquis Linnell had expressed similar sentiments about Jamie. Simon, intrigued, inquires about Linnell's meeting with Jamie. Count Welton explains that he has always known Jamie was special, but had never fully grasped the extent of it. Seeking guidance, he had approached Linnell, hoping he might mentor Jamie, only for Linnell to refuse. Simon considers this before stating that Jamie's potential is beyond extraordinary. If he continues on this path, he could very well ascend to the mythical 9th rank of magic, a feat beyond what humanity has ever achieved. Count Welton, hearing this, grows more serious. His gaze sharpens as he leans forward slightly. Simon, however, does not waver. His tone grows heavier as he speaks about the limitations of human magic. Compared to dragons, high elves, and other powerful races, humanity has always been at a disadvantage. Its magic, while formidable, is nothing compared to the abilities of these superior beings. Then, he poses a thought. What if a 9th-rank magician were to emerge, a human capable of surpassing even the mightiest of the non-human races? Count Welton listens but does not immediately respond. Simon continues, explaining his vision. His dream is for humanity to break free from its current limitations, to become the dominant force in the world rather than remain overshadowed by other powerful races. Count Welton, hearing this, remarks that Simon's ambition borders on arrogance. Simon acknowledges this but does not waver. He justifies his belief by referencing a history long forgotten, a past that has been erased from the continent's records. He speaks of an event 10,000 years ago, a great calamity that wiped out all of humanity's progress, leaving only fragments behind. His goal, he explains, is to reclaim that lost power, to ensure that humanity never faces such devastation again. A heavy silence settles between them as Count Welton considers Simon's words. Eventually, Simon checks the time and suggests that Welton rest for the night. Welton, sensing that their conversation has reached its conclusion, nods and agrees. He bids Simon good night before retiring to his chambers. Meanwhile, Jamie sleeps soundly in his room. His father quietly enters, standing by the bedside. His eyes linger on Jamie's face, filled with both pride and concern. The weight of expectations placed upon Jamie is immense. As his father, Count Welton knows that Jamie's future is destined for greatness. But with that greatness comes immense challenges. Challenges that he may not always be able to shield Jamie from. Silently, he prays for his son. He hopes that Jamie will grow into a fair and just man, someone who will navigate the trials ahead with wisdom and strength. Even as he watches over Jamie, he knows that his son's path is not one he can control. But no matter what, he resolves to support him with everything he has. The next morning, the estate is filled with activity as everyone gathers in the banquet hall. Jamie sits at the table, quietly observing his surroundings. His father's expression remains somewhat distant, troubled by thoughts he has yet to voice. Jamie, perceptive as ever, notices this. He briefly wonders what might have been troubling his father the previous night. However, he knows that his current magical abilities do not yet allow him to probe deeper into such matters. He dismisses the thought, focusing instead on the events of the morning. Then, suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Turning his head, Jamie sees Ash approaching. Jamie, growing weary of Ash's persistent attempts to engage him, bluntly reminds her that he has nothing to do with her. His patience for her antics is running thin, and he has no interest in entertaining any further interactions. However, Ash merely laughs, undeterred by his dismissal. Rather than backing off, she calls over her sister, an action that only worsens Jamie's irritation. He watches with increasing annoyance, convinced that she is simply adding to the number of bothersome people around him. Determined to end the conversation entirely, Jamie rises from his seat and announces that he has no intention of associating with her. Without waiting for a response, he turns to leave. Ash protests, quickly stepping forward to block his path. She urges him to at least meet her sister, emphasizing that their families share close ties and that ignoring them would be rude. Before Jamie can respond, her sister Rebecca approaches, exuding a composed and graceful presence. She immediately reprimands Jamie for his lack of manners, scolding him for his rudeness. She reminds him of the importance of proper etiquette when addressing the son of a count. Jamie, who had been prepared to ignore any further conversation, suddenly freezes at the sound of Rebecca's voice. His entire body goes still, and for the first time since arriving at the banquet, his composure wavers. He slowly turns to face her, his expression shifting from annoyance to sheer disbelief. Observing his reaction, Ash smirks mischievously and teases him, suggesting that he must have developed a crush on her sister. With a boastful grin, she proclaims that Rebecca is a true beauty, the kind of woman who naturally captivates others. However, Jamie is not merely captivated, he is utterly stunned. The moment his gaze lands on Rebecca, a surge of emotions he had long buried comes rushing back. He recognizes her immediately. She is Jane, the love of his past life, the woman he had once cherished, the one who had been taken by the gods for what they claimed was her own good. The mere sight of her now appearing before him as a child shakes him to his core. This moment, this sudden reunion with the person he lost, feels unreal. His mind reels as he struggles to process the implications. His past, the life he thought was long behind him, has just come crashing into his present reality. This marks the turning point, the beginning of his inevitable transformation into Diablo Volpire, a being devoid of emotion. As Jamie remains frozen in shock, Alf suddenly appears at his side. His expression is twisted with anger as he spots Jamie, his fury boiling over. Without hesitation, he loudly declares that Jamie is dead. Jamie, still in disbelief over Rebecca's presence, barely registers Alf's words at first. He remains focused on the girl before him, his lips moving unconsciously as he breathes out a name, Jane. Rebecca, startled, blinks in confusion at the unexpected name. She hesitates before eventually responding, her expression mirroring Jamie's own disbelief. For a brief moment, they simply stare at each other, caught in a strange, unexplainable connection. Ash, standing between them, glances back and forth in bewilderment. She had only been teasing Jamie earlier, but now she begins to wonder if he has truly fallen in love with her sister. Alf, meanwhile, takes a step closer, casting a sly glance at Jamie. A malicious smirk crosses his face as he remarks that he has finally found him. However, his expression quickly darkens. Without warning, he raises his hand and activates a surge of fire, his voice filled with rage as he demands that Jamie call him boss. Rebecca, sensing the imminent danger, reacts instinctively. She quickly grabs Ash's hand and pulls her away, retreating for safety. Jamie, however, does not move. Instead, he steps forward, positioning himself between Ash and Alf's approaching flames. His voice rings out with undeniable authority as he commands everyone to stay out of the way. In an instant, the roaring fire begins to dissipate. Alf, who had been confident in his attack, is left staring in disbelief. His spell, one imbued with the magic of the Phoenix race, crafted by his father, has been effortlessly neutralized before his very eyes. He grips an artifact tightly in his hand, the realization of his failure settling in. The room, which had been filled with chatter and movement, now falls silent. Everyone watches, stunned, as Jamie single-handedly puts an end to the devastating flames that had threatened to engulf the ballroom. Rebecca, still holding on to Ash, clutches her sister tightly. She can hardly believe what she has just witnessed. Around them, murmurs spread as the gathered nobles begin to understand what has happened. Jamie has just nullified a 6th-class Phoenix spell. Alf, however, has no time to process his humiliation. His attention snaps back to Jamie, whose gaze has turned cold and merciless. A stream of mana pulses in Jamie's outstretched hand, his intent unmistakable. He does not speak, but his magic answers for him. Ice begins to creep up Alf's shoulder. At first it is slow, a chilling sensation spreading across his skin. But within moments, the frost intensifies, crawling up his body, extending onto his chest and toward his face. Alf stares in horror as the ice climbs further, creeping toward his head, wrapping around his arm, locking his fingers in place. His body refuses to respond. The temperature plummets. Alf's breathing grows ragged. His mouth opens to scream, but before he can release the sound, the ice reaches his throat, freezing his voice along with his body. Only one eye remains visible, filled with terror, as he struggles to comprehend what is happening to him. A heart-wrenching scream finally erupts from his lips. Jamie does not flinch. His expression remains unreadable as he watches Alf writhe in pain. His magic continues to surge, the ice tightening its grip. Then, suddenly, a hand appears in front of Jamie's face. Counterino stands behind him, his palm raised, stopping the spell before it can go any further. His face is solemn, his presence commanding. He does not remove his hand, silently urging Jamie to stop. Jamie closes his eyes. Nearby, the Val sisters remain locked in an embrace, their worry for Jamie evident in their expressions. Counterino kneels, steadying Jamie, while Count Simon stands across from them, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression is unreadable as he observes the scene before him. In his mind, Arino replays the moment he noticed the confrontation, At first he had assumed it was nothing more than a childish quarrel, but as he recalls the way Alf was slowly encased in ice, he realizes the gravity of what has transpired. Had he not intervened, Alf would have died. Across from him, Count Simon stands, his mind filled with admiration rather than concern. Jamie had just dispelled the Phoenix race's magic, a feat unheard of. He had prevented the ballroom from turning into a raging inferno with ease. Simon's gaze sharpens, filled with an insidious fascination. He envisions the future, dreaming of the day Jamie ascends to the 9th rank. Behind him, his wife collapses onto the floor, cradling Alf's unconscious form. Her screams pierce the room, filled with rage and anguish. She demands that Jamie be punished, accusing him of harming her son. Sears, however, immediately steps forward, her expression fierce. She refuses to allow her son to be blamed unjustly. With unwavering confidence, she reminds the Countess that Alf was the one who attacked first. She recounts how the boy launched a stream of fire at Jamie, throwing the first insult and provoking the conflict. The tension in the room escalates, the nobles holding their breath as they await the verdict. Sears, her face darkening with anger, clenches her fists as she turns to Al's mother. With a piercing gaze, she asks if what she just described is truly what happened. The Countess, clearly flustered, begins to scream furiously, attempting to defend her son. However, her words are a mess of emotion, failing to form a coherent argument. Before she can finish her sentence, Sears steps forward menacingly, her expression sharp and unrelenting. She demands that the Countess finish what she was trying to say, daring her to repeat her accusations with conviction. The tension in the hall rises to an unbearable level. Seeing that the situation is escalating dangerously, Count Arino quickly intervenes. He moves to Sears' side, gently but firmly placing a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Without another word, he carries Jamie away in his arms, taking him out of the center of the conflict. Meanwhile, Countess Simon sits frozen, still holding Alf in her arms. She looks around, catching the judgmental and disapproving glances of the surrounding nobles. Her anger and humiliation deepen as she turns desperately toward her husband, silently pleading for him to support her, to stand up for their son. She watches with bated breath as Count Simon, who has been standing to the side, slowly begins to turn toward them. For a brief moment, her heart lifts. She believes that he will finally speak in Alf's defense, that he will restore their son's dignity in front of the crowd. But just as quickly as her hope rises, it is crushed. Instead of standing against Sears, Count Simon does the unthinkable. He acknowledges that Alf made a mistake. His expression is unreadable as he speaks with calm authority, offering a sincere apology to Sears for his son's reckless actions. His words send a shockwave through the room, and the Countess looks at him in utter disbelief. Her mouth falls open, her breath hitching as if she cannot comprehend what she has just heard. The gathered nobles whisper among themselves, intrigued by the way the situation is unfolding. The hall is filled with murmurs as everyone watches to see how the matter will be resolved. With unwavering composure, Count Simon formally accepts Sears' words and announces that his family will be leaving the hall immediately. He turns to Arino, who still holds Jamie, and courteously invites him to rest as well, subtly signaling that the matter should be put to rest. Taking command of the situation, Count Simon then raises his voice, addressing the entire ballroom. He apologizes to all the gathered guests for the disturbance that has taken place at what was supposed to be a celebratory event. In a firm but gracious tone, he announces the conclusion of the banquet, urging everyone to leave and rest for the night. The nobles, sensing that the matter has been settled at least in an official capacity, begin to disperse. Conversations murmur through the crowd as people slowly make their way out of the hall, still processing everything they have just witnessed. Meanwhile, Countess Simon remains rooted in place, her gaze locked on her husband. She watches as he continues to see off guests with a composed smile, as if nothing had happened. The sight fills her with rage and confusion. Tears spill down her cheeks, but they are not just from sorrow, they are from betrayal. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, she breaks down, her voice rising in a desperate cry. She screams at her husband, reminding him that Alf is their son. Her voice is filled with disbelief, grief, and anger, demanding to know how he can remain so calm after everything that has happened. She continues shouting, her words growing less coherent as her frustration overtakes her reason. Count Simon finally turns to her, his smile vanishing. His expression hardens as he looks at her, his eyes sharp and filled with restrained fury. Without raising his voice, he issues a single command, "Shut up." The Countess flinches as if struck. Her eyes widen in shock, unable to believe that he has just spoken to her in such a tone. The weight of his authority silences her completely. Without another word, Count Simon orders her to take Alf and leave the hall. Later that night, in the city of Reen, the moon casts a pale glow over the estate. Inside one of the grand chambers, Count Simon's displeased voice rings out, breaking the stillness of the night. He stands before Alf, who sits on the edge of a chair, his posture tense and fearful. Count Simon's eyes bore into his son as he demands to know what he was thinking. His voice is controlled, but there is a dangerous undertone to his words. He questions Alf on whether his goal was to attract unwanted attention, his expression growing darker with every passing moment. From the side of the room, the Countess watches in silent distress, her hands trembling as she sees the way Simon scrutinizes their son. She says nothing, knowing that any interference would only make things worse. Alf, still shaken from the events of the evening, can barely meet his father's gaze. He trembles, his fingers digging into his sleeves as tears begin to well in his eyes. He stammers, trying to explain himself, but Simon does not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he continues, his voice carrying an icy edge as he speaks of the consequences Alf's reckless actions could have brought upon their family. Then, with narrowed eyes, Count Simon suddenly shifts his focus. He acknowledges that Jamie had been impudent, but then, with calculated sharpness, he asks a pointed question: who gave Alf the Phoenix artifact? At this, Alf's eyes widen in shock. He had not expected his father to ask this. He hesitates, his breath catching in his throat. Seeing his son's hesitation, Count Simon's expression darkens further. He repeats the question, his tone carrying a clear warning he does not like repeating himself. Alf, visibly breaking under the pressure, finally stutters out a name: Lennon. At the far end of the estate, Lennon, a red-haired teenager, stands outside the open door of his father's wooden office. His arms are crossed, his face twisted in irritation as he watches his older brother break down. Alf's crying disgusts him. He had practically handed his older brother a solution to his problems, and yet, instead of taking advantage of it properly, Alf had failed. To Lennon, this is pathetic. Deciding to play the role of the innocent younger brother, Lennon steps into the room. He schools his expression into one of mild curiosity, closing his eyes briefly before addressing his father with a polite but indifferent tone. Count Simon immediately turns his gaze onto Lennon. His piercing eyes study his younger son, scrutinizing him carefully before asking a direct question: did he give Alf the artifact? Lennon, without a moment's hesitation, gives a short affirmative answer. Count Simon's expression remains unreadable as he follows up with another question, this time asking why Lennon would give his brother something so dangerous. Lennon, placing a thoughtful hand on his chin, tilts his head as if contemplating his response. With an air of confidence, he explains that he simply wanted to help Alf. He admits that he had expected Alf to lose to Jamie, and he had merely wanted to support his brother so that he would not fail so easily. However, before he can finish his sentence, Simon interrupts him. He tells Lennon quite plainly that his explanation is a lie. Lennon freezes. His carefully constructed facade shatters for a brief moment as he processes his father's words. Count Simon does not let up. His tone sharpens as he accuses Lennon of not doing this for his brother's sake at all. He tells him, without room for argument, that he had only wanted to manipulate Alf. Lennon, completely taken aback, stares at his father, unable to understand how he had seen through him so easily. For the first time that night, his confidence falters. Meanwhile, Alf, still wiping his tears, looks over at his younger brother, his face filled with confusion and hurt as he processes what has just been revealed. Standing between his two sons, Count Simon lets out a heavy sigh and shakes his head in disappointment. He looks at them both with an expression of indifference, before speaking in a measured tone, admitting that he has no real interest in either of them. Alf and Lennon stiffen at his words, their faces frozen in shock. Noting their expressions, Simon turns his gaze slightly to the side, his voice casual yet cutting as he asks if they would like to know the reason why. Neither of them answers immediately, but their silence speaks volumes. Their father's words already weigh on them like stones pressing against their chests. Simon continues without waiting for a response. He plainly states that he does not like his own children because they lack any outstanding abilities. His voice remains calm, but there is no mistaking the cold truth in his words. To him, they have not proven themselves worthy of being his sons. The weight of his statement lingers in the room, suffocating. But then, after a moment, Simon decides to grant them one final chance. He informs them that there is a way for them to gain his attention. Alf and Lennon, still frozen from his previous words, remain silent but listen closely. Simon turns toward the door, reaching for the handle as he explains that if they want to prove their blood ties to him, they must do so through their actions, not just their existence. There is only one way to rectify the situation they have created to eliminate the consequences of their reckless behavior. Before stepping out, he adds one last command. Tomorrow, both Alf and Lennon will apologize to Jamie until he forgives them. There will be no room for negotiation. Without another word, Simon walks out of the room, leaving the two boys staring blankly as the heavy wooden door slams shut behind him. The silence stretches between them. After a while, Alf scratches the back of his head and turns to his younger brother. His voice carries a bitter tone as he asks if Lennon truly intends to apologize to Jamie. Lennon, however, does not respond immediately. He remains standing still, his eyes slightly widened as he processes their father's words. Simon's phrase about proving that they share his blood echoes in his mind over and over again. As Alf watches him, Lennon's expression suddenly changes. His lips curl into a malicious grin, his fists clenching tightly. His entire body radiates a newfound resolve. Without hesitation, he makes a quiet but chilling promise to himself more than to anyone else. He will definitely prove it. Elsewhere in the estate, Sears sits by Jamie's bedside, watching over her son with concern. Her eyes scan his calm, sleeping face. He is unconscious, resting peacefully, but her mind is anything but at ease. She replays the events in her head, trying to comprehend how everything escalated so quickly. What could have driven Jamie to nearly kill Alf? At first, she'd assumed it was nothing more than a childish quarrel, a fleeting moment of anger. But now, after witnessing what had nearly happened, she understands that it was far more than that. If the artifact had functioned as intended, if the situation had played out just slightly differently, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Clenching her fists tightly, Sears feels a sharp pang of resentment. She cannot simply brush this aside as an accident. Despite Count Simon's apology, despite everything that has been done, she cannot find it in herself to forgive Alf so easily. A mere apology does not feel like enough. She wonders if she should demand greater compensation, perhaps even seek support from her own family to ensure that justice is properly served. But just as those dark thoughts begin to consume her, she suddenly stops. She shyly covers her face with her hands, shaking her head as if trying to clear her mind. She realizes that she is not thinking rationally right now, that her emotions are clouding her judgment. She exhales, trying to steady herself before she allows her anger to take over completely. Just then, she feels a gentle hand rest on her shoulder. Startled, she looks up to see Arino standing beside her, his expression filled with concern. He leans in slightly, his voice low as he asks if she is all right. Sears, still caught up in her thoughts, lowers her gaze slightly before responding. She then clarifies that she has no reason not to be okay, as if trying to convince herself as much as she is convincing him. Arino does not press further, but he remains unconvinced. Seeing this, he offers to take action if she wishes for it. However, Sears shakes her head. She reminds Arino that he was the one who stopped her from acting out earlier, and that she does not wish to create further conflict. Arino sighs, understanding her restraint, but also knowing that she is still deeply unsettled. He reassures her that he had only intervened to prevent the situation from worsening. He did not intend to invalidate her anger. Sears looks at him thoughtfully before exhaling again. After a moment, she concedes that Count Simon had already apologized sincerely. She tells Arino that she does not wish for this incident to ignite tensions between the western and eastern regions. The couple shares a brief moment of understanding, feeling relieved that, at the very least, Alf had been appropriately reprimanded. Arino then comments on the visible fear that had been on Alf's face. As their conversation comes to an end, Jamie, who has remained under the covers, stirs slightly. Without realizing it, his parents begin to leave, quietly exiting the room to allow him to sleep. But as soon as the door closes, Jamie opens his eyes. His expression is unreadable, indifferent as he gazes at the ceiling. He has listened to everything they said. He understands his parents' feelings. But more than anything, he understands himself. In that moment, he acknowledges something that he had failed to recognize earlier. He had completely lost control of himself. Sitting up abruptly, Jamie closes his eyes, and immediately his thoughts are filled with Jane. The image of Rebecca, her reincarnation, burns itself into his mind. He remembers her face vividly, the way she looked at him, the moment of recognition that passed between them. Jane's reincarnation is not a coincidence. It is a certainty. After all, he too was reborn after tens of thousands of years. Jamie calmly concludes that, unlike himself, Jane has no memories of her past life. But even so, she is Jane. That much is undeniable. Looking down, he furrows his brow slightly. There is something about all of this that does not add up. Why has he and Jane been reborn in the same era? Is it simply an irony of fate? Or is it something more? A deliberate plan set in motion by the 12 gods? As the gears in his mind turn, trying to make sense of it all, a familiar presence appears beside him. Black suddenly materializes next to Jamie, letting out a soft squeal before rubbing himself affectionately against Jamie's cheek. Jamie blinks at the unexpected contact before allowing a small, tired smile to cross his lips. Black, as if sensing the heavy thoughts weighing on him, finally settles onto his shoulder. Jamie exhales and closes his eyes, momentarily dismissing his thoughts about the gods. Stretching his arms, he glances at Black before muttering to himself, wondering what he was even thinking about. But as much as he tries to move on, he cannot push away the image that flashes through his mind. The memory of Jane's death, the image of the moment she was taken from him, it refuses to fade. Rebecca clutched her stomach, where blood had once flowed endlessly. The memory of that tragic moment remained vivid in Jamie's mind, a wound that had never truly healed. Closing his eyes, he let out a slow breath, feeling as though the gears in his mind were slipping out of place. No matter how much he tried to move forward, that moment, the instant she was taken from him, kept pulling him back. He could not ignore it. He had to meet Rebecca again. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, an unknown figure stood cloaked in shadows. The man, dressed in a deep-colored robe, carefully tied a small message to the leg of a dove. His hands moved with practiced precision as he secured the parchment, his mind lingering on the recent shift within the magical society. Attached to the dove's leg was a note, its contents brief yet significant. The firstborn of Earl Welton, named Jamie at years old, is an extraordinary magical genius. The man paused for a moment, staring at the message before stepping outside. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, he raised his arm, releasing the dove into the morning sky. But it was not alone. Several other doves took flight at the same time, each carrying identical messages. They soared across the sky, their paths diverging toward unknown destinations, carrying news of Jamie Welton to those who would undoubtedly be very interested. Back at the estate, Jamie walked slowly along a garden path leading toward a pond edged with stones. His pace was unhurried, his thoughts heavy. He could not shake the overwhelming sense of sadness pressing against his chest. Black, who was perched comfortably on Jamie's shoulder, glanced at him before letting out a small squeak. Unlike Jamie, the little creature seemed unaffected by the weight of the moment. In fact, Black seemed to be enjoying the breeze, letting out a delighted chirp. Jamie, hearing Black's reaction, raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. He asked how Black could even recognize what freshness felt like. Black responded in his own unique way, prompting Jamie to shake his head with a sigh. With a faint smile, he assured Black that he understood, though he wasn't sure why he was even humoring the conversation. Standing still in the middle of the garden, Jamie closed his eyes and let himself enjoy the silence. He realized that the atmosphere felt quieter than usual. It was likely because many of the guests had already left, given that it was the final day of the event. But he had one more thing to do before he returned home. He had to see Rebecca again. With that thought in mind, he resumed his walk, making his way toward the pond. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly froze. A sound clear and unmistakable reached his ears: raindrops. Yet, when he looked around, the sky remained clear. A frown crept onto Jamie's face. Turning from side to side, he tried to pinpoint the source of the sound, but nothing seemed out of place. A subtle unease settled in his chest. Not willing to leave it to chance, Jamie formed a seal with his hands, expanding his mana radius outward. The surge of magical perception allowed him to broaden his awareness, scanning the area for any unusual magical activity. And then, he found it. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the source, his feet moving swiftly across the garden path. His intense run, however, drained him faster than he expected, and he exhaled sharply as fatigue began creeping in. But soon he spotted something, or rather, someone. Rebecca. She was sitting on the stone path, her back turned to him, deeply engaged in a conversation. But she was not alone. Hovering in the air before her was a creature woven from liquid, a tailed girl with a body composed entirely of water. An undine. Jamie stopped in his tracks, his breath steadying as he observed the scene before him. Rebecca was in the middle of making a promise, a contract with the water spirit. In her outstretched palms, a delicate sphere of water floated, responding to her presence. Sensing his approach, Rebecca turned suddenly, her eyes widening as she recognized him. Without hesitation, she rose to her feet and rushed toward him, her expression filled with concern. She immediately asked if he was all right, her voice carrying genuine worry. Jamie, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before answering. He assured her that he was fine, though his voice carried an unfamiliar weight. As he looked at her, a strange feeling stirred within him, something he could not quite define. Rebecca, closing her eyes briefly, then introduced herself again, explaining that she was a water elementalist. Jamie listened, processing her words carefully. He quickly realized something: both this version of Rebecca and the Rebecca from his past life had been water elementalists. But why? Why had that remained the same? Before he could dwell on it, a voice soft yet unmistakable echoed in his mind. "Do not forget me." Jane's voice. Jamie's breath hitched as the words rang through his ears. His eyes widened slightly as his thoughts tangled in confusion. Rebecca, noticing his distant expression, took a small step closer. She asked why he looked so sad. Jamie remained silent. Rebecca, assuming that he had not yet moved past the events of the previous day, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Without hesitation, she pulled him into a reassuring hug, whispering that everything would be all right. Jamie stiffened at first, but then, slowly, he allowed himself to relax. He knew that this feeling, this warmth, was merely a remnant from his past. It was not real, not in the way he once knew it to be. But for now, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to hold on to it, just for a little longer. They eventually sat down together by the pond, the soft ripples of water reflecting the sunlight. Rebecca turned to Jamie and asked if he was feeling any better. Jamie nodded slightly before thanking her. Rebecca smiled warmly, explaining that her father had always told her that difficulties were easier to bear when shared with someone. Jamie considered her words before asking if she was referring to Viscount Val. Rebecca confirmed it with a nod. She then added that she regretted not having been able to talk to Jamie properly the day before, and was glad to have the opportunity now. Jamie, after a brief pause, agreed, admitting that he had the same thought. Rebecca beamed at him, her smile bright and genuine. She then teasingly asked if he was being sincere. Jamie, not one to be easily flustered, confirmed it once again. As he watched her, he couldn't help but think that she seemed like a completely different person now, perhaps even for the better. Deciding to shift the conversation, Jamie brought up a topic he had heard in passing. He mentioned that he had heard about her family's tradition of making contracts with air spirits. He then asked if that was true. Rebecca's expression softened. She explained that she had wanted to make a contract with the air spirits, but despite her strong connection to the elements, they had always refused her and left. However, one day, the water spirit Undine had appeared before her. Undine had told her that it was her destiny to form a contract with her. Rebecca admitted that it had been an important decision, one she should have discussed with her father. But in that moment, she had acted on instinct without hesitation. She had signed the contract on the spot. Jamie contemplates the significance of the Spirit King's actions, realizing that the ruler of spirits must have understood the unique nature of a contract with the King of Spirits, an agreement that binds souls rather than just power. He concludes that when Jane's soul was reborn in Rebecca's body, the Spirit King must have recognized her instantly. Jamie then asks Rebecca if her father had punished her for this occurrence. Rebecca responds that, although he wasn't angry, he seemed slightly troubled, just as she herself had been. Jamie reassures her, explaining that what happened was extraordinary. He notes how rare it is for an elemental spirit to independently offer a contract, highlighting that, even though she had not bonded with the spirit of air, being chosen by a water elemental was still an immense honor. Encouraging her to believe in herself, Jamie's words leave Rebecca astonished but deeply moved. She smiles warmly and thanks him sincerely. Jamie then stands up, expressing gratitude for the time they spent together and saying he must leave. Rebecca calls after him, promising they will meet again. As she watches him go, she sighs, wishing they could have spoken longer. Her face grows warm as she ponders the unfamiliar feelings stirring within her, uncertain of their meaning. Meanwhile, Jamie walks back toward the estate, reflecting on his interaction with Rebecca and wondering if he had spoken too formally. Black, his small companion, lets out a squeak, prompting Jamie to question whether children typically speak as he does. Admitting that he struggles to treat Rebecca like a child because of her maturity, he grows slightly frustrated. When Black persistently squeaks again, Jamie snaps at him to be quiet. After some time, he reaches the estate, only to be called by Alf. Turning around, Jamie notices the two Simon brothers standing behind him. He immediately questions their purpose. Alf hesitates before awkwardly scratching the back of his head and then, in a sharp tone, asks for forgiveness. Jamie, taken aback, immediately understands what is happening and smirks, inquiring whether their father had forced Alf to apologize. Alf appears uncomfortable, confirming Jamie's suspicion. Jamie then shifts his attention to Lennon and demands to know why he is present. Alf explains that Lennon had merely accompanied him. Jamie scoffs, accusing Alf of being too afraid to apologize on his own. Lennon unexpectedly speaks up, admitting that he was the one who had given Alf the artifact. Jamie's temper flares as he processes the revelation, questioning whether the brothers had conspired to kill him together. Turning his attention back to Lennon, Jamie asks for his full name. Lennon introduces himself as Lennon Simon. Jamie studies him, observing his aura and realizing that he possesses far more talent than Alf. He deduces that even with such a gifted son, Count Simon remains unsatisfied. Lennon, indifferent to Jamie's anger, casually remarks that everything worked out since no real harm was done. He then asks if they can leave now that they have apologized. Jamie, growing irritated, believes Lennon is mocking him and decides that letting him go unpunished would be a mistake, one that could lead to bigger problems in the future. With a sigh, he remarks on how difficult the competition for inheritance must be for Lennon. Alf, confused, demands an explanation, but Jamie ignores him, instead focusing on Lennon. He asks whether his assumption is correct. Lennon, now visibly tense, remains silent. Jamie places a firm hand on his shoulder and states that actions have consequences. Before Lennon can react, Jamie casts his magic. In an instant, Lennon is consumed by darkness. Lennon shudders as a deep, unnatural cold seeps into his bones. He rubs his hands together and drops to his knees, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of fear. A chilling voice echoes in the void, warning him that this is his last chance. The darkness vanishes as suddenly as it appeared. Lennon gasps, realizing that it had all been an illusion, but the terror still lingers. Trembling, he clutches his head, unable to shake the fear. Alf, alarmed, calls out to him. Lennon, still shaking, looks up at Jamie, fully grasping the severity of his situation. Recognizing that he has no other option, he lowers his head in submission and begs for forgiveness. Finally, the day of departure arrives. The estate is lined with carriages, marking the end of Jamie's visit. Stepping outside, he feels relieved at the thought of returning home. He reflects on how exhausting it has been to constantly be on the move and realizes that he greatly prefers the comfort of home, even if it means enduring his mother's affectionate squeezes. Shaking his head, he chuckles to himself, wondering why such a thought even crossed his mind. As he waits, Count Simon approaches him. Observing Jamie's expression, the Count comments that he appears to be in a good mood. Jamie turns to him and replies that, while he wouldn't exactly call it a great mood, he is certainly glad to be heading home soon. The Count smiles knowingly and expresses regret that they haven't had more opportunities to talk. Jamie acknowledges the sentiment but adds that his exhaustion outweighs any desire for conversation. More than anything, he simply wants to go home. Jamie suggests that the Count likely understands the situation, catching him off guard for a brief moment. However, the Count quickly recovers, laughing and acknowledging that the magical world has begun to take notice of Jamie. In response, Jamie remarks that this was something he had anticipated. The Count laughs again, impressed by Jamie's awareness of his own potential. Jamie confirms that he fully understands the implications of his growing reputation. As they walk together, Jamie brings up Lennon, casually mentioning that he had taught him a lesson. The Count admits that he had noticed a change in Lennon since the previous day. Jamie then directly asks if the Count is angry about what happened. The Count simply replies that the consequences Lennon faces are a result of his own decisions, and therefore there is no reason to be angry. Jamie then observes that Lennon seems to be quite talented and suggests that the Count should train him properly. However, the Count dismisses the idea outright, asserting that he knows more about Lennon's abilities than anyone else and deems them insignificant. Jamie, smiling nervously, argues that they wouldn't truly know Lennon's full potential unless they actually put effort into nurturing it. He points out that under the pressure Lennon faces, he cannot properly showcase his abilities and subtly blames the Count for creating such a restrictive environment. The Count is momentarily taken aback by Jamie's bluntness. Jamie further elaborates, stating that while Alf is fairly ordinary, Lennon possesses significant latent potential. The Count silently questions whether he has underestimated Alf and wonders if Jamie's words hold some truth. He finds himself astonished that this child seems to have an insight into talent that even an 8th-rank magician had failed to perceive. For a moment, it almost feels as if he is speaking with a great magician rather than a mere boy. Jamie then suggests that if the Count were to help Lennon develop, he might discover unexpected growth within himself as well. The Count is once again surprised but intrigued by Jamie's words. He wants to inquire further, but before he can, Sears calls out, announcing that it is time for Jamie to leave. Jamie waves dismissively at the Count, running toward the carriage while treating their conversation as nothing more than the musings of a foolish child. The Count watches him depart, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. As he closes them, he murmurs to himself that everything is unfolding as expected. Time passes since the grand ball at Count Simon's estate. Now, Jamie stands in a forest clearing, leaning against a stone, waiting. Black, his small companion, notices movement nearby and lets out a sharp squeak to alert him. The bushes begin to rustle, and Jamie, growing impatient, urges the approaching figures to hurry up. A moment later, Risa and Azard emerge from the underbrush. Jamie immediately scolds them for being late. Risa shifts the blame onto Azard, while Azard hastily apologizes. However, Jamie dismisses the matter and tells them to focus on their report. Risa explains that the Zenith Church has been conducting large-scale charitable work in Haya, providing food and shelter to those in need. This effort has significantly improved the church's image, creating a strong, positive impression among the people. Additionally, the church has recently opened an orphanage, further solidifying its presence in the region. Intrigued, Jamie asks when the church's activities began. Risa replies that it started shortly after the rebel gang was eradicated about 2 months prior. She explains that Count Welton had crushed the gang, and soon after, the Zenith Church officially launched its operations. Their assistance to the poor and their public preaching of the will of God initially attracted little attention, but over time, their influence grew. Now, the church enjoys immense popularity, with many people becoming devoted believers and viewing Zenith as the most revered institution in Haya. Jamie's reaction is sharp and immediate. He expresses disbelief that Zenith would engage in genuine charity. His suspicion evident, he asks his subordinates if they think war and peace can truly coexist. They agree that it is impossible, but Risa adds that the two are undeniably interconnected. Jamie acknowledges this perspective, but further explains that Zenith thrives in times of conflict. He argues that the seemingly benevolent actions of the church's priests contradict the very nature of their god. Convinced that there is a hidden agenda behind these charitable efforts, he orders Risa and Azard to conduct a deeper investigation. The two assure him that the task will be carried out without fail. With determination in his eyes, Jamie resolves to uncover the true intentions behind Zenith's activities. The following morning, within the Zenith Church's shelter, a priest warmly praises Ricky for his hard work. Ricky, remaining humble, replies that his efforts are insignificant compared to the hardships he endured before arriving at the shelter. The priest smiles reassuringly and tells Ricky that he no longer needs to worry about his past. As Ricky listens, he reflects on how much the shelter has transformed his life, as well as his sister's. Without the church's intervention, they would have been doomed. He eventually returns to his small room, where his blind sister Anna greets him with a smile. Ricky looks at her, his heart heavy with memories of their painful past. He recalls how their parents had abandoned them simply because Anna was blind. Left to fend for themselves, he had been forced to commit terrible acts just to protect her and keep them both alive on the streets. Their lives had been bleak, filled with desperation and hopelessness until the church extended a helping hand. Now within the walls of the shelter, they finally have food to eat and a place to sleep. Ricky remains grateful for their newfound stability, but at the same time, an uneasiness lingers in the back of his mind. Feeling deeply grateful for the second chance he has been given, Ricky aspires to become a priest so that he can spread the miracle he has experienced to others. Later, he and several other shelter residents gather outside when a boy excitedly runs up to them, eager to share some important news. Curious, Ricky asks what has happened, and the boy explains that Shino, another resident of the shelter, has received a divine blessing and is set to become a priest. Ricky is astonished by this revelation and asks if it is truly confirmed that Shino will be ordained. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Jamie flies over the city with Black by his side. As they near their destination, he tells Black that it is time to descend. As they lower their altitude, Jamie suddenly notices a young blonde man lying motionless on the road below. Landing beside him, Jamie examines the man's energy and immediately senses an unusual mix of both vile and divine power. This contradiction intrigues him, but it also confirms one thing: the young man is clearly a priest. Spotting the blade fastened to the man's belt, Jamie deduces that he is not just any priest, but a high-ranking servant of the church, which complicates matters. He finds it troublesome to encounter a holy knight lying unconscious in the middle of the road and wonders what could have led to this situation. Suspecting potential danger, he considers the possibility that the man might be bait for a trap. Weighing his options, Jamie places his foot on the unconscious man's head, contemplating whether he should end his life right then and there to prevent any potential future problems. However, before he can act, the young man suddenly grabs Jamie's leg, startling him. Jamie watches as the exhausted man attempts to speak, but his words are incomprehensible. Struggling to form a coherent sentence, the young man repeats the beginning of a word before suddenly shouting that he is hungry. Then, as if unable to stay awake any longer, he collapses into unconsciousness once more. Jamie, now thoroughly annoyed, considers simply leaving the man there to starve. Irritated that he was startled so easily, he grounds himself, deciding that it is not worth his effort to deal with the stranger. With a sigh, he turns away and orders Black to follow him. The next morning, Jamie enters the dining room for breakfast. only to freeze in place upon seeing the fair-haired young man from the previous night seated at the table, happily eating. Forcing a smile, he internally questions why this troublesome individual is now sitting with his family as if he belongs there. As he takes a bite of a bun, the young man introduces himself, expressing how relieved he is to finally meet Jamie. Jamie, however, finds this interaction entirely unwelcome and wonders why this stranger is comfortably dining at the same table as his family. The young man laughs and casually mentions that, had it not been for the Count's help, he likely would have starved to death on the pavement. Hearing this, Arino, Jamie's father, quickly clarifies that he had no direct hand in saving the young man, explaining that it was actually the guards who found him and brought him to safety. The young man, still cheerful, graciously thanks him anyway, stating that since the guards serve under the Count's command, the Count ultimately deserves the credit. At this, the Count chuckles and asks with mild amusement whether it is normal for a knight of the Church of Pyro to nearly die of hunger. The young man merely smiles and explains that, while it is indeed an unusual situation, even high-ranking knights are still human. He adds that, although they possess greater endurance than ordinary people, they still cannot survive indefinitely without food. Jamie, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation, turns his attention to his younger sister, feeding her strawberries while questioning why his parents are being so accommodating toward this man. Then, the Count asks the young man to confirm whether he serves the Church of Pyro. The young man affirms this, stating that he is a servant of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. Hearing this, the Count turns to Sears and remarks that she must have been quite surprised by this revelation. Sears, after a brief pause, admits that she was indeed taken aback. Noticing her reaction, the young man grows curious and asks if there is something unusual about his affiliation with Pyro. In response, Sears inquires whether he has ever heard of Bishop Saphira. The young man, appearing thoughtful, asks if she is referring to someone from Afon. Sears clarifies that the bishop in question is from the Bell family. At this, the young man visibly stiffens in shock. Rising abruptly from his seat, he kneels before Sears and expresses his respectful greetings. Jamie, taken aback by this sudden display, watches the scene unfold with confusion. He knows that the Church of Pyro is based in Afon, within the Bell family's territory, but he does not believe that fact alone justifies such an act of reverence. He quickly deduces that, for a knight to address someone in such a formal manner, Sears must hold a title of significant importance, possibly even that of a bishop or higher. Still puzzled, he turns to his parents and directly asks why the young man is treating his mother with such extreme respect. In response, his father simply laughs and brushes the question aside, saying that it's a long story, one that can be told another time. Frustrated by the lack of explanation, Jamie sarcastically remarks that this is simply wonderful. He feels irritated by how little he is being told and perceives the situation as an outright humiliation. Meanwhile, his younger sister waves at him, smiling as she playfully comments on how adorable he looks when he is upset. Jamie is speechless. The situation has unfolded in a way he did not anticipate, leaving him feeling both humiliated and unsettled. As he contemplates the deeper connections between the Bell family and the Pyro Church, he begins to recognize it as a potential obstacle. If he ever has to deal with the Bell family in the future, this connection could prove troublesome. Later, the Count and the young man enter the living room, settling in for a conversation. The Count wastes no time getting to the point. He asks how the young man ended up in the eastern region. Especially since the Church of Pyro has no official business in this area, the Count speculates that the young man might have come to the eastern region to expand the influence of the Pyro Church. Flustered, the young man quickly waves his hands and assures him that this is not the case. He explains that he has been pursuing someone and, in the process, unintentionally ended up in the area. Intrigued, the Count inquires further, asking who exactly the young man is after. Sighing, the young man finally reveals that he is tracking down an individual involved in forbidden and cruel experiments, specifically the infamous creator of chimeras. Arino is shocked by this revelation and immediately asks if the creator of chimeras is currently in Hie. Pressing further, he demands to know the identity of this individual. The young man hesitates, apologizing as he explains that the information is highly confidential and known only to a select few within the church. However, he adds that he is willing to share more details if the Count agrees to form a contract with him and provide assistance in his pursuit. The Count raises an eyebrow and asks if the young man is formally requesting his help. The young man confirms this and expresses confidence that having the support of a sword master like Arino would greatly advance his mission. Arino contemplates the weight of the situation. He knows that chimeras are constructed from various creatures, but what makes their creators truly monstrous is that the core of a chimera is often human. While, in theory, it might be possible to create chimeras without using humans, history has yet to provide a single example of this. The mere mention of chimera creation is enough to send shivers down the spine of any knowledgeable individual. Carefully, Arino responds that, while he cannot promise his full support, the long-standing relationship between his family and the Pyro Church makes it difficult for him to ignore the situation entirely. The young man is thrilled by this response and immediately asks if this means the Count will help. Smiling, the Count confirms his willingness to provide assistance. Overcome with joy, the young man jumps up from the sofa and thanks the Count profusely. Arino, maintaining his composure, tells him to calm down and then poses a serious question. Why is the church handling the pursuit of chimera creators independently rather than seeking the help of the kingdom? The young man's expression darkens as he explains that while the kingdom would likely assist in such a matter, doing so would weaken the church's authority. Then, he reveals a chilling detail: the creator of the chimeras has already kidnapped more than 10 goddess knights. The Count tenses at this revelation. The young man adds that, even more disturbingly, the chimeras being created are imbued with divine powers. Meanwhile, Jamie strolls through the garden, reflecting on how much he has come to enjoy his tea time. As he nears the gazebo, his mother greets him warmly and urges him to sit down quickly. Once seated, she gracefully pours him a cup of tea. As Jamie sips, his mother smiles knowingly and asks what has him so eager to talk. Still curious about the young man from earlier, Jamie inquires why he had bowed so reverently to her. He wonders aloud why someone would display such deep respect for a person they had just met. His mother, still smiling, says she had anticipated this question. She acknowledges his curiosity about the Bell family's connection to the Pyro Church and decides it is time to share the truth. She reveals that Jamie's great-grandfather, her own grandfather, whom Jamie has never met, is regarded as the savior of the Pyro Church. Jamie is stunned. He struggles to process the fact that his mother's grandfather played such a pivotal role in the history of the church. Sears continues, explaining that in the past, a sacred relic of immense importance was stolen from the Pyro Church. At that time, her grandfather stepped forward to retrieve it. The theft led to a crisis, culminating in an incident at Portsmouth Garden, where followers of the Demon King attempted to use the relic to summon their Dark Lord. Fortunately, their ritual failed. Jamie, intrigued, asks if her family had been directly involved in the incident. Sears confirms this, stating that her grandfather played a crucial role in preventing the summoning. However, she adds that people say he lost his life in the process. As a reward for his sacrifice, the Pyro Church bestowed upon their family the honorary title of Archbishop. Moreover, they decreed that for the next 100 years, the head of the Bell family would hold a rank equivalent to that of a bishop within the church. Jamie contemplates this information, realizing why his mother had looked somewhat somber while discussing it. He wonders if she had been personally close to her grandfather, and if her sadness stems from that bond. However, his mind quickly shifts to a more strategic line of thought. The idea of their family being granted a bishop's rank as a reward seems foolish to him, yet he understands its significance. The relic that had been stolen was the church's only one of its kind, and its loss would have been catastrophic. As he muses over these details, an idea forms in his mind: perhaps this connection to the church could be leveraged to his advantage in the future. With this thought lingering, he silently begins planning his next steps. A sly smile creeps onto Jamie's face as he quietly begins to laugh, lost in his own thoughts. However, Sears calls his name, snapping him out of his scheming. Quickly, he masks his expression and responds warmly, addressing her as Mom. She asks if he would like another cup of tea, and he nods in agreement, returning to a composed demeanor. Later that night, during a gathering, an important announcement is made. Shino, their younger brother, chosen by their father Zenith, will soon leave home to embark on his journey. The group blesses him, celebrating this auspicious occasion with joy and admiration. They raise their glasses, congratulating him on the honor of being selected. Ricky, filled with happiness, thinks to himself that Shino is finally heading to the main church, something he had always dreamed of. Sometime after, Shino sits inside a carriage, preparing for his departure. Looking out, he calls to Ricky and Anna, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for coming to see him off. Despite the sudden nature of the decision, he admits that he had feared he wouldn't get the chance to say goodbye. He thanks them both for always supporting him. Ricky reassures him, mentioning that the priest has already told him that he too will be leaving soon, so there's no reason for Shino to feel lonely. Smiling, Shino promises that he won't cry and vows to wait for them. As the coachman signals the horses to move, the carriage begins to roll away, taking Shino toward what he believes to be his new life at the main branch of the Pyro Church. The journey, however, takes an unexpected turn. The carriage eventually comes to a stop near an unfamiliar building. Looking out the window, Shino grows confused. The location does not resemble what he imagined the main church to be. The priest accompanying him turns and calmly states that they have arrived. Shino, puzzled, asks if this is truly their destination. The journey had not been long enough to reach the main church, making him doubt their arrival. A creeping unease settles in his chest. Glancing at the surrounding area, he questions why they have stopped here instead of continuing on to the grand cathedral he had envisioned. The priest instructs him to follow and begins walking away. Hesitantly, Shino steps out of the carriage and follows, his anxiety growing with every step. As they enter the building, the priest moves toward a bookshelf and, without hesitation, pulls a hidden mechanism, a certain book, triggering the reveal of a concealed passage. Shino watches in bewilderment as the hidden pathway opens. The priest motions for him to descend the staircase leading downward. Swallowing his nervousness, Shino steps forward, though he cannot shake the ominous feeling creeping over him. As they go deeper underground, he finally voices his concerns, remarking that this place feels strange. He hesitates, glancing around warily, but the priest continues forward without responding. Then, without warning, a mutilated human hand emerges from a partially open door. Shino's breath catches in his throat. Horrified, he stumbles backward before turning to the priest in sheer panic, urging him to look. There's something terrifying inside. His voice trembles as he pleads for an explanation. However, the priest simply removes his hood and calmly addresses someone in the room as bishop, stating that he has brought the boy. Shino, frozen in shock, stares at the priest in disbelief. His voice shakes as he repeats the word, trying to process what he has just heard. Kneeling down in desperation, he pleads for an answer. Why was he brought to such a terrifying place instead of the main church? Why are there monsters here? The bishop, smiling darkly, reassures him in a voice laced with hidden malice. He affirms that Shino has indeed been chosen. Tears welling up in his eyes, Shino cries out, asking why he has been taken to such a dreadful place. The bishop, unfazed by his distress, explains in an eerily calm tone that this is where their utopia has been achieved. He then muses aloud, curious about what a pure and innocent child like Shino could become. He steps forward, urging Shino to move as well. At that moment, the door swings open and a grotesque figure steps into view. Its body is warped and disfigured, unnatural growth sprouting from its flesh. With a satisfied tone, the figure comments that they have finally found worthy experimental subjects. His gaze settles on Shino. Shino recoils in terror. The figure extends his hand toward him, sealing his fate. Meanwhile, in the HEA territory of Count Welton, Jamie walks down a bustling street. With a casual gesture, he points out that this is Ballart Street, the largest and most prominent street in the region. The knight beside him glances around, taking in the sights. With a nostalgic smile, he mentions that he remembers this place well. He recalls the difficult night he had here, wandering the streets starving. Jamie acknowledges his words, understanding his hardship. He reflects on why he has chosen to show the knight around the city. The reason is simple. Earlier that morning, during a tea party, his father, Arino, had calmly suggested that Jamie guide the knight through HEA. He had even praised Jamie for his intelligence, presenting it as an opportunity. However, Jamie had been so irritated by the suggestion that, in a moment of frustration, he had crushed his teacup. Now, as he walks with the knight, an annoyed expression settles on his face. He grumbles internally about his misfortune, feeling as though he has been cursed with bad luck. The knight, on the other hand, observes Jamie with keen interest. He is impressed by the boy's remarkable stamina and sharp memory, especially for someone only 9 years old. In his mind, Jamie possesses the qualities to excel in executive positions, or perhaps even higher. It is no surprise to him that the Count specifically requested that he accompany Jamie. Calling out to him, the knight finally speaks. Jamie, snapping out of his thoughts, turns toward him. With a polite smile, the knight thanks Jamie, expressing how much he has enjoyed the tour and how it has allowed him to explore HEA more thoroughly. Jamie, though still irritated by his forced role as a guide, responds with composure, saying that he hasn't been outside much recently, so he has also enjoyed the experience. Satisfied, the knight extends his hand toward Jamie, suggesting that they return. Jamie, still irritated from the earlier encounter, refuses to acknowledge the knight's outstretched hand and instead decides to question him. The knight, slightly taken aback by the shift in the conversation, listens as Jamie asks about his discussion with the Count from the previous day. The knight, surprised by the sudden question, had expected Jamie to ask about becoming a holy knight. Instead, he tries to lighten the mood with a joke, but Jamie, clearly uninterested, dismisses his response and accuses him of lying. Feeling slightly embarrassed, The knight wonders why Jamie does not appreciate the compliment, but he maintains his composure. He insists that his earlier words were not entirely untrue and mentions that the discussion mostly revolved around Jamie, particularly the Count's fondness for him. Jamie, unimpressed, brushes aside the explanation, deeming it unbelievable even for a child. The knight, realizing that Jamie will not be so easily deceived, finally admits that he had been misleading him. However, he explains that the conversation was a private matter between adults and something he cannot disclose. Jamie, deep in thought, turns away, sensing that something important is happening in Hisa, something significant enough to warrant a carefully arranged city tour. Noticing Jamie's sudden silence, the knight grows uneasy, wondering if he has upset him. When he asks for clarification, Jamie does not respond. The knight, uncertain how to handle the situation, begins to feel anxious. After some time, Jamie recollects something and abruptly announces that there is still one more location he wants to visit. The knight, caught off guard, questions the choice. Jamie then reveals that he intends to visit the Zenith Church in Hisa. Later, upon arriving at the church, the knight, still wary of Jamie's earlier mood, cautiously asks if he is no longer upset. Jamie reassures him before pointing out that they have reached their destination. Meanwhile, at the church entrance, Ricky sweeps the floor, noticing movement nearby. As he lifts his gaze, he spots Jamie and the knight approaching. The knight comments on the church's architecture, but Ricky, more focused on Jamie, recognizes him immediately and exclaims in surprise, identifying him as the black-haired boy he had met before. The knight, observing Ricky's familiarity with Jamie, assumes they are friends and inquires about their relationship. However, Jamie, despite recognizing Ricky, denies any prior acquaintance. Internally, he grows frustrated, realizing that changing his hair color had not been enough to avoid detection. Ricky, unconvinced by Jamie's response, questions his behavior, but before he can press further, a commotion disrupts the moment. A carriage speeds toward them, its wheels kicking up dust as it hurtles in their direction. Ricky, caught off guard, turns toward Jamie and, still puzzled about his hair, remarks on how difficult it had been to recognize him. His focus, however, quickly shifts as he realizes the impending danger. The coachman shouts frantically, warning Ricky to get out of the way. Both Jamie and the knight react instantly, their eyes locking onto the scene as the horses rear up wildly, struggling to stop in time. The knight immediately begins running toward Ricky, shouting his name with urgency. Ricky, paralyzed with fear, freezes in place. Panic overtakes him as he stares at the rapidly approaching carriage, unable to move. His breathing quickens and tears begin to well up as he realizes he does not have enough time to escape. The knight, still sprinting, notices something unusual about the approaching carriage, but before he can process it, Ricky, his voice shaking, asks if he is about to die. Jamie, watching the chaos unfold, activates his magic. Without hesitation, he summons a chain field, rapidly forming a glowing magic circle. Chains of pure energy erupt from the ground, instantly snaring the horses and halting the carriage's momentum. With the immediate threat contained, the knight seizes the opportunity, grabbing Ricky and pulling him out of harm's way. Once the dust settles, the knight turns to inspect the magical chains, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment. The power behind Jamie's spell is beyond anything he has ever seen. Ricky, still trembling from shock, hesitates before checking himself for injuries. Realizing that he is unharmed, he suddenly throws himself onto Jamie, hugging him tightly in gratitude. Jamie, visibly annoyed, tries to push Ricky away, complaining that the hug is too strong for him to bear. Ricky, however, refuses to let go, overwhelmed with emotion as he repeatedly expresses his gratitude. The knight, still standing nearby, silently assesses the scale of Jamie's magical abilities. He reflects on the fact that a mere 9-year-old had just used a spell so advanced and powerful that even seasoned mages would struggle to replicate it. The realization dawns upon him. Jamie is a prodigy unlike any other. Meanwhile, Ricky, too absorbed in his own relief, continues to cling to Jamie, repeatedly calling him his savior. Jamie, his patience wearing thin, struggles to break free and insists that Ricky is too heavy. The knight, still recovering from the spectacle, contemplates Jamie's future. With his level of talent, in just a few years, Jamie could become someone so powerful that no one would dare challenge him. Jamie, still annoyed by Ricky's excessive display of emotion, finally separates himself and, exasperated, questions why Ricky is acting as if he barely escaped death. Despite his irritation, he quickly shifts his focus and declares that they should move on. The knight, still processing the extraordinary events of the last few minutes, hesitates before responding, then asks where they will be heading next. Jamie, unfazed by the knight's hesitation, questions why he even needs to ask, and reiterates that they need to go to the Zenith Church. The knight agrees, but privately, he notes that Jamie carries himself with an unsettling sense of superiority, something unusual for a child his age. A short while later, Ricky, still enthusiastic from their earlier conversation, expresses excitement over their destination. He remarks that the timing is perfect since he had been planning to go to the church himself. Proudly, he offers to guide them, boasting that he knows the Zenith Church well. With a joyful expression, he explains that the church also serves as a shelter for children like him who have nowhere else to live. Just then, an elderly woman calls out to Ricky. Recognizing her voice, Ricky turns and greets her warmly. The old woman, eyeing the knight and Jamie, inquires about their presence and asks Ricky where he has been. This instantly puts both Jamie and the knight on alert. Ricky, still brimming with excitement, explains that a fast-moving carriage had nearly run him over, but thanks to these two individuals, he was saved. He refers to them as his saviors. The old woman, visibly shocked, asks Ricky if he is all right, expressing how terrifying the ordeal must have been. She turns to Jamie and the knight, offering heartfelt gratitude for their actions, acknowledging that they have saved Ricky from a terrible fate. The knight, ever composed, humbly downplays his role, saying that it was simply his duty as a servant of Pyro. The old woman reacts with surprise, realizing that he is from the Pyro Church. The knight, however, shifts the focus to Jamie, pointing out that he had done much more to help. Jamie, feeling embarrassed by the knight's praise, considers it completely unnecessary. The old woman seems as though she is about to say something about Jamie, but pauses abruptly when the knight formally introduces him as the son of the ruler of the region. Jamie, maintaining a polite demeanor, formally introduces himself, giving both his first and last name. The old woman, now regaining her composure, remarks that she should have realized who he was the moment she saw his emerald hair. However, she admits that she had been too shaken by the earlier commotion to notice. Jamie, observing her flustered reaction, finds it suspicious. If she is from Hie, then she should have recognized him immediately by his distinctive hair color. He wonders why she seems so unsettled and begins to suspect that she might be hiding something. The old woman then asks if they have come to bring Ricky home. The knight quickly clarifies their real purpose, explaining that they are here because he had heard about the recent activities of the Zenith Church in the area. The old woman, realizing they are not here for Ricky, quickly shifts her tone and invites them inside as guests. She then suggests that Ricky give Jamie a tour of the place. Ricky, suddenly hesitating, seems surprised by the request and asks if he really needs to do it. Jamie, noticing Ricky's reluctance, grows suspicious. He wonders if the old woman is trying to separate them, possibly to harm Ricky in some way. To ensure Ricky's safety, Jamie warns him that if anything happens to him, he will miss dinner with his parents that evening. The knight, startled by Jamie's blunt and ominous warning, raises an eyebrow but ultimately agrees with a smile, saying that they will see each other later. Ricky, feeling somewhat shy, starts the tour. He explains that the building operates as an orphanage, a place where he and other homeless children reside. He points in one direction, explaining that it leads to the dining hall. Jamie, unimpressed by Ricky's formal speech, interrupts him, saying that it sounds ridiculous. He remarks that he has no interest in such formalities and suggests that Ricky speak to him the way he did before. Ricky, surprised, asks if Jamie really means it. Jamie, growing impatient, responds in a way that makes it clear he does not want to repeat himself. Ricky, now delighted, eagerly continues the tour, insisting that he will show Jamie everything. Jamie, watching Ricky's sudden enthusiasm, is perplexed. He cannot understand why Ricky is so cheerful about something as simple as being allowed to speak casually. Later in the tour, Ricky, feeling accomplished, mentions that he has now shown Jamie almost everything. He then brings up that he lives with his sister, assuming that Jamie wanted to see where he stays. Jamie immediately denies this, saying that the thought never even crossed his mind. Ignoring Jamie's lack of interest, Ricky opens the door and introduces Jamie to his sister Anna. He calls Jamie his friend while doing so. Jamie, standing in the doorway, internally protests. He silently questions who decided that they were friends. Anna, hearing her brother's words, begins to rise from her seat. She asks if what Ricky said is true. Jamie, now completely stunned, freezes as he lays eyes on Anna. Ricky, noticing Jamie's sudden silence, casually helps Anna stand and tells her to greet Jamie. He describes Jamie as an amazing person. Anna, her presence exuding purity, introduces herself with a gentle voice, stating her name. Ricky then turns to Jamie and asks if something is wrong. Jamie, still standing in silent shock, realizes that Anna's very existence feels different. He is struck by the sheer amount of holy energy emanating from her. Her eyes, though blind, are filled with divine power. Jamie, still reeling from the revelation, begins analyzing her presence. He recalls what he knows about holy beings, individuals who are naturally endowed with the power of a god, more so than ordinary believers. These rare individuals can wield divine energy freely from birth. One specific part of their body often becomes the concentrated vessel for this overwhelming power. As Jamie pieces things together, Ricky calls out Anna's name and explains the reason behind her blindness. Her condition, he reveals, is the result of the immense divine power stored within her, an uncontrollable force that caused her sight to fail. Ricky continues explaining that when Anna awakens her divine eyes, she will be able to see all the true streams of the world. Jamie, hearing this, realizes that her ability could potentially become a threat to him in the future. He contemplates whether it would be best to eliminate her now, but quickly dismisses the idea. If he can sense her essence, then surely a high-ranking priest would be able to as well, making such an action far too risky. As Jamie remains deep in thought, Ricky suddenly calls his name, breaking the silence. With a mischievous smile, he asks if Jamie has fallen in love with his sister. Jamie, completely caught off guard by the ridiculous question, immediately denies it, demanding to know what nonsense Ricky is talking about. Ricky, still grinning, teases Jamie, adding that his sister is still young, but before he can finish his sentence, Anna abruptly hits him on the head with a book. Hiding her irritation, she calmly states that she has something to ask him instead. Anna explains that she has been reading a confusing passage in a book and wants Ricky's help in understanding it. Ricky, still rubbing the sore spot where the book's corner hit him, reluctantly agrees. The three of them sit together on the bed as Ricky helps Anna with her reading. He asks if she is struggling with the part where Hein leaves. Jamie, watching them interact, keeps his focus on Anna's holy power, speculating about its source. He determines that he needs to keep an eye on them, as something about this place does not sit right with him. Ricky explains to Anna that Hein did not disappear into a cave but instead went to a high tower far away, a place where no one could find him. Anna, seemingly unfazed, replies that she already knew it was a tower, not a cave. Jamie, sensing that it is time to leave, begins to consider his exit. Ricky, noticing his movements, assumes he is going to the restroom and asks him about it. Jamie, irritated, denies it and clarifies that he is leaving entirely. Ricky quickly gets up, insisting on walking Jamie to the exit. Turning to Anna, he tells her that he will be back soon. As they walk, Ricky asks if Jamie will visit them again. Jamie, feeling that Ricky is unusually sociable, questions what would even make him want to return. Ricky, surprised by the response, wonders if Jamie is joking. Jamie, looking somewhat dejected, simply tells Ricky that he is imagining things. Ricky, unfazed, begins to share his own thoughts. He explains that at first, he was simply content staying close to his sister, but ever since arriving at the orphanage, his perspective changed. With a hopeful expression, he declares that he now wants to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. Jamie listens intently as Ricky excitedly mentions that one of his friends from the orphanage had just been chosen yesterday and has already left for the main church. Ricky admits that he feels jealous of his friend's selection. Jamie, initially unfazed, suddenly freezes in place, his mind racing. He carefully processes Ricky's words, linking them to what he already knows about the church, human trafficking, and the concept of the chosen ones. A terrifying realization dawns upon him. Visibly shaken, Jamie abruptly asks where Ricky was before he came to the orphanage. Ricky, confused by the sudden question, replies that he was simply living on the streets. Jamie, growing more concerned, presses further, asking where he had been even before that. Ricky, now completely bewildered by Jamie's sudden interrogation, responds that he worked at Reaver, then hesitantly asks why Jamie is suddenly asking these things. Jamie, now certain of the truth, feels a chill settle over him. Everything aligns. Zenith is involved. Meanwhile, in another part of the church, the knight is engaged in a conversation with the old woman. He expresses that he has enjoyed their discussion, and the old woman, keeping her tone polite, replies that she has as well. Since he is now leaving, she offers to escort him to the young master. The knight smiles and expresses his gratitude, though internally he wonders why the woman has remained so quiet. He speculates that her silence might be due to her distrust of priests from other churches. However, a more unsettling thought crosses his mind: could these people be connected to the chimeras? As the old woman leads him down a long corridor, she casually asks Ricky if he had given the young master a proper tour. Ricky confirms that he has, but before he can elaborate, he suddenly turns around, startled. A man clad in priestly robes approaches. The bishop, noticing the presence of guests, smiles and comments that it appears an important visitor has arrived in his absence. Ricky bows respectfully, greeting him formally. The bishop then turns his gaze to Jamie, acknowledging his presence and remarking that it is an honor to meet him. Jamie, keeping his expression composed, formally introduces himself, stating his full name. Internally, however, his mind is racing. Everything aligns perfectly. The Zenith Church is behind the disappearances of the children. The bishop then turns to the knight, who has remained silent. Noticing the unfamiliar face, the bishop inquires about his identity. The knight introduces himself as Ross Armedic, stating that he serves Fiero, another divine entity. The bishop, upon hearing this, immediately takes note that Ross is from another church. Jamie, observing the interaction, remains cautious. He tries to discern what Zenith Church's real objectives are and begins to suspect that Ross's presence might be connected to their plans. The bishop, maintaining a composed expression, apologizes for his earlier absence, explaining that he regrets not being there for their visit. Ross, unfazed, reassures him that there is no need for an apology, mentioning that he has had a pleasant time at the church. Jamie, remaining vigilant, suddenly notices a figure standing nearby, a man clad in armor. Sensing something strange emanating from him, Jamie immediately becomes on guard. Something isn't right. Jamie carefully observes the man in armor, quickly realizing that he is a paladin, as indicated by the presence of his divine power. However, something about him feels off. Unlike most holy warriors, there is a strange imbalance in his aura, something unnatural. As Jamie continues to analyze him, he notices that the paladin appears to be reacting oddly to Ross, as if the mere presence of another church's priest is making him uncomfortable. This only heightens Jamie's suspicions. The bishop, catching Jamie's observant gaze, subtly shifts his attention toward him. Their eyes briefly meet, and Jamie instantly recognizes the hint of suspicion in the bishop's expression. He knows he has been noticed. Later, as Jamie leaves the Zenith Church, he spots Ross walking thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Seizing the moment, Jamie decides to test his reaction. He casually brings up Ricky's story, mentioning that Ricky had told him about his friend who was chosen by God and sent to the main church. He then adds that Ricky, envious of his friend, hopes to become a priest himself. Ross immediately pauses, visibly surprised by this revelation. After a brief moment, Ross remarks that Ricky is a good person and that if his devotion is genuine, his dream will likely come true one day. Jamie, carefully studying Ross's reaction, wonders if a subtle hint might be enough to push him toward a realization. Testing the waters, he asks Ross if he has heard anything about this from his father. Ross, caught off guard, hesitates, confused by the question. He asks what exactly he is supposed to have heard. Jamie explains that 2 months ago, his father destroyed a rebel gang that had been involved in kidnapping and selling children. This shocks Ross deeply. Jamie then continues, revealing that Ricky had previously been part of this gang before coming to the orphanage. Ross, even more startled, questions whether Ricky was truly involved with such a group. Jamie, inwardly pleased that Ross is finally piecing things together, maintains a neutral expression but smiles subtly. To push him further, Jamie casually remarks on the Zenith Church's significant spending on charity, as if making an idle observation. Ross, suddenly remembering something, clenches his fists in anger. Realization dawns upon him. He recalls that the Zenith Church has never engaged in charity before. The idea that they would suddenly invest heavily in orphanages and shelters raises serious suspicions. If the church built the orphanage, then there is a possibility that it is not an act of goodwill at all. Instead, they could be using the children for a sinister purpose. Later, Ross discusses his suspicions with Arino, stating that the rebel gang and the Zenith Church seem to be connected. He points out that Ricky's past ties to the gang further reinforce this theory. Arino, listening carefully, responds that he had only been observing the Zenith Church because of its positive influence on his lands, never suspecting anything sinister. Ross then mentions an encounter he had upon leaving the church. He explains that he saw a priest accompanied by a paladin. However, something about the encounter bothered him. He clarifies that while he could sense a powerful divine force, it was impossible to confirm whether the paladin truly served the Zenith Church. The divine energy he felt was mixed with something else, something unnatural. Arino, immediately alarmed, asks Ross whether he believes the paladin might be a chimera, a human hybrid fused with divine power. If this is true, then they are dealing with something far more dangerous than they anticipated. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Arino states that if their suspicions are correct, they cannot remain idle. He decides to send his knights immediately. However, Ross interjects, urging caution. He emphasizes that proof is necessary before taking action. If they act too soon, they risk alerting the enemy before they can fully understand their objectives. Another night, Argan warns that a mission against such an enemy would be extremely dangerous. Ross, filled with determination, assures them that he is ready to face any danger. Arino then asks about the likelihood of success. Ross, after considering it for a moment, confidently states that he has the advantage in this situation. Satisfied with his response, Arino waves his hand, signaling for something. Suddenly, 3 individuals appear in the room, their presence so silent that Ross hadn't noticed them until now. Turning around in surprise, Ross quickly analyzes the 3 figures. Arino introduces them as the Welton family's shadow protectors, highly skilled knights trained in stealth and specialized combat. Ross, observing their movements, notes that despite wielding bastard swords, their stance and demeanor resemble those of assassins. He questions whether they are truly knights. Arino confirms that they are, but that their methods are unique. Ross, understanding their importance to the mission, expresses gratitude and vows to uncover the truth behind their adversaries' intentions. Arino, confident in Ross's capabilities, entrusts the mission to him, leaving the matter in his hands. Meanwhile, Jamie observes everything through Black, his loyal companion, quietly analyzing the situation. The use of divine power and innocent children as raw materials for creating chimeras strikes him as genuinely evil. He considers the practicality of such a plan, but questions whether any gods would condone such atrocities. In the end, he concludes that Zenith remains a depraved figure, twisting faith into something monstrous. Lying on his bed, Jamie continues pondering his next move. The lack of preparation on their enemy's part suggests that they are pressed for time. Realizing that the moment to act has arrived, Jamie summons Black and hands it a sealed letter. He instructs it to deliver the message to Risa. Without hesitation, Black takes flight, disappearing into the night to fulfill the task. Jamie, watching it go, remarks that it is time for him to prepare as well. Zenith's actions have led to an impending battle of immense proportions, demanding the highest level of magic. Determined to make Zenith regret his decisions, Jamie prepares himself for what's to come. Meanwhile, Azard and Risa remain on high alert, watching for any movement. The long wait begins to wear on Azard, who grows restless and questions how much longer they must stay stationed. Risa, ever vigilant, reminds him that orders must be followed. Frustrated, Azard complains about the lack of activity, remarking that not even a mouse stirs in the area. Their monotonous watch is abruptly disrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. The echo of armored boots resonates ominously, capturing their attention. Turning toward the approaching sound, Risa immediately spots the figure of a paladin. Instinctively, he grips the sword slung across his back, declaring his intent to eliminate the threat before them. Azard, caught off guard by the sudden tension, momentarily freezes. Sensing the imminent danger, Risa shouts a warning, urging him to dodge as the paladin unleashes a swift and formidable attack. A powerful wave of energy rushes toward them. Managing to react just in time, Azard evades the attack, but takes note of the ominous and cruel nature of the divine power being wielded by their adversary. The paladin channels dark, oppressive energy into his weapon, reiterating his unwavering intent to kill. Recognizing the overwhelming danger they are in, Risa makes a swift decision. Jamie must be warned. Without hesitation, he urges Azard to retreat, assuring him that he will hold the line. Trusting his companion, Azard rushes off, promising to return as soon as possible. The paladin, however, does not let them escape so easily. With keen tracking abilities, he unleashes another devastating wave of energy, aimed at cutting off their escape. Azard, sensing the impending attack, glances back in alarm. Risa, realizing the danger, shouts at him to jump. Without wasting a moment, Risa sprints toward Azard and forcefully pushes him out of a nearby window, ensuring his survival. Azard tumbles to the ground outside, frantically calling out to his brother as he falls. Inside, however, Risa takes the full brunt of the paladin's devastating attack. The impact is brutal. His body is severely wounded, and he begins coughing up blood. Gasping weakly, he calls out for his master. His plea does not go unanswered. Jamie, sensing the urgency of the situation, activates his Dark Dimension skill. A powerful magic circle envelops the building, forming a protective barrier that isolates them from outside interference. Appearing inside the house, Jamie calmly addresses his injured servant, asking if he has summoned him. Risa, barely holding on, lies wounded near the window while the paladin stands unmoved in the center of the room. Jamie surveys the situation with an amused smile. Confidently, he remarks that no one outside will be aware of what transpires within these walls, as his spell ensures absolute secrecy. He exhales, reflecting on the sheer difficulty of casting a 6th-rank magic spell. Even with Black's assistance and his subconscious mastery, it remains a taxing endeavor. Meanwhile, the paladin stands silent for a brief moment before suddenly launching forward, once again declaring his intent to kill. Jamie remains unfazed. With a calm demeanor, he simply invites the paladin to try. As the paladin rushes toward him, Jamie focuses his energy, preparing his response. In an instant, he casts the gravity spell, a formidable rank 5 magic technique designed to drastically increase gravitational force, rendering the opponent immobile. The paladin immediately feels the crushing weight of the spell's force, collapsing to his knees under its immense pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Jamie follows up with the Death Script spell, summoning spectral entities that encircle the paladin, restraining him in place. Despite being shackled by the spectral forces, the paladin refuses to relent. Struggling against his restraints, he continues to defiantly proclaim his determination to kill. His sheer tenacity is evident as he reaches out, attempting to resist the effects of the spell. However, Jamie remains a step ahead. Without hesitation, he unleashes the sacrifice spell, offering up the spectral entities in exchange for an immense explosion of energy. As the spell detonates, a voice within the paladin's mind issues a final warning: danger is imminent. The explosion erupts with devastating force, consuming everything in its vicinity. Jamie watches intently as the aftermath unfolds. Smoke and dust settle, revealing the battered yet resilient figure of the paladin. Though heavily wounded, he astonishingly remains kneeling and conscious. Jamie observes his resilience with interest, noting that the paladin's strength is that of an expert-level warrior. Gritting his teeth, the paladin tightens his grip on his sword. Channeling every ounce of energy left within him, he roars his intent to kill everyone in sight. With renewed determination, he charges forward with all his might. However, Jamie remains unshaken. Studying his opponent's resolve, he acknowledges the paladin's unyielding spirit, but concludes that the warrior has chosen the wrong adversary. In response, Jamie unleashes a new spell puppet spell. Threads of pure energy emerge, weaving through the air before wrapping around the paladin. The enchanted threads pierce through his soul, exerting an overwhelming force that imposes complete submission. The paladin collapses to his knees once more, his strength utterly drained by the restraints. Realizing the severity of his predicament, the paladin quickly reassesses his situation. With his body rendered powerless against Jamie's spell, he understands that further resistance is futile. Concluding that he is facing an unbeatable foe, he determines that his only viable option is escape. Channeling the last of his remaining energy, he initiates a desperate move, releasing an immense surge of power from within his own body. Jamie, instantly recognizing the ominous shift in energy, reacts with alarm. A sudden realization dawns upon him: the paladin is preparing to self-destruct. Time is running out, and Jamie must act quickly. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the paladin, urging him not to act recklessly. Understanding the urgency, Jamie channels his own energy at an accelerated pace. He casts the Hand of Darkness spell, sending a powerful force that pierces through the paladin's body with devastating impact. However, despite the immense attack, the paladin's energy release remains undeterred. The impending catastrophe continues to build. Jamie narrows his gaze, evaluating the situation. He is left with mere moments to act before the paladin's self-destruction is fully unleashed. The battle has escalated to a critical juncture, where victory and devastation teeter on the edge of a single decision. Jamie watches in confusion, questioning why he is unable to halt the process unfolding before him. The paladin's body begins emitting radiant beams of light, the energy rapidly intensifying. Realizing that there is no escaping what is about to happen, Jamie quickly withdraws his hand from the paladin's body. Yet, despite his efforts, the energy within the paladin reaches its peak, culminating in an immense explosion that obliterates the entire room. Brilliant beams of light pierce through the building's windows, casting an eerie glow on the destruction. Reflecting on the situation, Jamie acknowledges that if it weren't for Black's intervention, he might have faced a dire outcome. He marvels at the paladin's ability to escape the confines of the dark dimension by unleashing all his holy energy. It is an unexpected feat, one that Jamie had not anticipated. However, he quickly concludes that this desperate trick will not be enough to save the paladin. Without hesitation, Jamie commands Black to absorb the holy light emanating from the explosion. Meanwhile, the paladin, now desperate, begins sprinting out of the wrecked building, intent on making his escape. Jamie, unwilling to let him flee, channels energy into his palms, determined to put an end to the confrontation. As he strikes at the paladin's back, something grotesque happens. Distorted tentacles and enormous teeth erupt from within the paladin's body. Jamie watches the horrific transformation unfold, immediately realizing that this is the paladin's true nature, a chimera in disguise. Without hesitation, Jamie casts the chain field spell, summoning enchanted chains that wrap tightly around the monstrous form, capturing and immobilizing it. Staring at the struggling creature, Jamie calmly tells it to disappear. Folding his hands before him, he casts Death Blast, an immensely powerful explosion aimed directly at the restrained chimera. The resulting burst of energy is devastating blood sprays across the room as the chained monster endures the lethal attack. However, Jamie quickly notices something alarming. The deathly explosion spell, despite its destructive capabilities, appears insufficient. The chimera, though critically wounded, remains alive. Bound in chains, the creature processes its situation and realizes that its body is in a critical state, rendering further movement impossible. Recognizing its imminent demise, the chimera initiates its final contingency. A small, dark creature suddenly bursts from within the chimera's ravaged body and dashes away at astonishing speed. Jamie, taken aback by the unexpected event, watches as the tiny entity escapes. Observing its movement, he begins to wonder, could this be the chimera's true form all along? Before he can act, the creature leaps out of the building and vanishes into the unknown. Jamie steps toward the window, his expression neutral, and casually remarks that he has lost sight of it. Behind him, Risa, bloodied but still standing, approaches. He acknowledges Jamie's efforts but immediately presses for answers, asking what exactly happened to the chimera. Jamie, maintaining his composed demeanor, simply replies that he missed it. Risa furrows his brow, unsettled by Jamie's nonchalant response. He questions whether such an outcome is acceptable, emphasizing that they should act immediately, pursue the creature, and ensure it is captured before it can recover or regroup. However, Jamie reassures him with a calm smile, stating that it doesn't matter whether they caught the chimera or not. Still perplexed, Risa struggles to understand Jamie's reasoning. He presses for clarification, unable to comprehend how Jamie could be so indifferent toward their failure to capture such a dangerous foe. In response, Jamie decides to demonstrate his point. Channeling his energy, he reveals a key piece of information: black mana cannot be easily erased. His expression hardens as he processes what he is seeing. The mere idea that one of their most significant research projects a holy night chimera infused with divine energy could be defeated is unthinkable. Back at the house, Risa voices another concern. Now that Jamie has revealed his ability to track the creature, he questions whether the enemy could do the same. Could the black magic used against the chimera be traced back to them? Jamie, understanding Risa's worries, reassures him once again. He calmly explains that while the enemy might suspect something, they will never be able to uncover the truth. Smiling confidently, Jamie releases his energy, stating that his current power is far beyond the reach of traditional black magic. Internally, Jamie reflects on the significance of this fact. When he pierced the chimera's body using the Hand of Darkness, he ensured that its body became saturated with black mana. This, in turn, means that tracking the creature will be a simple task. No matter how far it flees, Jamie can trace its energy signature with ease. Meanwhile, in a distant office, the bishop sits at his desk, quietly writing when he hears a faint noise at his window. Turning his gaze, he notices a small creature desperately trying to climb inside. The bishop swiftly retrieves it and examines the battered entity with displeasure. Jamie channels his energy into the paladin's body, calmly reflecting on the nature of his magic. From the very beginning, his abilities were designed to kill gods, so there is no reason to be concerned about the outcome of his battle. Confident in his power, he shifts his attention and asks about Azard's whereabouts. Risa, recalling Azard, is about to explain when the door to the building suddenly swings open. Azard bursts into the room, his voice filled with urgency as he calls out to his brother. He eagerly asks how Jamie is feeling and whether he is safe, his face showing both relief and excitement. He expresses his delight at seeing Jamie unharmed, commenting that for a moment it looked as if the paladin would turn Risa into a pile of bones. However, judging by the aftermath, Jamie must have handled the situation completely. Jamie confirms that the threat has been taken care of and acknowledges that he is indeed the one who resolved the issue. He then turns his gaze to Azard, pressing him for an answer. Where exactly had he gone? Azard, still catching his breath, recalls the recent events. He explains that after being thrown out of the window, he lost consciousness from the impact. Upon regaining his senses, his first instinct was to return immediately to check on everyone. Jamie, hearing this, is visibly unimpressed. With a smirk, he sarcastically questions whether even a zombie could lose consciousness like that. Before Azard can respond, Risa interjects, clarifying that he was the one who pushed Azard out of the window in order to save him. Azard attempts to justify his actions, but Jamie cuts him off, scolding him sharply. He orders Azard to lower his head in shame, making it clear that his recklessness was unacceptable. After ensuring Azard understands his place, Jamie cancels the previous directive to spy on their enemies. He explains that their movements are being noticed too quickly, making further surveillance dangerous. If they continue operating so carelessly, they are bound to get caught. Jamie stresses the need for caution, making it clear that their strategy must change. Risa acknowledges Jamie's instructions without question, understanding the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Jamie raises his hand, releasing a controlled flow of energy toward Risa. Within seconds, Risa's wounds begin to heal, surprising him immensely. Jamie, noticing his reaction, advises him to take better care of his body, since he does not possess the ability to heal himself. He then adds another directive: Azard must remain by Risa's side at all times, serving as his personal guard. Without hesitation, Azard immediately agrees to the order, understanding the responsibility placed upon him. Jamie walks toward the window, gazing out before announcing that he has to leave. He instructs Risa and Azard to return safely and remain cautious, ensuring that their operations are not compromised. Both men acknowledge his orders. Without another word, Jamie jumps out of the window, summoning wings of pure energy behind him as he gracefully descends into the distance. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, the bishop sits at his desk, furiously trying to process what has just happened. His disbelief boils over into anger, and he loudly expresses his frustration. The Paladin Chimera, one of their most advanced experimental creations, had been severely damaged. Such a thing should have been impossible. He struggles to comprehend who could have been responsible for this catastrophe. The Paladin Chimera was an expert-level warrior, an entity constructed from 4 different life forms, each one carefully selected to maximize power. It was imbued with holy energy, making it a near unstoppable force, and yet it was reduced to a barely functional state. The bishop considers Earl Welton, wondering if the powerful noble could have been involved. However, after careful thought, he dismisses the idea. If Earl Welton had been the one behind this battle, the main body of the Chimera would not have survived at all. Furthermore, the severed connection with the Paladin was caused by tearing magic, something that required a specific barrier. That level of magic pointed toward only one person in the entire region: the young master. But that thought too does not sit well with the bishop. The young master, despite being a known genius, was only at the 4th rank. To defeat a Chimera of this level, one would need to be at least rank 5, a level far beyond what the young master was known to have achieved. The bishop leans back in frustration, questioning who else could have done this. Reaching a critical decision, he resolves to accelerate his experiments. If there is someone out there powerful enough to damage the Chimera, then he must act swiftly before it is too late. Just as he finalizes his thoughts, he suddenly feels cold metal pressing against his throat. A dagger. A voice, calm and calculating, demands to know whether his second plan has failed. The bishop remains silent, carefully considering his next move, but the woman behind him does not wait for an answer. She smiles, her voice laced with amusement, and remarks that she had been right all along. Slowly, the bishop turns his head toward her, denying the accusation. He insists that his plan has not failed. The mysterious woman narrows her eyes, clearly unconvinced. She challenges him, asking if the current state of the Chimera is not evidence of failure. As she speaks, she presses the dagger slightly deeper, making a shallow cut on his neck. The bishop exhales, masking his discomfort. He insists that his plan is simply unfinished, and that with a few more trials the experiment will reach completion. The woman, unimpressed, scoffs at his explanation. She dismisses his words, stating that he talks far too much for someone who failed to identify the interference in his own project. Then, with a cold, emotionless tone, she asks if he wishes to become part of the next experiment himself. The bishop stiffens, understanding the unspoken threat. Before he can formulate a response, she interrupts him again. This time, she delivers a warning. She tells him that she will be watching. If the Count decides to intervene, then everything will end. With that, she vanishes into the darkness, leaving the bishop alone in his office. He exhales deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. The encounter had been dangerous, but for now, he had survived. Still, the situation was escalating rapidly. As he reflects on what had just transpired, he understands one thing clearly: whoever was behind this destruction needed to be found. And soon, the bishop sat in his chamber, his frustration reaching a boiling point as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. The very idea that the 7 Knights of the Zenith Church, the elite swordsmen personally assigned to protect the archbishop, had been observing him, filled him with seething rage. Each of them was at the master level, making them not only highly skilled but also powerful enough to eliminate any potential threats to the church. Their silent judgment lingered in his mind, a constant reminder that he was under scrutiny, an object of suspicion. He could not afford such oversight, not now, not when he was on the verge of completing the greatest experiment the church had ever undertaken. With a sharp motion, he slammed his fist against the table, his anger finally spilling over. The humiliation of failure, the realization that his control was slipping, all of it burned in his chest like a smoldering ember. He directed his fury toward the archbishop, blaming him for the restrictions imposed on his work. If not for the church's constraints, if not for the constant need to justify his actions, the experiment would have been completed by now. He swore to himself that once his work was perfected, once the experiments reached their ultimate stage, he would surpass the archbishop entirely. He would rise beyond his station, claim power for himself, and take absolute control over the church's destiny. Meanwhile, Jamie stood over the remains of the chimera, examining its grotesque form with clinical precision. The battle had left its body mangled, yet its core structure remained intact enough for him to analyze. As he observed the remnants, a thought crossed his mind, perhaps. In his relentless assault, he had gone too far. He had sought to neutralize the threat, but in doing so, he had nearly obliterated the creature entirely. Though it was a creation of the Zenith Church, an abomination molded through cruel and inhuman means, Jamie could not deny the ingenuity behind its design. He crouched beside the chimera's lifeless frame, carefully peeling back layers of its damaged armor, exposing the intricate construct beneath. What he saw intrigued him. The creature was a fusion of 4 distinct life forms, meticulously selected to maximize efficiency and survivability. Its legs, elongated and covered in chitinous plating, resembled those of an insect, allowing for rapid and fluid movement. Its internal organs, upon closer inspection, had been enhanced with fire-resistant properties, making it highly resilient to elemental attacks. Its eyes, composed of compound lenses, granted it a vast range of vision, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. And at its core, the creature retained the structure of a human body, likely chosen to allow for intelligence, combat adaptability, and enhanced control over holy energy. Yet, what intrigued Jamie the most was the divine core embedded deep within the chimera's chest. This small, spherical mass of energy, pulsing with latent power, had been the very source of the creature's strength, allowing it to function as a paladin. This was no ordinary magical enhancement. This was a deliberate infusion of divine essence, a creation specifically engineered to wield and manipulate holy energy at a level that rivaled even the most devout knights of the Zenith Church. Jamie pondered the purpose behind such a creation. Why would the Zenith Church invest so heavily in the development of bioengineered warriors? The answer, though speculative, felt disturbingly clear. They were preparing for war. If the church had perfected the creation of these holy chimeras, then it was only a matter of time before they deployed an army of them. The implications of such a force were catastrophic, capable of tipping the balance of power and unleashing devastation on a scale unseen for centuries. As Jamie continued his examination, his thoughts turned toward the ethics or lack thereof of the Zenith Church. They had not changed. Their unwavering view of humanity as nothing more than material for experimentation had persisted for centuries, unchallenged and unchecked. This was not new, but rather a continuation of their long-standing disregard for human life. Their belief in divine superiority, in the sacred right to manipulate and sacrifice, had led them down this path, one where morality was discarded in favor of power. Lost in thought, Jamie found memories resurfacing, fragments of a past life filled with voices, echoes of old wounds. He remembered the atrocities committed by the gods, the suffering inflicted upon humanity, and the relentless cruelty that had driven him to defy them. He had seen empires fall, had witnessed entire civilizations crushed under divine rule, and had sworn that such a fate would never befall humanity again. His rebirth after millennia of silence was not mere coincidence, it was purpose. He had returned to end their reign, to ensure that the oppression of the gods would never again be imposed upon mortals. Elsewhere, the bishop sat in his chamber, his expression dark as he communicated through a magic ball. The voice on the other end was angry, a storm of discontent and disappointment. The failure of the chimera experiment had been unexpected, an outcome that neither the bishop nor his benefactors had anticipated. Though the main body had survived, the damage it sustained was beyond acceptable limits. The voice from the magic ball chastised the bishop, dismissing his attempts to justify the outcome. Desperate to regain control of the conversation, the bishop blamed the failure on the interference of a third party. The response was immediate shock, disbelief at the idea that someone outside their knowledge had intervened. A second presence entered the discussion, a man bearing unusual growths, an unsettling figure who had long been involved in the experiments conducted under the Zenith Church's authority. He spoke with unsettling curiosity, probing into the bishop's next course of action. Without hesitation, the bishop revealed that he had already selected a new individual for experimentation. The mutated man, intrigued, suggested that the next subject be the child with the holy essence, emphasizing how rare and valuable such material was for their research. However, the bishop's response was swift and furious. Slamming his hand on the table, he rejected the idea outright. Holy essence was too precious to be wasted on chimera experimentation. It would serve a far greater purpose elsewhere. Instead, the bishop revealed that his true target had already been chosen, a loyal servant of Zenith, the sole blood relative of the saintess, Riki. Sometime later, an old woman found Riki, her presence filled with an air of quiet authority as she approached him. She informed him that he had finally been located, that his presence was required. Riki, sensing something odd in her tone, turned toward his sister, asking if she needed his help. However, the old woman's words were clear. Everyone had been summoned to the main hall. The crowd in the main hall was restless, a sea of murmurs as speculation ran rampant. The sudden gathering had left many confused, though excitement still filled the air. Among them, Riki scanned the faces, noticing Ben and Anna seated nearby. He approached, questioning their presence. Ben casually explained that everyone had been instructed to come, and so he had brought Anna along. Riki, ever impatient, pushed Ben away, annoyed at his lack of urgency. Before anyone could make sense of the sudden summons, the bishop stepped onto the stage, his presence commanding immediate attention. The hall fell silent as he addressed the gathering. With a voice filled with warmth and authority, he declared that Zenith had once again chosen. The crowd erupted into whispers and excitement, speculation igniting like wildfire. The bishop smiled, watching them with hidden amusement. They were fools, blind, eager fools. What they saw as a divine blessing was nothing more than a means to create the next chimera. A storm of fate, Riki's departure, and the shadows that follow. The bishop stood before the gathered crowd, his words carrying the weight of divine revelation. He announced with great enthusiasm that Zenith had chosen again, the excitement in the room reaching a fever pitch. But behind his benevolent expression, his mind was filled with cold calculation. He did not see the hopeful faces before him as believers. He saw materials, pawns to be shaped into something greater. And at the center of this spectacle, his mind was already on the next chimera, Riki. The boy had no idea what was awaiting him. As the bishop gazed upon him, he smirked subtly, thinking to himself that, soon enough, Riki would no longer be human. Days later, in the midst of a passing storm, the mansion was peaceful despite the weather. Rain had poured heavily throughout the day, but now, as the sky began to clear, the air carried the lingering scent of damp earth and petrichor. Sears, seated near the window, commented that the rain seemed to be letting up. Jamie, seated across from her, nodded in agreement, remarking that he hoped the weather would clear completely soon. Sears, ever fond of the tranquility of such days, smiled and commented that tea parties on rainy days had a charm of their own. Jamie, knowing her fondness for simple pleasures, forced a laugh and replied with practiced ease, adding that he found the smell of rain refreshing and that being with his mother made it even better. Sears, touched by his words, embraced him warmly, appreciating his affectionate gesture. Jamie remained still, not protesting but not reciprocating. Understanding that refusing his mother's affections would lead to consequences he wished to avoid. Their quiet moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. A servant entered, bowing respectfully before announcing that a guest had arrived asking to see Jamie. Jamie, surprised, turned toward the servant and inquired about the identity of the visitor. The servant hesitated before explaining that a commoner child claiming to be Jamie's friend had come to visit and asked whether he should be turned away. For a brief moment, Jamie furrowed his brow, confused by the claim. A commoner? His friend? His mind quickly raced through possibilities, and soon he realized exactly who it might be. Though somewhat exasperated, he stood and instructed the servant to bring the guest inside. Not long after, Riki entered the room, his small frame tense with nervousness. His posture was uncertain, his eyes shifting anxiously as he stepped inside. He greeted them politely, apologizing for the intrusion. Before Jamie could say anything, Sears' face lit up with warmth, delighted that her son's friend had come to visit. She welcomed Riki graciously, motioning for him to sit, and her kind demeanor immediately eased Riki's nerves. Jamie, however, was far from pleased. Though he recognized Riki, his expression darkened slightly, silently questioning why Riki had presumed they were friends. He had little patience for unnecessary visits, and even less for being forced into interactions he did not desire. Sears, ever the gracious host, turned her attention to Ricky, asking for his name and where he lived. Ricky, still slightly uncomfortable, introduced himself and explained that he lived at the Church of Zenith. Sears acknowledged his response with a nod and then asked why he had come to visit Jamie. Ricky hesitated, his expression flickering with uncertainty as he carefully chose his words. He began to explain, mentioning that his visit was related to the other night, but before he could finish, Jamie reacted instantly, covering Ricky's mouth with his hand. Embarrassment flashed across his face, and he quickly turned to his mother, forcing a light-hearted tone as he declared that he and Ricky would go play on their own. He strongly suggested that she take a rest, eager to end the conversation before Ricky could say anything incriminating. Sears, smiling knowingly, observed them with quiet amusement. To her, Jamie's sudden eagerness to leave was nothing more than shyness and adorable reluctance in the presence of a friend. She reflected on how much her son had grown, believing that perhaps he was simply embarrassed to interact with his peers in front of her. Jamie, on the other hand, was internally dreading the potential consequences of being caught. He could already imagine the suffocating hugs, the endless doting, and the unbearable prospect of being forced to share a bed with his mother again if she became sentimental. He needed to escape this scenario immediately. However, just as he thought he had secured his exit, Sears insisted on a farewell kiss. Jamie's expression froze, the request sending a wave of dread through him. To his mother, it was a simple act of affection, but to Jamie, it was an even greater challenge than battle itself. With great reluctance, he forced himself forward, determined to find the quickest way out of this predicament. He pressed a brief kiss against her cheek, his movements stiff but deliberate. Sears, clearly delighted, beamed at him before finally taking her leave. As she disappeared through the door, Jamie let out a quiet sigh, feeling an immense sense of relief. Ricky, having watched the entire exchange, was visibly perplexed. He quietly noted that Jamie's mother must love him deeply, an observation that Jamie brushed off without hesitation. With his patience already running thin, he demanded to know why Ricky had come to visit him in the first place. At the reminder of his purpose, Ricky's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious. He revealed that he had been chosen and would soon be leaving for the main church. This revelation struck Jamie like a cold wind, his eyes narrowing as he processed the words. Unable to mask his shock, he asked Ricky to repeat himself, needing to confirm that he had heard correctly. Elsewhere, Raz sat in quiet contemplation, his mind preoccupied with the mystery of the vanished paladin. Days had passed without any sign of the strange knight, and the absence left a gnawing frustration within him. His efforts to observe the church had yielded little, and he began to wonder whether the paladin had disappeared entirely. His brooding thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, Ricky's cheerful farewell echoing in the air. Turning his head, Raz saw the boy waving as he departed, his casual manner irritating him more than it should have. Despite his internal frustration, Raz masked his emotions, stepping forward and embracing Ricky in a firm hug. He insisted that Ricky should call him Big Brother, to which Ricky complied without protest. Raz then asked if Ricky had come to see Jamie, and when Ricky confirmed this, he pressed further, inquiring about the reason. Ricky revealed his news: he had received a prophecy from Zenith, and he would soon be departing for the main church. The word sent a chill down Raz's spine, though he carefully concealed his reaction. Internally, he condemned the church for their deceit, knowing all too well what such prophecies truly meant. But outwardly, he offered only a gentle pat on Ricky's head, feigning encouragement. He praised the news, assuring Ricky that he would become an excellent priest. Ricky, filled with excitement, agreed enthusiastically, expressing his desire to help others just like Raz. He promised to return and check on Raz in the future before departing. As Ricky disappeared from sight, Raz's expression darkened. Emerging from the shadows behind him, 3 knights awaited his command. His voice, now cold and sharp, issued a single order. They were to track the carriage transporting Ricky the following morning. No matter what, Raz intended to intervene. The departure and the unfolding conflict. The following morning, Ricky prepared for his departure, surrounded by familiar faces, each of them offering their heartfelt goodbyes. The priests of the Zenith Church stood by him, speaking words of encouragement and expressing their gratitude for his dedication to the faith. Ricky, filled with both excitement and nervousness, promised them that once his training was complete and he had become a priest, he would return to them. He spoke with conviction, his voice steady even as his emotions swelled within him. Among those gathered, Anna and Ben stood close, their expressions a mix of pride and sorrow. Tears welled in Anna's eyes, but she forced herself to smile through them, not wanting her emotions to burden Ricky on his path. Ben, always protective of his friend, stepped forward and thanked Ricky for everything he had done, especially for caring for his sister. Ricky, in turn, hugged Anna tightly, feeling the weight of this moment. He reminded her to listen to the church's guidance, eat well, and not worry about him too much. His voice was gentle but firm, as if trying to convince both himself and her that this was the right decision. Anna nodded, her tear-streaked face glowing with pride. She made Ricky promise to stay healthy and come back to her as soon as he could. Ricky, overcome with emotion, vowed to write to them often and to return as soon as his training allowed. The carriage stood waiting at the entrance of the church, its dark wooden frame gleaming under the weak morning sunlight. Ricky climbed inside, his gaze lingering on the faces of those who had gathered for him one last time. With a deep breath, he settled into his seat, and the carriage began its journey. The wheels groaned as they rolled forward, the rhythmic sound of hooves against the damp earth signaling the start of Ricky's new life. But hidden in the distance, cloaked in shadow, Raz observed the entire scene with piercing intensity. He watched the priests, the crowd, and finally, Ricky himself, studying every movement with unwavering focus. As the carriage disappeared down the road, he turned to his companions and issued a quiet but firm command. "Follow it. Do not let it out of your sight." His companions nodded, and like silent specters, they vanished into the surrounding woods, their pursuit beginning in earnest. Jamie's observation and decision far from the church, in the stillness of his own quarters, Jamie sat in quiet meditation. He concentrated energy between his hands, the darkness of his mana swirling like living tendrils between his fingers. With a slow, measured breath, he opened his eyes, immediately sensing a shift. "They're gone." His eyes flickered with calculation as he channeled energy to his fingertips, contemplating whether he should check on the hidden bug he had planted earlier. But as he did, Black, his ever-watchful companion, flitted beside him, its presence a constant reminder of the forces at play. Black's voice, sharp and knowing, cut through the silence. It recognized the traces of black mana woven into the workings of the Zenith Church. Jamie's mind quickly assembled the puzzle, recalling an image of a man folding his hands in prayer, and with that, he remembered something critical. There were 3 things necessary to create a holy chimera, a sacrifice, a creator capable of leading the experiment, and a high-ranking priest to infuse holy energy into the vessel. These components were fundamental to the church's twisted research. Jamie's expression darkened. In this region, there was only one high-ranking priest capable of such an operation. A name surfaced in his mind, a man in his 50s, always cloaked in the pristine robes of the Zenith Church, his face etched with a perpetual faint smile, as if he alone knew secrets the world was blind to. Behind him, the radiant symbol of the church had always glowed like an illusion of divinity. Jamie had seen through him long ago. The pursuit through the forest, miles away, deep within a dense and ancient forest, a nearly imperceptible shadow darted between the branches. Raz, wrapped in his cloak, moved swiftly from tree to tree, his eyes never straying from the carriage that rolled steadily along the muddy path below. The carriage itself seemed unremarkable to the untrained eye, but Raz knew better. This was not a simple transport for an aspiring priest. This was a vessel carrying an experiment, a carefully chosen subject who had unknowingly surrendered himself to forces far beyond his comprehension. The knights accompanying Raz moved in sync, maintaining their distance yet never losing sight of their target. The carriage was heading toward the church's restricted zone, where the experiments took place in secrecy. Raz knew that once Ricky entered that place, he would never come out the same again if he even came out at all. His grip on his sword tightened. The church's deception warranted severe consequences. Jamie's move against Lincoln, Jamie understood one thing: if Raz and his knights were involved, then they would be able to handle the laboratory without his interference. That left him with one task only: Lincoln. Adjusting the tie at his collar, he pulled his dark coat over his shoulders, the fabric shifting with his movement. As Black flew beside him, Jamie's lips curled into a knowing smirk. It was time. Lincoln and the rift between realms. At that very moment, deep within the Zenith Church, Lincoln stood in the center of his chamber, his cloak fluttering in the breeze that crept through the open window. The air around him crackled with latent divine energy, thick with the weight of his holy power. Before him, a mirror rippled like water, its surface distorting as his hand reached inside, disappearing up to the elbow. This was no ordinary mirror, it was a conduit, a reflection of realms intertwined, allowing him to extend his influence across distances unseen. His thoughts lingered on the boy, Ricky, the one chosen to receive the blessing of Zenith. It was his duty to test and refine the vessel, to mold him into a true warrior of the church. Lincoln's fingers brushed against the air inside the mirror, reaching for the boy who stood in a room far from the county, unaware of what was coming. But just as his hand nearly touched Ricky's shoulder, something unexpected happened. A whip of dark energy lashed out, wrapping around Lincoln's arm and torso in a crushing grip. The force of the black mana tendrils tightened, yanking Lincoln back with such power that he nearly collapsed to the ground. His cloak snapped in the wind, his composure breaking as he gritted his teeth, stunned by the intrusion. With rising anger, Lincoln stood, shaking off the shadowy bindings as his eyes locked onto the figure floating before him. A dark cloak billowed in the air, tendrils of black mana swirling like living chains around his form. A hood concealed most of his face, but the wicked smirk on his lips was unmistakable. Jamie Lincoln's stomach twisted with realization. This was no ordinary magician, this was a black magician. The very presence of such forbidden energy contaminated the holy ground beneath them, causing the radiant symbols of Zenith to pulse with violent resistance. Fury burned in Lincoln's chest. He clenched his hands into fists, his brows knitting together as his mana surged around him. The air in the room thickened, the atmosphere shaking under the pressure of divine power. The magic of the Zenith Church activated, and beneath both Jamie and Lincoln, a holy field erupted, a glowing formation radiating from the floor. Lincoln raised his hands, unleashing a column of raw energy as he bellowed that he would show Jamie the wrath of God. Jamie, watching with calculated amusement, smirked as he assessed the field's power. Lincoln, now fully immersed in the blessed field, possessed enough strength to crush boulders with his bare hands, yet Jamie only grinned. This battle had already been decided, the collapse of control, the fall of Lincoln and the shadows closing in. The clash between holy energy and black mana had become a spectacle of raw, unfathomable power, each force seeking to overwhelm the other. Lincoln, his body bruised and aching, still believed in his superiority, convinced that the light of Zenith would purge the darkness before him. Yet the battlefield told a different story. He had charged with all the fervor of a zealous warrior, his body brimming with divine energy, his fists poised to bring judgment upon the heretics standing before him. His attack had been swift, a force of raw destruction, aimed with the intent to decapitate in a single strike. But at the last moment, Jamie had evaded the attack, the radiance of Lincoln's holy power missing him by mere centimeters, close enough to burn the air around him. The realization of his failure had hardly set in before he pressed forward again, determined to break through. His fist, alight with divine wrath, had slammed into Jamie's chest, forcing a shudder of impact through his opponent's body. For a fleeting moment, Lincoln had believed that he had landed a decisive blow, but then Jamie had smiled. It was not the expression of a man in pain, nor one who had suffered a devastating hit. Instead, it was the grin of a hunter who had lured his prey into a trap, the smile of a man who had seen through the veil of arrogance and found the flaw within. His pupils had narrowed to slits, eyes gleaming with a primal hunger, as if the battle had only just become interesting to him. The weight of that expression had settled over Lincoln with a cold, sinking dread, and before he could comprehend the shift in power, the darkness had already begun to move. The tendrils of black mana had surged from Jamie's presence like living serpents, coiling around Lincoln's limbs with unnatural precision. The first to be caught was his wrist, the dark energy wrapping around it with a touch that burned worse than any hellfire. It had slithered along his forearm, digging in like living chains, spreading its curse with an oppressive weight that made even moving his fingers agonizing. He had fought against it at first, attempting to wrench himself free, but the realization came too late. The black mana was not simply binding him. It was devouring the divine energy that surrounded him, stripping away his blessings, eroding the very foundation of his strength. The golden light that had once radiated from his body dimmed, and with it, his sense of control shattered. Panic set in, the first genuine fear he had felt in years, as the holy field itself trembled. The once impenetrable domain of Zenith's divine authority, which should have repelled and destroyed any traces of corruption, was instead collapsing beneath Jamie's presence. The sacred aura wavered, then cracked as black mana seeped into its very structure. The once glowing runes on the floor flickered before being consumed, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. Lincoln had screamed, his voice filled with denial as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. His struggle had been brief but futile. The moment he had attempted to summon another burst of holy power, the tendrils of darkness had retaliated, snapping tight around his torso. His body had been yanked into the air, his spine arching under the unnatural force before he was flung backward, his momentum carrying him straight into the stone wall. The impact had been bone-shattering. His ribs had cracked, his head whipping back as his skull collided with the unforgiving surface. The wall itself gave way, bricks exploding outward as dust and debris showered the chamber. His body had crumpled to the ground, his mouth opening in a strangled gasp, blood trickling from between his lips. His breath came shallow and weak, yet still, he lived. And Jamie had stepped forward, his presence an all-consuming void. The tendrils of black mana writhed around him, coiling like serpents, pulsing with an energy that defied comprehension. Each step he took sent a ripple of oppressive force through the room, his every movement deliberate, measured the steps of a man who had already won. Lincoln had watched from his slumped position, his mind racing, his instincts screaming at him to run, but his body refused to move. The bonds had tightened around him, dragging him further into their grasp, leaving him at Jamie's mercy. Then, Jamie had leaned down, meeting Lincoln's glassy, pain-filled gaze, and in that moment, Lincoln had understood that he would not leave this place intact. The black mana had surged again, this time directly into his skull. It was not a physical attack, nor was it a spell he could counter. Instead, it was something far worse, a direct invasion into the very fabric of his mind. The dark tendrils pierced through his consciousness, prying into his thoughts, his memories, his deepest secrets. His body had jerked violently, his limbs spasming against the unnatural force, his breath catching in his throat as a pressure unlike anything he had ever felt crushed down upon him. His vision had blurred, his capillaries bursting, turning the whites of his eyes into a web of crimson veins, and Jamie had only begun. Meanwhile, the bishop's wrath and Raz's discovery, the distant halls of the Zenith Church's underground chambers, had been filled with the furious bellows of the bishop, his patience having long since disintegrated. His grotesque form, riddled with tumors and unnatural growths, trembled with unrestrained fury as he slammed his fists onto the table. His demands for answers had gone unanswered, and Lincoln's absence had only further exacerbated his suspicions. His mind, already fraying under the pressure of his own experiments, had latched onto the thought that Lincoln had failed him, that the progress he had worked so tirelessly to achieve was being stalled by incompetence. When the nervous priest had tried to appease him, offering to investigate the matter further, the bishop had snapped. Without hesitation, a twisted, pulsating tendril had lashed out, impaling the priest through the skull before he had even finished his sentence. The lifeless body had collapsed in a heap, the blood pooling around the bishop's feet ignored completely, but then he had felt it. The faint, almost imperceptible sensation of being watched, the presence of intruders within his domain. His mutated eyes had lifted to the ceiling, his mind stretching outward, sensing the movements above. He had known in that moment that his sanctuary had been breached. And as if on cue, the heavy doors to his hidden chamber had burst open. Figures had entered in a swift, coordinated formation, their presence calculated, their movements deadly. The flickering candlelight had cast shadows along the walls, illuminating the silent intruders. At the forefront, his expression unreadable but his intent unmistakable, stood Raz. The bishop had watched as Raz's team swept through the chamber, their eyes scanning the rows of bookshelves lining the walls. One among them, a spectral swordsman, had halted near the far side, his presence flickering like an apparition as he raised a hand to draft. Raz's gaze had followed the silent gesture, his instincts razor-sharp. A hidden passage. Without hesitation, he had moved forward, his fingers tracing the bindings of ancient tomes, pulling them free piece by piece, until suddenly the entire bookshelf had rumbled and slid aside. The air that spilled from the passage had carried a scent that curdled the stomach. Something unspeakable lay beyond. Raz had taken a step forward, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword, and deep within the darkness, the bishop had grinned, his grotesque form twisting in anticipation. The hunt had begun. The breaking point, the unleashing of the nightmare. The moment Raz stepped into the concealed passage, an iron chain erupted from the darkness like a beast lashing out from the abyss. He barely had time to react, his sword flashing upward in a desperate attempt to block the attack. The impact was devastating, the sheer weight behind it sending tremors through his entire body. His arms trembled, his knuckles whitening around the hilt of his weapon as he absorbed the force. The sheer momentum of the attack forced him to take a step back, his breath catching in his throat. His lips split open as his teeth sank into it, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He refused to let a single sound escape him. Pain was nothing. He had endured worse. But the weight of the chain, the sheer overwhelming power behind it, was unlike anything he had encountered before. The second strike came almost immediately, the chain whipping through the air with a sickening velocity. It struck him directly in the chest, and before he could anchor himself, his body was sent flying. He crashed against the stone floor, rolling to absorb the impact. The moment his back slammed into the ground, he twisted, using the momentum to push himself into a crouch. His fingers dug into the cold floor as he slid backward, his breath ragged, his mind racing. From behind, a sharp voice called his name, concern laced in every syllable. The red-haired girl, standing amidst their group, her expression tense with worry, her hands curled into fists, and her gaze flickered between him and the darkness beyond the threshold. Raz forced himself to his feet, his muscles screaming in protest. His eyes never left the opening, his focus narrowing to the unseen enemy lurking just beyond the veil of shadows. He exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around his blade as he finally acknowledged the truth. They were in the right place, and then, from the gloom, it emerged. A colossal figure, its massive frame moving with an unnatural combination of weight and precision. Its blue-hued skin bore the evidence of countless battles, its body scarred from old wounds, some fresh, some ancient, each one telling a story of violence and survival. Wrapped around its arm, an iron chain glistened in the dim light, the links rattling ominously with each movement. At the end of the chain, a massive spiked morning star, its surface darkened with old blood, swung gently an executioner's weapon, a harbinger of pain. The creature's eyes, glowing with a dull, almost feral intelligence, locked onto Raz. Not just a beast, not just an experiment. This was something different, something made with purpose. The realization settled heavily on Raz's shoulders. He braced himself, his mind already working through his next move. This would not be a battle of brute force alone. This was something beyond normal comprehension. Jamie's grand illusion and the unraveling of deception, far beneath the church's surface. Within the confines of a hidden laboratory, Jamie had already begun weaving his deception. He had rewritten Lincoln's mind, carving away any traces of their encounter, ensuring the man would leave the chamber with no memory of what had transpired. But even as Lincoln staggered away, his body still moving under the weight of implanted suggestions, Jamie remained unsatisfied. A single thought pulsed in his mind: it's not enough. He turned toward the magic mirror, preparing to use it, but something stopped him. His instincts, honed from countless battles, from centuries of knowledge, warned him. He needed a disguise. With a subtle shift of his fingers, a pulse of energy rippled outward. His form warping, reshaping, his face contorted, his features twisting until they perfectly mirrored the bishop's. The transformation was seamless. Even his posture, his mannerisms, every minute detail became indistinguishable. A slow smirk curled across his lips now. He could begin. The creator's obsession and the tipping point. The laboratory was steeped in a suffocating stillness, its air thick with the mingling scent of chemical decay and flesh in transition. Rows of glass containment chambers lined the room, each one holding grotesque remnants of failed experiments, their twisted, half-formed bodies suspended in murky liquid, their deformed limbs twitching involuntarily. At the center of it all, the creator stood, his gaze fixated on the boy lying unconscious on the stone table. His fingers, long and grotesquely mutated, traced the outline of Ricky's motionless body. His breath was shallow, almost reverent, his eyes gleaming with a perverse fascination. Ricky, a vessel unlike any other, holy power, perfectly embedded in mortal flesh. This was what he had spent years pursuing, he muttered to himself, his words a quiet chant of obsession, the culmination of all his work. He lamented the delays, the interruptions, the weakness of those meant to serve him. His mind wandered to Lincoln and his teeth clenched. If not for the experiment, Lincoln would have been disposed of long ago. A low growl rumbled in his throat, his fingers twitching. He had no choice. The process needed to continue. His gaze lifted to the massive containment flask before him. His hand pressed against the glass, and with a resigned sigh, he activated the release mechanism. The flask shattered. Inside, something stirred. A low, guttural clicking sound echoed through the room. Jamie's arrival and the first signs of suspicion. As the door to the laboratory creaked open, the creator's head snapped toward the sound, his gaze narrowing. His fingers twitched, his muscles coiling with tension, expecting interruption. Then, a familiar figure stepped through Lincoln, or at least that's what the creator believed. Jamie, cloaked in the illusion, entered the chamber with perfectly practiced steps. His presence was carefully crafted to mirror Lincoln's demeanor, even down to the slight hesitation in his movements. He carried himself as Lincoln would, with just enough deference to avoid suspicion. But the creator's gaze landed on the bloodstains marking Jamie's clothes. His eyes narrowed further. He examined the stains, the smears of dried crimson against the fabric, the splashes across his skin. His nostrils flared slightly. The blood had dried, but the metallic scent still lingered in the air. Jamie remained still, carefully measuring his next move. The silence between them stretched, then something shifted. A flicker of something unseen passed through the creator's eyes, his mind connecting unseen threads. He studied Jamie closely, his sharp gaze lingering on the smallest inconsistencies. Then, in a single breath, his entire expression darkened. The air around him pulsed. A grotesque shudder rippled through his body. He knew. Jamie saw the moment realization struck. saw the mad gleam returning to the creator's eyes, saw the slow curl of his fingers, the first sign of the transformation beginning, and then the creator's form contorted. His flesh ripped apart, grotesque tentacles bursting from his back, writhing like hungry appendages. His eyes burned with unhinged fury. A shriek of pure madness tore from his throat. The illusion had shattered, the game was over, and now the true battle began. Ras is taken aback when he notices the monster standing behind him. Before he can react, the creature grabs the knight with one powerful hand and slams him forcefully into the ground. Seeing this, the pink-haired knight rushes toward the monster, demanding that it release her companion. She swings her sword with speed and strength, managing to inflict a slight wound. However, the monster remains unfazed, standing tall as if the attack was meaningless. She quickly realizes that this creature is on an entirely different level compared to the ones they have faced before. Ras observes the surroundings and notices that the space is too confined for the monster's attacks to be fully unleashed. Taking advantage of this, he swiftly runs past it, determined to find a more open area to fight. Entering another room, he turns to face the monster, which immediately charges at him. Without hesitation, Ras channels energy into his sword, preparing to counterattack. As the creature closes in, he casts the Sword of Judgment spell and slashes the monster while dashing past it. Smoke begins to emerge from the creature's mouth, and its eyes roll back as if it has been gravely wounded. However, to Ras's shock, the monster suddenly stares directly at him, completely unharmed. A wave of disbelief washes over him. His attack had no effect. The monster moves with incredible speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Ras realizes that he has been careless, and it is now too late to dodge the incoming blow. At that moment, he believes this will be the end for him. Just as the monster is about to strike, one of the knights intervenes, slashing into the creature's hand with his sword. The monster lets out a deafening scream of pain. The knights quickly form a defensive line in front of Ras, asking if he is all right. They suggest retreating, and Ras, realizing the severity of the situation, agrees. He suggests they carry the wounded knight to safety, but one of the knights unexpectedly suggests leaving him behind. Ras is stunned by these words and demands to know if he heard correctly. The knight explains that they were given direct orders to ensure Ras completes his mission, and they cannot allow themselves to be distracted. Ras is deeply disturbed by their reasoning. Their words shake him to the core, and tears well up in his eyes. Before he can say anything more, one of the knights charges toward the monster, leaping into the air and swinging his sword to create an opening for the others. Meanwhile, another knight grabs Ras, insisting they must leave while their comrade holds the monster at bay. Ras refuses, arguing that the knight will surely die if he fights alone. The other knight acknowledges this possibility, but remains unmoved. He explains that as Shadow Knights, their duty is to achieve results at any cost. Their absolute loyalty to their lord is the only thing that matters, and their lives exist solely to serve. Ras is shocked by this unwavering devotion. He reflects on the Shadow Knight's way of thinking and finds it incomprehensible. To him, the idea of sacrificing oneself so readily for the sake of a mission is sheer madness. He silently resolves never to accept such a method. As he stands frozen in disbelief, the knight who stayed behind continues fighting, holding off the monster's relentless attacks. With great effort, he manages to momentarily keep the creature at bay and orders the others to flee as quickly as possible. A loud rumbling sound echoes through the chamber as the ceiling above the monster begins to collapse. Ras watches in horror as the knight and the beast are buried under the falling rubble. For a brief moment, there is silence. Then suddenly, a hand emerges from the debris. Everyone is left speechless. The monster slowly drags itself out of the rubble, revealing that it is still alive. Worse still, it is holding the knight who had tried to restrain it. The knight's body is limp in its grip. Another knight urgently tells Ras they must flee, but Ras refuses to move. His heart pounds as he watches the monster squeeze the captured knight, causing him to cry out in pain. The monster grins cruelly, reveling in its power. Fueled by desperation and fury, Ras tightens his grip on his sword and demands that the monster release the knight at once. His body trembles with rage as he steps forward. The knight being held captive notices Ras's determined expression and shouts for him to stop, but Ras ignores him. A bright energy begins to radiate from his body, surrounding him with a brilliant glow. His eyes burn with an unshakable resolve as he declares that he serves Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. He fixes his gaze on the monster, his voice firm and unwavering, and commands it to vanish. With a forceful motion, Ras slams his sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of divine energy. The light erupts around him and engulfs the monster. A blood-curdling scream escapes from the creature as the powerful energy sears through its body. Ras watches as the monster writhes in agony, finally showing signs of pain for the first time. In that instant, he realizes the monster has borrowed the power of the Divine Executioner. The Divine Executioner is a title given to the 7 holy knights of the Church of Pyro. These knights are granted unique abilities by the goddess of mercy and justice. However, these powers come with a cost. They are highly effective for short bursts, but always result in a severe backlash. This energy is so holy and intense that it punishes the wicked while bestowing mercy upon the righteous. As the battle subsides, 2 knights rush to pick up the wounded knight who had been caught in the monster's grasp. One of them checks if he is still alive, and to their astonishment, the knight enveloped in light energy opens his eyes. He is overwhelmed with disbelief, unable to comprehend how he survived. Ras, standing nearby, explains that this power is a gift from Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. It is meant to punish those who do evil while offering boundless mercy to those who walk the path of righteousness. As he speaks, he reflects on the nature of this power. He knows that once the divine energy fades, all the pain and suffering will fall upon him instead. But he keeps this to himself. He does not want the others to worry about what is to come. Instead, he simply smiles at the knight and assures him that he is relieved to see that he is safe. At that moment, Ras understands that true strength is not about blind loyalty or sacrificing oneself without question. It is about standing for justice, protecting those who need it, and upholding the will of the goddess. No matter the cost, he will continue to fight for what he believes is right. Here, as Ras leads the knights forward, he instructs them to keep moving without hesitation. They follow closely behind him, their expressions tense as they press onward. Meanwhile, in a different part of the battlefield, the creator suddenly releases several tentacle-like appendages, aiming to ensnare Haonime. However, Jamie swiftly reacts, dodging the attack with ease and taking flight, his wings spreading wide as he propels himself upward. The creator, now visibly frustrated, glares at him and accuses him of meddling in his grand experiments. His voice is laced with anger as he labels Jamie a black magician, condemning him for interfering. Jamie, unfazed by the insult, simply smirks and crosses his arms. He finds the accusation ironic, especially coming from someone who has grotesquely manipulated his own body for the sake of so-called progress. With a mocking tone, he remarks on the absurdity of hearing such words from a man who has defiled himself with unnatural modifications. The creator, however, remains undeterred. With a twisted smile, he declares that his work is not an abomination but rather an art form, true artistry beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. He dramatically unveils what he calls Chimera Wings, a new masterpiece, and announces a special performance to prove the brilliance of his creations. Jamie, unimpressed, narrows his eyes as he examines the wings. With a casual shrug, he criticizes their design, calling them gaudy and lacking taste. His dismissive attitude catches the creator off guard. The monstrous figure glares at him in disbelief, demanding to know how he dares to insult his work. However, before the creator can finish his sentence, Jamie interrupts him, raising a single finger as if to remind him of something important. It is then that the creator's eyes widen in realization. He notices a creature bound by dark energy threads floating nearby. Recognition dawns on his face as he understands that this is the very entity he had been using as the primary material for his twisted experiments. Jamie clenches his fist, his gaze darkening as he directs his fury at the creator, holding him solely responsible for what has transpired. The creator, enraged by Jamie's defiance, spits out a venomous insult, calling him a freak. In response, Jamie merely chuckles. He raises his hand, conjuring a glowing magic circle in the air, its dark energy pulsating ominously. With a mocking tone, he ridicules the creator for growing so emotional over what he calls a mere broken toy. Then, without warning, he suggests that they relocate. As soon as he speaks these words, an enormous magic circle materializes beneath them, engulfing the entire area. The creator's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the nature of the spell's spatial movement magic. Panic surges through him. If this magic is completed, he fears he will not survive. Desperately, he tries to disrupt the spell, clawing at the energy with his tentacles, attempting to tear it apart. However, his efforts are in vain. No matter how much he struggles, the spell does not yield. His mind races as he questions why he cannot break through. Before he can reach an answer, his vision distorts, and in the next instant, he vanishes from sight. When the magic settles, they find themselves in an unknown forest, far from their previous battlefield. The creator, now filled with unease, scans his surroundings and wonders why he had been powerless to resist. Jamie, standing nearby, offers him a simple explanation. The truth is, the creator is pathetically weak. He taunts his foe, suggesting that they should have some fun in this new location. However, he warns that once their little game is over, he intends to dismember the creator and turn him into his slave. Furious at the mockery, the creator roars and releases his tentacles, lashing out at Jamie. But Jamie remains several steps ahead. Effortlessly, he dodges the attacks, soaring high into the trees before gracefully landing on a sturdy branch. From his elevated position, he observes the situation and mutters that everything should have ended long ago. The creator, rather than being discouraged, merely grins. With a triumphant laugh, he reveals his trump card, 2 elite chimeras. As the grotesque creatures emerge, he wraps his tentacles around his arms, preparing for an all-out assault. Jamie, intrigued but unimpressed, questions the significance of these elites. However, the creator offers no further explanation. Instead, he immediately attacks, striking the tree Jamie is perched upon with tremendous force. Jamie leaps into the air just as the tree collapses, avoiding the destruction with ease. Meanwhile, the creator, his anger still burning, notes that while they had struggled against a single chimera before, now there are 2. He believes the knights will not be able to survive against such overwhelming power. Jamie, however, remains unimpressed. He criticizes the creator for having long abandoned reason in pursuit of his madness. The creator, smirking, counters Jamie's statement. He insists that this is not madness but confidence in his creations, confidence in his ability to win. Jamie watches him closely, analyzing the grotesque modifications that have transformed him into something far from human. He observes that the creator has fused at least 7 different life forms into his body. The result is a monstrosity, yet Jamie cannot deny that it is an impressive feat. Still, it is not enough to intimidate him. With a cold smile, he concentrates energy in his hand and resolves to end this by making the creator his slave. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, the knights continue their mission. They enter a new room, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The pink-haired knight begins to comment on the strange atmosphere, but Ras quickly interrupts. He urges them to stay focused. Finding the child Ricky is their priority. He glances at the clock in his mind, realizing he has approximately 20 minutes left before Marshall's will is completely depleted. There is no time to waste. He and the 3 knights begin their search, checking every possible corner of the room. As Ras approaches a door, he suddenly halts. A loud sound catches his attention. Turning swiftly, his eyes widen as he sees a projectile formed of magical energy hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. Without hesitation, he shouts a warning and manages to push the pink-haired knight out of harm's way just in time. Looking ahead, Raz is left in shock. Strange noises echo in the room as a monstrous figure steps into view. His mind races as he recognizes the creature. It is an armed chimera. He stands frozen for a moment, unable to believe what he is seeing. Another knight quickly points out a second creature, a hybrid chimera. Raz narrows his eyes, identifying it as a fusion of an ogre and a demonic horse, a terrifying combination, one that even seasoned warriors would struggle to handle. A wave of doubt washes over him. Could he really save Ricky in time? The task before him seems increasingly impossible. However, he quickly shakes off his hesitation. He grips his sword tightly and calls out to his allies, rallying them for battle. At the same time, Ricky finally regains consciousness. His eyes flutter open as confusion clouds his mind. He struggles to recall where he is and why he is there. He vaguely remembers being with the priest, but now he sees no one around him. Looking around, he tries to make sense of his surroundings. Then, as he turns, his breath catches in his throat. Before him stands a large flask, and inside it, he sees a familiar figure, Shino's body, suspended in an unnatural state. Shock paralyzes him. His mind races, desperately trying to understand why Shino is trapped inside the flask. His lips part, but no words come out. The horrific sight leaves him shaken. Questions flood his thoughts. Why is this happening? What has been done to them? But as fear grips his heart, he realizes that there are no immediate answers. Only one thing is certain: something terrible has occurred, and he is now caught in the middle of it. Ricky, despite knowing they were chosen by God, begins to question whether such a blessing might sometimes turn into a curse. Overwhelmed with emotion, he starts to cry, but forces himself to regain composure, realizing he must leave immediately. Turning away from the flask that holds Shino's body, he heads for the door. However, just as he grips the handle, he hesitates, looking back at Shino and silently promising to return. With that, he pushes the door open and escapes. As he runs, his thoughts are consumed by the Janus Church, vowing that they will not go unpunished for what they have done. Moving swiftly through the hallway of the church building, he hears unfamiliar noises, making him wonder if a fight has broken out. He dares to hope that someone might have come to rescue him. Suddenly, he halts in his tracks, sensing that something is happening nearby. Peering around a corner, his breath catches in his throat as he notices blood on the floor. A shiver runs down his spine, and for a moment, he contemplates turning back. Before he can act, Ras dashes past him, urgently shouting that an attack is coming from the right and that they must escape. Relief floods Ricky's heart at the sight of Ras, and he calls out to him. In the midst of blocking an incoming chimera attack, Ras struggles to smile and playfully tells Ricky to call him Big Brother. However, Ras isn't alone. Beside him is another knight, one with striking pink hair. Suddenly, one of the chimeras shifts its attention to Ricky, turning abruptly and charging toward him with its massive fist raised. Ras immediately notices the danger and yells at his companion to intercept the creature. The knight leaps forward, shouting for the chimera to stop, but another beast appears, blocking their path. Ras, his voice thick with worry, desperately tells Ricky to run. Meanwhile, another knight exclaims that they are trapped. Frozen in fear, Ricky tries to move but finds himself paralyzed. The monstrous creature rears onto its hind legs, preparing to strike. In that moment, Ras channels his energy and calls out Ricky's name, delivering 2 powerful strikes with his sword. Magical waves surge forward, slamming into the chimera. However, the beast retaliates, sending one of the knights flying through the air. The fallen knight calls out for Ras, who stands still, his gaze locked on Ricky. His heart pounds with fear as a dense cloud of dust fills the air. Ras fears he has failed. Through the dust, coughing loudly, Ricky emerges, brushing off debris as energy pulses from his body. The sight leaves Ras stunned. Within the haze, the chimera's silhouette remains visible, reminding them that the battle isn't over. Ras warns Ricky of the lurking danger and urges him to get to safety. Without hesitation, Ricky runs straight toward Ras and clings to him in an embrace. Looking back, Ras's worry deepens as he watches the knights struggling against the chimera. He turns to one of them, demanding a status report. The knight, panting, admits that he can hold out for only 10 more minutes. However, after reassessing the situation, he quickly corrects himself. He might not even last that long. Ras tightens his grip on Ricky, realizing he cannot fight effectively while also protecting him. With a heavy heart, he tells Ricky to go ahead without him. At first, Ricky refuses, unwilling to leave Ras behind. However, as the seconds pass, he comes to understand the truth. He is only hindering Ras, not helping. Clenching his fists, he nods, finally agreeing to leave. Before running off, he shouts back at Ras, telling him to come back safe and sound. Ras raises his hand in acknowledgement but remains silent. His focus sharpens as he grips his sword, watching the chimera closely. If it is the only one left, he vows to grind it into dust. Meanwhile, Ricky rushes down the stairs, his mind racing to make sense of what just happened. He replays the moment when the chimera attacked him and remembers how light had seemed to frighten it. His stomach growls, but he barely notices, too preoccupied with the strange fury bubbling inside him. It reminds him of the anger he felt during his time with the gang, raw, uncontrollable, and dangerous. As he runs, a door comes into view ahead of him. His pulse quickens. Reaching the door, he pushes it open and steps outside. Cool air fills his lungs as he finally catches his breath. Looking up at the night sky, doubts claw at his mind. Was salvation a lie? Was faith nothing but an illusion? Suddenly, tears spill down his cheeks as his thoughts turn to Anna, his little sister. She is still at the orphanage, alone and vulnerable. His heart clenches with determination. He will not allow those responsible for this suffering to get away unscathed. No one who dares to hurt Anna will escape his wrath. However, before he can dwell on these thoughts, an unsettling sensation washes over him. A terrible, almost unnatural force seems to be calling him. His body stiffens as he feels an overwhelming urge to move. Without fully understanding why, he follows the invisible pull. His feet carry him into the forest, where he notices dark energy swirling beneath him. The path ahead is uncertain, but something deep within him tells him to keep going. Whatever lies at the source of this darkness, he is about to find out. Meanwhile, the Creator and Jamie are locked in a fierce battle. As they exchange blows, the Creator taunts Jamie, mocking him for his habit of running away, sneering that he has become quite skilled at it. His tone is laced with malice as he releases his tentacles, announcing his intent to end Jamie's life. With a wicked grin, he lunges forward, launching a series of rapid strikes while loudly proclaiming that Jamie must die. Jamie, caught off guard by the sheer relentlessness of the Creator's attacks, finds himself forced to evade with increasing urgency. The Creator wastes no time, extending several of his tentacles toward Jamie, his voice filled with arrogance as he declares that this will be the end of him. But Jamie, quick on his feet, propels himself from a sturdy tree branch, skillfully dodging the incoming assault. Their battle leaves a path of destruction in its wake, causing massive explosions to ripple through the dense forest. As the dust settles, Jamie lands gracefully, a smirk forming on his lips. He acknowledges that his opponent's attacks are indeed powerful, and he knows he would be in serious trouble if even one of them were to land. Determined to shift the tide of battle, he raises his hand, summoning a glowing sphere of magical energy. Confidence surges through him. If the fight continues at this pace, his magic will be more than enough to secure his victory. However, the creator's expression twists in fury at Jamie's composure. Calling Jamie a fool, he takes off into the air, his presence radiating unchecked rage. His voice booms as he declares that the time for jokes is over. Jamie narrows his eyes, watching carefully, sensing something ominous brewing. The creator suddenly raises his hand and proclaims that Jamie should already be dead. In an instant, countless tentacles shoot out, weaving together into a massive sphere designed to trap Jamie within its suffocating grasp. The creator grins in triumph, believing he has finally caught his elusive opponent. However, his satisfaction is short-lived. When the sphere settles, Jamie is nowhere to be found. Fury ignites within the creator as he frantically searches for Jamie, demanding to know where he has gone. His frustration mounts as he scans the area, but his confusion only deepens when Jamie's voice echoes from a nearby tree. The creator's eyes widen in disbelief. How had Jamie managed to escape his unbreakable trap? Realizing he must act fast, Jamie channels his magical energy, activating the Dark Dimension spell. The air around them thickens with an ominous energy as the spell takes hold. The creator momentarily falters, recognizing that he has walked straight into Jamie's trap. Yet, rather than panic, he scoffs, calling the attempt futile. His arrogance does not waver. He refuses to believe that anything can restrain him. With a burst of power, the creator shatters the Dark Dimension spell and lunges toward Jamie with renewed aggression. Jamie is momentarily taken aback. He had not expected his opponent to break free so effortlessly. But there is no time for hesitation. The creator extends his arm, summoning two intricate magic circles from which a violent storm of tentacles erupts. Tentacle Hurricane. The creator bellows as the monstrous appendages surge toward Jamie, intent on overwhelming him. However, Jamie remains unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he conjures a protective barrier, one that the tentacles are unable to penetrate. Observing the battle unfold, Jamie finds himself intrigued. He admires the way the creator seamlessly blends the chimera's unique abilities with his own magic. However, he wonders, is this truly the extent of the creator's strength? The creator claps his hands together, feigning surprise at Jamie's resilience before preparing for another devastating attack. But before he can act, Jamie interrupts him with a question. What exactly do you intend to do now? Jamie's voice is calm, almost taunting. Startled, the creator whirls around, his tentacles whipping through the air in an attempt to strike. However, his attacks land on nothing but empty space. His brows furrow in frustration. Jamie had been right in front of him, hadn't he? His patience finally snaps, and he demands to know how Jamie is continuously evading his grasp. A shadow shifts in the distance. Jamie releases a surge of dark energy and smirks. "You're blind," he states, his voice dripping with mockery. "You couldn't even tell that you were fighting a clone." The realization dawns on the creator too late. The figure he had been battling, the one he had seen so clearly, was nothing more than a false image, a rank 4 dark magic clone. The illusion vanishes the moment the creator lays his eyes on it, dissolving into the air like smoke. Jamie uses this opportunity to channel energy into his palm, his expression turning deadly serious. "You failed to assess your opponent's strength," he says, mocking the creator's arrogance. Before the creator can retaliate, Jamie unleashes the body decomposition spell. Immediately, the creator recoils, his gaze snapping to his hand, which begins to change color. A flicker of unease crosses his face. "What is this?" the creator exclaims, his voice laced with panic. Jamie watches with satisfaction as his spell takes effect. "It's simple," he explains. "A magic that causes slow decay, a gradual collapse." The creator's expression contorts in rage. He grits his teeth, dismissing the spell as nothing but a cheap trick. But before he can voice his next threat, Jamie cuts him off, stating calmly that he has more pressing matters to attend to. Lifting his hand once more, Jamie summons the black ball spell. In front of him, a swirling sphere of dark energy forms, pulsating with raw power. Almost immediately, identical spheres appear, surrounding the creator from every angle. The creator, caught off guard, demands an explanation. "What is this?" he shouts. His question is answered in the worst way possible, One of the black spheres grazes an open wound on his body, triggering a surge of dark magic. Agony rips through him as the energy corrodes his flesh, spreading like wildfire. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the creator's throat. Jamie remains impassive, watching his opponent writhe in pain. The black ball spell amplifies pain threefold, he explains, his tone almost casual. Tell me, how does it feel to suffer pain beyond death? The creator, still in agony, musters the strength to hurl an insult at Jamie, calling him a freak. Jamie simply smirks. I'm surprised you can still talk. Without hesitation, he casts gravity spell. Instantly, the creator is forced downward, his body crashing into the ground with an earth-shattering explosion. Dust and debris scatter as he writhes in unbearable pain, barely able to move. Lying on the ground, the creator struggles to form words, but his strength is fading fast. His vision blurs, his breathing ragged. Meanwhile, a small sound emerges from the shadows. Jamie glances toward it and acknowledges the noise. He nods, recognizing the effort. Rest now, he murmurs. As if in response, black disappears, vanishing into the night. The creator, barely able to keep his form together, struggled to rise, his body quivering as he muttered something about the bodies inside him. His voice, strained and laced with agony, trembled as his bloodied fingers grasped at the empty air, as if trying to hold on to something invisible. His breath, ragged and shallow, barely carried his words, but Jamie's sharp hearing caught the desperate utterances of a man clinging to existence. Watching him crumble under the weight of his own grotesque existence, Jamie found himself feeling neither pity nor admiration, only the cold indifference of someone observing an inevitable conclusion. Jamie knew that any normal being would have already perished from such unimaginable pain, yet the creator continued to persist in this broken, defiled state. He took a step closer, his gaze sharp and dissecting, analyzing every twitch of the suffering being before him with cold calculation and mild disgust. His expression darkened as he thought about how the creator had allowed himself to become a grotesque vessel filled with chimeric abominations, twisting his own body into something beyond human. The sheer violation of natural laws, the arrogance of thinking one could blend life and monstrosity seamlessly, only made the spectacle before him more repulsive. Jamie did not believe the creator would be of much use anymore, not even as an undead, as his ruined form would likely collapse under its own weight. Raising his hand with a practiced ease, Jamie placed his palm against the creator's head, the gesture casual yet heavy with unspoken finality. If the creator was no longer worth killing, perhaps his mind held something that could still serve a purpose, a final piece of knowledge worth extracting. Jamie concentrated, channeling his magic into the extraction spell, ready to rip the memories from the trembling creature's mind with ruthless efficiency. The air grew thick with energy as tendrils of dark magic wrapped around the creator's skull, their invisible force reaching deep into the recesses of his subconscious. Just as Jamie began to pull forth the hidden secrets buried within the fractured psyche before him, an unfamiliar noise disrupted the moment entirely. A sudden, unnatural sound from behind sent a sharp wave of unease through Jamie's senses, forcing his instincts into immediate overdrive. Before his mind could fully process the threat, his body reacted, launching itself backward with a speed that barely saved him from an unseen ambush. As he landed a few meters away, his eyes darted toward the source of the disturbance, immediately locking onto the grotesque figures emerging from the shadows. Additional chimeras, their monstrous forms moving with eerie precision, surrounded the crumbling creator like loyal guards summoned for a final, desperate stand. Jamie exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing in irritation as he quickly reassessed the situation and realized his grave miscalculation. He had underestimated the number of remaining chimeras, foolishly believing that their numbers had already dwindled to insignificance during the previous battle. His hands clenched into tight fists as he felt the heavy exhaustion pressing down on his body, the telltale signs of depleted mana creeping into his every movement. His breathing, slow but uneven, revealed the undeniable truth he had spent far too much energy, and there was little left to sustain another prolonged engagement. The realization was as frustrating as it was dangerous, as his ability to fight effectively was now greatly diminished with every passing second. He could not afford to waste what little remained, not when his opponent had just regained the upper hand through sheer numbers alone. The creator, emboldened by the unexpected arrival of reinforcements, lifted his head with newfound arrogance, his lips curling into a twisted, blood-stained grin. His voice, though strained and weak, carried an air of cruel triumph as he sneered at Jamie, gloating about how he would not be granted an easy death. His words, slow and deliberate, dripped with malice, a declaration of the suffering Jamie would soon endure at the hands of his creations. But before the creator could fully bask in his perceived victory, his body suddenly jerked violently, an unknown force slamming into him without warning. The impact tore through his flesh, piercing him cleanly, forcing his form to convulse as a fresh wave of blood poured from his gaping wound. Jamie barely flinched at the spectacle, his expression remaining unreadable as he observed the creator's pained convulsions with mild amusement. If the fool had simply died when he had the chance, then none of this prolonged suffering would have been necessary in the first place. The creator's resilience, though admirable in some twisted way, was becoming more of an inconvenience than anything else. A stubborn refusal to accept the inevitable. Jamie let out a breath, wondering how many more times this being would rise before finally breaking beyond repair, beyond recovery, beyond even the reach of necromancy. The thought lingered in his mind, a consideration of how best to erase this nuisance from existence with the least amount of effort remaining. Meanwhile, Ricky pressed forward despite the overwhelming nausea gripping his body, his every step feeling heavier than the last, his stomach twisting into unbearable knots. The further he walked, the worse the sensation became. But something within him refused to let him stop, an unknown force compelling him forward. He clenched his fists tightly, his breaths ragged as he forced his feet to move, desperate to push past the dizziness clouding his vision. He did not know why his body felt like this, nor why the sensation intensified with each moment, but he knew he could not afford to stop now. No matter how badly his head spun, no matter how sick he felt, he needed to reach Jamie before it was too late. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the world behind him exploded into chaos, an ear-shattering detonation ripping through the battlefield with terrifying force. The sudden blast sent a violent shockwave outward, nearly knocking Ricky off his feet as he stumbled forward in stunned disbelief. His heart pounded wildly in his chest as he turned his head toward the source of the explosion, a sense of dread flooding his entire being. What he saw made his blood run cold, his breath catching in his throat as horror filled his wide, disbelieving eyes. Another explosion erupted in rapid succession, a second burst of devastating energy that sent Jamie hurtling through the air like a lifeless rag doll. Jamie's body crashed violently against the earth, the sheer force of impact sending him skidding across the battlefield, his form bouncing like a discarded puppet. His limbs ached with indescribable pain, every nerve in his body screaming in agony as he struggled to even lift his head. His breath came in short, sharp gasps, his muscles refusing to cooperate as exhaustion tightened its merciless grip around him. Panic crept into his mind as realization struck him like a cruel slap. His mana reserves were gone, utterly drained, leaving him completely exposed. He had nothing left, no shield, no means of defense, no way to avoid the next attack that would surely end him. Ricky, his vision now blurred with tears, barely had time to think before his body acted on its own, his instincts overriding all logic and hesitation. His legs moved before his mind could register the decision, his feet pounding against the ground as he sprinted toward Jamie with reckless desperation. His voice, raw and filled with emotion, tore through the battlefield as he called Jamie's name, the sheer panic evident in every syllable. Jamie, still reeling from his injuries, barely registered the sound at first, his brain sluggish from the shock and pain. But then, as if awakening from a daze, his eyes widened in horror as recognition dawned upon him in an instant. Before he could even process what was happening, Ricky had already reached him, his arms outstretched as he threw himself between Jamie and the incoming blast. The attack struck with devastating force, slamming into Ricky's back with enough impact to shake the very ground beneath them. A sharp gasp left Ricky's lips as his body convulsed, a strangled apology escaping him as he murmured that he had not meant to move. His form crumpled as the explosion consumed him, engulfing him in a storm of violent energy, leaving behind only the echoes of his sacrifice and then silence. Jamie, his wounds bleeding heavily, his body barely holding itself together, crawled forward with a strangled cry, his bloodied fingers reaching toward the motionless form before him. Ricky lay still, his face peaceful despite the crimson staining his once bright expression, a small, ghostly smile lingering on his lips. The creator, still barely standing, felt his entire body quiver as his mind desperately tried to comprehend the horror before him. His breath was ragged, his limbs weak, his once proud posture now reduced to one of pure and unfiltered fear. His gaze darted frantically between Jamie and the skeletal army that had risen from the very ground beneath them, the remains of the dead standing in disciplined silence, their eyeless sockets locked onto their next prey. The sheer unnaturalness of the sight sent chills coursing through him, his pulse hammering against his skull, as he struggled to form a coherent thought amidst the overwhelming weight of dread that crushed him. For all his power, for all the lives he had consumed, For all the creatures he had molded from flesh and magic, never had he seen something so utterly wrong. An army of the long perished, defying the very concept of mortality, standing in unquestioning loyalty to the one who had called them forth. He could not understand it, could not rationalize it. It went beyond mere necromancy, beyond the limits of anything he had ever encountered. The sheer presence of it gnawed at his resolve, sinking its teeth into his mind like a relentless force demanding submission. Jamie, unmoving, stood amongst them like a ruler surveying his kingdom, his form relaxed, his expression eerily calm, as if the sight of the dead rising was nothing more than a mere formality to him. He exuded no hesitation, no surprise, only the quiet certainty of a man who had always known this power was his to command. His presence, cold and distant, exuded a dominion that was neither of the living nor the dead, a figure standing at the crossroads of both, deciding the fate of those unfortunate enough to cross his path. The Creator, now feeling the weight of his own mortality bearing down on him, felt his throat tighten as an involuntary shudder racked his form. The certainty of his survival, once a guarantee, was crumbling beneath him like sand slipping through his fingers, and for the first time, he felt something he had long since believed himself incapable of experiencing: terror. His lips parted, a weak and breathless demand escaping them, barely above a whisper, as he sought to understand what this thing, this unnatural horror Jamie had become. Jamie's response came with the same detached finality, a revelation spoken with neither arrogance nor triumph, but as something inevitable, as if merely stating an unshakable truth of the world. His words cut through the thick air like a blade, shaping reality itself with their weight. This was not merely an army of the dead, not merely a summoning of lifeless corpses bound to a master's will. This was a rebellion, a force forged to oppose the divine, a legion meant to defy the laws imposed by the gods themselves. This was the ultimate transgression against the celestial order, the embodiment of defiance that spat in the face of the very beings who had decreed that death was an end. This was a call to arms against the heavens. The Creator's breath hitched, his hands shaking as he stared at the legions before him, their presence silent yet oppressive, their bodies unmoving yet suffocating in their weight. His thoughts scrambled, attempting to formulate some reasoning, some excuse to discredit what he was witnessing. It could not be real, it could not possibly be real. A nervous, uneven laugh bubbled in his throat, his body trembling as he forced himself to scoff, to deny, to reject the terror clawing its way into his bones. His voice cracked as he sneered, desperately trying to convince himself that no mere undead could ever hope to end him. The idea of weak, decayed corpses standing against him, defeating him, seemed absurd. He had fought, he had conquered, he had devoured so many lives to reach this point, he would not fall to this mockery of an army. Jamie, unfazed by the hollow bravado, merely tilted his head in response. His eyes, devoid of warmth, shimmered with something neither curiosity nor amusement, but something far worse: absolute indifference. The gesture alone sent another chill racing down the Creator's spine, the silent mockery of it making his heartbeat hammer even louder against his ribs. Then, with an effortless flick of his fingers, the order was given. The response was immediate. The skeletal soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, their movements seamless and swift, their bony limbs clattering in unison as they stormed toward their prey. Their charge, unwavering and ruthless, moved with the precision of warriors, stripped of hesitation, stripped of fear, stripped of life itself. The space between them and their target vanished in an instant, the skeletal army throwing themselves at the Creator and his monstrous creations, with the unrelenting fervor of beings who no longer understood death. One of the chimeras snarled, its thick muscles flexing as it swung its massive clawed limb toward the oncoming horde. Its brute strength tore through the first wave of skeletons with ease, bones shattering beneath the sheer power of its swipe, fragments scattering across the battlefield like brittle twigs crushed beneath a great beast's foot. The sight should have been reassuring, should have given the Creator hope that his abomination still held dominance over these lifeless intruders. It did not, because even as the first row of skeletons crumbled to dust, even as their brittle bones fractured and broke under the monstrous strength of the chimeras, they rose again. They never stopped moving. A skull, half-crushed and missing its jaw, rolled across the battlefield before coming to a halt. Then, without warning, it levitated back into place. Limbs, torn away from their hosts, slithered back to their original owners like a puzzle reconstructing itself. Shattered rib cages pieced themselves together with eerie precision, gaps in bone closing as if wounds had never been inflicted in the first place. The skeletons simply stood again, as if nothing had happened. Jamie, watching the scene unfold with unshaken composure, finally spoke again, his words cold and absolute. The dead, he reminded them, could not be killed again. The creator snapped, his composure crumbled, his breathing uneven, his movements frantic as he stumbled backward, his entire body rejecting the sight before him. His arms lifted in a desperate attempt to ward them off, his voice breaking as he screamed for them to stay away. His words carried no authority, no command, only pure, unfiltered fear, but the dead did not heed fear. Before his cries could even finish, a skeletal hand reached forward, its bony fingers snapping around his throat with an iron grip. The force silenced him instantly, his voice cut off, as the cold embrace of death seized him without hesitation. Jamie stepped forward, his magic surging, dark energy expanding outward like a shadow stretching to consume all within its grasp. The power of the domain was his, the forest bending to his will, the air itself thickening with his presence. The land of the living no longer existed here. This was his world, a realm where death consumed death, where those who perished found no peace, only an endless return to servitude. The creator was no exception. The skeletal army descended upon him in full, their attacks ruthless, their actions devoid of hesitation, of restraint, of anything resembling mercy. Bone and claw clashed, flesh tore, screams of agony rang through the trees, but no force could stop what had already been decided. The battle ended in silence. Jamie, breathless but composed, approached the unmoving husk of the creator, his gaze scanning the body for any lingering traces of life. His eyes caught something, a glint of green, a small object rolling from the corpse's slackened mouth. He bent down, retrieving it between his fingers, studying its smooth surface. A bead of life. A rare artifact, a source of sustained existence. The very thing that had kept the creator alive far beyond his natural lifespan. Jamie's fingers curled around it, realization dawning. This was more valuable than anything else, and he would use it to surpass every limitation. Jamie replies that all he knows is that Ricky's holiness belongs to her. Pyro's expression hardens as she questions how he could still intend to turn Ricky into an undead. Jamie defends himself, insisting that he simply did not want Ricky to die. However, Pyro's anger flares as she retorts that being undead is not the same as being alive, emphasizing that transforming Ricky into such a state would be the ultimate disrespect to the dead. She demands to know how he could fail to understand the true value of life. Jamie clenches his fists in frustration, his rage evident as he accuses her of being nothing more than a blind servant of the divine. He claims that she and her kind belittle life itself, and have no right to speak of its value after sacrificing all of humanity. Pyro is momentarily stunned by his outburst. She turns to Ricky, her gaze filled with uncertainty, as though trying to process his words and formulate a response. Jamie watches her carefully, scrutinizing her every reaction. After a brief silence, Pyro finally speaks with unwavering determination. She declares that Ricky will become her apostle and warns Jamie that if he dares to turn Ricky into an undead, she will never forgive him. Jamie is visibly taken aback by her words, repeating the term apostle in disbelief. The title carries significant weight. It is an honor bestowed only upon those closest to the gods, elevating them to the rank of priest and granting them strength comparable to that of the most powerful holy knights. As realization dawns on him, Jamie grins. He had already known that Ricky possessed godhood, but the revelation that he was being elevated to the status of an apostle explains why Pyro had personally descended. Finding the situation far more amusing than he had initially expected, Jamie feigns remorse. He apologizes, asking how he can make amends. Pyro, however, is unconvinced. Narrowing her eyes, she questions his sincerity. Pyro's eyes widen in shock as she demands to know if he even understands the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, Jamie winces, clutching his head in pain. A grimace crosses his face as he wonders what Pyro is doing to him. She glares at him, asking if he has a death wish. Through the pain, Jamie retorts that if he did, things would take a drastic turn. Killing him would also result in Ricky's destruction. Pyro frowns, unmoved by his words. She dismisses his threats as pathetic. Jamie, his voice now steady, counters her stance. He asserts that there can only be one apostle if she loses Ricky. It would take an extraordinary amount of time to find a suitable replacement. More importantly, he points out that the presence of an apostle ensures the gods' unrestricted access to the world. Pyro remains silent, her expression tense. Sensing her hesitation, Jamie presses on. Softening his tone, he reassures her that he has no intention of killing Ricky, emphasizing that Ricky is his friend. Pyro, however, is not so easily swayed. She accuses Jamie of being a ruthless manipulator, weaving an intricate lie to save his own wretched life. Jamie, unfazed by the accusation, turns the question back on her. He demands to know why she chose Ricky as her apostle in the first place. He argues that an apostle is no longer a necessity, as the world already exists in accordance with the will of the TW gods. He references the stable system they had worked on together. Pyro's anger ignites once more. She demands to know how much he truly understands. Jamie raises his hand as if in surrender and begins to explain. He speaks of the holiest among the TW gods, whose love was boundless, so immense that she received the power to eradicate evil itself. He then speculates aloud, wondering whether she had been exiled. His words strike a nerve. Pyro's fury surges and she appears ready to lash out. However, Jamie smirks to himself. He realizes that the argument has already been decided. She cannot refute his claims, for to do so would be to tell a lie, and such an act would go against the very nature of holiness. Forced into silence, she stands there, unable to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Jamie unveils a shocking revelation: his past life's name, Diablo Volpire. Pyro's reaction is immediate. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she demands to know how he is aware of that name. Jamie's response is simple, yet profound: he is the man's legacy. Internally, Pyro struggles with this revelation. It seems impossible to her, as she firmly believed that Volpire had been elsewhere. She contemplates the implications of Jamie's words, trying to make sense of the situation. Eventually, she asks why all of this is unfolding now, of all times. Jamie extends his hand toward her, suggesting a handshake as a gesture of truce. However, instead of accepting, Pyro vanishes before his eyes. Before disappearing completely, she instructs him to come to her at Afan, where they will discuss everything further. As her presence fades, the magical energy she had been exerting gently lowers Ricky to the ground. Jamie takes a moment to reflect. If things go according to plan, Ricky will become an incredibly valuable asset. Just as he muses over this thought, Ricky stirs. His consciousness returns, and his eyes slowly open. As soon as Ricky recognizes Jamie, his voice is laced with disbelief. He calls out to him, asking if it is truly him. Without hesitation, he scrambles to his feet, bombarding Jamie with questions. He wants to know if Jamie is all right, why he is covered in blood, and most concerning of all, why his eyes have turned purple. Ricky also notes a strange sensation coursing through his own body, struggling to comprehend what is happening to him. Jamie questions how Ricky, even in his current state, is more concerned about others than himself. He points out that Ricky is now both an apostle of the goddess and an undead. Jamie then admits that he was the one who turned Ricky into an undead using dark magic, certain that Ricky will resent him for it. However, Ricky simply smiles and calmly responds that everything makes sense to him now. Jamie, caught off guard by his reaction, asks if that is all he has to say. Ricky nods and reassures him, adding that being a dark magician does not mean Jamie has to be evil. Instead, he insists that Jamie is a great friend. Acknowledging Ricky's kindness, Jamie admits that he sent Ricky to a dangerous place and even attempted to kill his sister. Ricky, unbothered, replies that Jamie ultimately saved him and never harmed Anna, so he still considers Jamie a good person. Jamie is about to call Ricky an idiot when he suddenly notices the radiant energy emanating from him. To his astonishment, Ricky's supposedly incurable wounds are vanishing. Ricky, unfazed, explains that he had a theory, and it turns out he was right. Turning away, Ricky announces that Brother Ross is approaching. Jamie acknowledges this and decides it is time for him to leave. As he walks away, he starts to bring up something from their conversation, but Ricky interrupts, asking if Jamie really thinks he is that naive. He assures Jamie that they will meet again at the Zenith Church branch in the city of Hiei. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a man kneels before Arino, introducing himself as a judge affiliated with the Church of the God Zenith. He apologizes, explaining that due to certain circumstances, he cannot reveal his name. Arino, unimpressed, questions why the judges have come. The man explains that they are acting under orders from their superiors to hunt down heretics. As proof, he hands over a jar containing a chimera and states that, after conducting a thorough investigation, they discovered this. He goes on to reveal that Father Lincoln was exposed as a heretic and was executed after confessing. Ross, who has been silently observing, is taken aback. He quickly realizes that the judges are merely using Lincoln as a scapegoat. The judge continues, emphasizing that this was a matter of utmost secrecy within the church, and that their investigation had to be conducted discreetly. Ras, growing increasingly furious, interrupts, calling the explanation absurd. Before Ras can press the matter further, Arino steps in. Smiling sarcastically, he commends the judge for his bravery before shifting to a serious tone. His expression darkens as he declares that killing someone in his domain is unacceptable. He then directly asks the judge if he has a death wish. The judge, visibly shaken, falls to his knees and pleads for mercy, addressing Arino as Duke in an attempt to appease him. However, Arino, his voice as cold as ice, accuses the Zenith Church of overstepping its bounds. The judge, realizing the gravity of his situation but determined to stand his ground, gathers his courage and warns Arino against turning his back on the church. Without hesitation, Arino swings his sword with astonishing speed, severing the judge's hand in a single motion. The judge lets out a pained cry, staring in shock at his severed hand. Meanwhile, Arino remains composed and warns him that his other arm and his head will be next if he does not leave the city immediately. Trembling, the judge clutches his bleeding wound, reflecting on how this outcome was not what he had expected. He recalls that a certain girl had led him to believe things would play out differently. As the judge kneels in defeat, Ras watches in admiration. He recognizes how skillfully Arino has diverted attention away from the chimeras, while simultaneously asserting dominance over the judge. Ras feels reassured, believing that with this approach, their victory is inevitable. Still kneeling, the judge finally concedes. He apologizes profusely, promising that the church will offer compensation in exchange for forgiveness. However, deep down, he sees this as an opportunity. He internally resolves to use HEA as a foothold for expanding the eastern lands and regaining lost influence. Arino, unimpressed by the judge's desperate pleas, turns his back and walks away. Without hesitation, he declares that he will not change his decision to sever all ties with the Zenith Church of God. The judge, utterly defeated, accepts his fate and prepares to leave the city. Ras, witnessing the entire ordeal, reflects on Arino's masterful handling of the situation. For a brief moment, he even feels pity for their opponents. In the end, the Zenith Church was forced to pay a hefty sum in compensation, before ultimately disappearing from Hiei altogether. Later, as events settle, Ricky finds himself confused by the sudden turn of events. As he and Anna process everything that has happened, they receive an unexpected visitor. Anna looks at her brother, curiosity in her eyes, and asks who their visitor is. Ras kneels before them, introducing himself as the Holy Marshal of the Church of Pyro and a member of the Armatic family. He solemnly announces that Anna will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro. He explains that, as the apostle of the goddess and a future holy lady, she will observe the world through holy eyes. With a firm vow, he promises to take care of her. Ricky, overwhelmed with emotion, loudly affirms Ras's words. His voice trembles as he begins to cry, trying to articulate how much this means to him. Ras, seeing his distress, reassures him once again, confirming that Anna will soon be able to open her eyes. Hearing this, Ricky embraces his sister tightly, exclaiming in joy at how wonderful the news is. Anna, surprised by his reaction, smiles softly. The simultaneous rise of an apostle and a saint signals impending turmoil, and Ras, fully aware of this, silently prays for the strength to protect them both. Under the complete protection of the Church of Pyro, the two children are safeguarded from the dangers that will inevitably come. Meanwhile, Jamie Welton, also known as Diablo Volpire in his past life, reflects on his fate. He observes the growing divide among the 12 gods, recognizing that they have split into factions. He suspects that this division led Zenith to begin creating holy knights from chimeras. Additionally, he senses that Pyro has become somewhat isolated from the others. To confirm his suspicions, Jamie concludes that he must travel to Afan. Standing in the garden, deep in thought, Jamie hardens his resolve. He calls for his mother, and with a warm expression, Sears turns to him, surprised by his uncharacteristic demeanor. Jamie walks up to her and softly calls her mom again. This unexpected tenderness startles her, and she asks what has come over him. Jamie responds that he simply enjoys drinking tea with her. Sarah, his sister, chimes in, saying that she and their mother enjoy it as well. Sears, raising an eyebrow, remarks that Jamie usually finds such things boring. Jamie, caught off guard, admits that this is unlike him and wonders if she has already begun to suspect something. Sears then gently asks if he needs something from her. Jamie realizes that he needs to work harder to sound natural, but for now, he simply says that he is in a good mood. Sears reassures him that he can ask for anything, and she will listen. Hesitating for a brief moment, Jamie finally states that he would like to visit her homeland, the city of Afan. Sears looks at him, mildly surprised, and questions his sudden interest in Afan. Thinking quickly, Jamie replies that he has heard of a mountain there with giant water bubbles. Internally, he cringes at the ridiculous excuse, but maintains his composure. Sears, amused by his odd reasoning, teases him. She suggests that if he does not truly wish to go, they can postpone the trip. Jamie, feeling flustered, quickly interrupts her, insisting that he really does want to go. In a moment of desperation, he even blurts out that he loves her. His words catch Sears off guard, and her expression softens with warmth. She smiles, calling him her beloved son. Jamie, feeling utterly humiliated, wonders how someone like him, the great dark magician, Diablo Volpire, has been reduced to this. Then, to his complete frustration, Sears casually reveals that she had already planned to visit Afon next week. Jamie stares at her, dumbfounded. He realizes that all his effort to convince her was completely unnecessary. Resigned, he sighs and remarks that she should have told him sooner. Though eager for the journey, he cannot help but feel exasperated. Sometime later, still sulking over the unnecessary effort he had gone through, Jamie mutters to himself about how frustrating Sears can be. He contemplates how he will handle Pyro when they finally meet. Just then, Ras finds him and asks what he is doing. Jamie shrugs and mentions that he was spending time with his mother and sister. Ras, noticing his sour mood, asks why he looks so down. Jamie dismisses it, saying that something happened, but it is nothing important. Internally, however, he curses Pyro and wishes she would stay out of his affairs. With a gentle expression, Ras reassures Jamie that things will get better soon. Jamie briefly considers whether he should kill Ras, but quickly shakes off the thought. Changing the subject, he asks Ras what brings him here. Ras explains that he needed to speak with the Duke. Jamie, surprised, asks if he actually met his father. Ras confirms this and adds that he felt it was important to personally share some news with Jamie. Hearing this, Jamie immediately suspects that it might involve a divine revelation from Pyro. Before he can ask, Ras suddenly grabs Jamie by the shoulders and tells him that Ricky and Anna will be going with him. Jamie, unfazed, states that this was to be expected since they are an apostle and a saint. However, Ras continues, adding that farewells are never permanent and that Ricky and Anna will always remember Jamie. He expresses hope that when they reunite as adults, it will be a meaningful meeting. Jamie, sensing something in Ras's words, narrows his eyes. His irritation rises, and he demands to know exactly what Ras is implying. Unexpectedly, Ras steps forward and embraces Jamie. Caught completely off guard, Jamie stiffens, momentarily at a loss for words. Confused by the sudden gesture, he hesitates. Ras, sensing his unease, reassures him that their friendship will not end. He encourages Jamie not to be sad, reminding him that this is not a farewell but merely a temporary separation. With a promise that they will meet often, Ras turns and leaves. Jamie, watching him go, casually waves goodbye but inwardly scoffs. He thinks to himself that Pyro should learn to keep her followers under better control. Sometime later, Arino sits in contemplation, admitting that he does not fully understand his father-in-law's intentions. He wonders aloud whether they should bring Jamie to them. Sears, however, remarks that even her late mother would not have been able to navigate such a situation with ease. Arino, deep in thought, questions whether the father-in-law simply wishes to see Jamie. He then shifts his focus to their upcoming departure, asking if everything is in order for the journey. Sears reassures him, playfully asking what could possibly go wrong. Leaning into him, she rests her head on his shoulder and reminds him that they will be accompanied by the strongest knights of the Earl of Welton's order. Arino nods in acknowledgement, expressing his confidence in the knightly order, but he cannot shake a lingering sense of unease. Before he can voice his concerns further, Sears cuts him off with certainty. She asserts that no one would dare to threaten them, especially considering that her husband himself is the Earl. Arino laughs at her unwavering confidence, and the two sit together in peaceful companionship. After a moment, Sears mentions Ras, expressing her surprise upon learning that he is a holy marshal, a position that rarely leaves a fawn. Arino, reflecting on this, acknowledges the gravity with which the Church of Pyro handled the recent events. However, his mind inevitably returns to Jamie. He notes Jamie's unnatural strength, admitting that his abilities are growing at an alarming rate. Recalling a previous incident where Jamie momentarily lost control of his emotions, Arino voices his concern about whether the knightly order could truly contain him if such a thing were to happen again. Sears, however, remains unshaken. She reassures Arino, recounting the day's events, her tone filled with confidence in their son. Arino listens but remains slightly wary. Nevertheless, he remarks that he would like to witness Jamie's growth firsthand. Sears agrees, adding that while everyone makes mistakes, she believes in Jamie wholeheartedly. Reaching for her hand, Arino expresses his gratitude for having this quiet moment together before their departure. Sears, smiling warmly, shares in his happiness, and they sit together in contentment. Meanwhile, Jamie soars through the sky, exhilarated by his progress. The wind rushes past him as he revels in the sensation of flight. Reflecting on his recent training, he acknowledges that grinding materials into powder and absorbing them had been a slow process. but the results had exceeded his expectations. He attributes his success to his relentless efforts, speaking to Black, his companion, as he glides above an old house. He confidently declares that it is only a matter of time before he reaches the 6th rank, though he is still far from regaining his former strength. He now feels capable of facing opponents on the same level as his old professor. Landing gracefully, Jamie turns his attention to the two figures kneeling before him, Azard and Risa. Their eyes filled with reverence, they express their happiness at his return. Jamie, wasting no time, informs them of his upcoming journey to Afan, emphasizing that it is far away and that he will be gone for a while. The two, already prepared for orders, disguise themselves as woodcutters. Risa acknowledges that Afan is located on the northern border, estimating that the round trip would take about a month if done alone. Azard, always one to ask unnecessary questions, inquires whether they will actually need to work with axes. Jamie, irritation flashing across his face, asks if they have a problem with this arrangement. Risa merely shrugs indifferently, while Azard quickly reassures Jamie that he will do whatever is commanded of him. Satisfied, Jamie informs them that they will be accompanying him this time. As he releases a surge of dark energy, a forgotten memory resurfaces in his mind. Azard senses something strange while Risa watches cautiously, questioning the nature of Jamie's magic. In response, a dark door suddenly materializes before them. Jamie gestures toward it, explaining that it is his personal storage for the undead, a vault that will serve as their new home. The two stare at the ominous entrance, hesitant. Their unease is palpable as they exchange glances. Azard, reluctant, questions whether Jamie truly expects them to live in such a place. Risa, though outwardly composed, does not seem particularly enthusiastic either. Jamie observes their reactions but notes that neither has openly refused. Growing impatient, he kicks them forward, ordering them to stop hesitating and step inside. Azard, resigned, sighs before obeying, while Risa follows without complaint. As they pass through the dark mist that surrounds the entrance, Jamie watches with amusement. He finds their transparent expressions highly entertaining, deciding that with the right training, they could prove to be valuable assets. Sometime later, Azard reemerges, his expression conflicted. Though he initially had low expectations for what Jamie called a vault, something about the place clearly surprised him. Raz continued his tale, his voice steady as he painted the vivid image of a time long forgotten, when the world was still ruled by dragons and watched over by the ever-elusive elves. The Mayat-Tre Mountains, now towering peaks stretching into the sky, had once been a single colossal rock, unbroken and unshaken by time. In those days, the world was different, untainted by the greed of men, and creatures of legend freely roamed the land. Two dragons of immense power had made their presence known in the region. One, a being of pure darkness, the malevolent Black Dragon, whose heart had long been consumed by hatred and destruction. The other, a noble and benevolent entity, was Mary, the Blue Dragon, who carried within him an overwhelming fondness for a mortal woman who had unknowingly ensnared his heart. This woman, a magician of great skill, had lived alone in these lands, her existence shrouded in secrecy, her talents admired but never truly understood by those who had encountered her. The love between Mary and the magician was an unnatural thing, a connection that should never have existed between their kinds. As the tale concludes, Anna, who had awakened during the story, comments on how tragic it was. She also notes that it is believed the frequent storms began occurring around the same time. Meanwhile, Ricky is startled upon realizing that Anna has been awake, wondering when she had woken up. To answer her question, Ras confirms her awareness of the story, acknowledging that she seems familiar with it. He further explains that minstrels refer to the heavy rains as dragon tears. Jamie, deep in thought, ponders whether the legend might hold some truth. He reflects on the fact that dragons were once considered mystical beings in those times. Turning to Raz, Jamie prepares to ask a question regarding the possibility of the legend being real. However, before he can finish speaking, a sudden flash of lightning strikes. The unexpected burst of light startles Anna, causing her to scream. This, in turn, frightens Sarah, who reacts with fear. Sears immediately steps in, attempting to calm Sarah and reassuring her that there is no danger. Jamie also tries to comfort them, stating that it is only rain. Despite his own words, he cannot shake the uneasiness creeping over him. As the carriage advances through the dense forest, another bolt of lightning strikes a nearby tree. The massive trunk crashes down, landing directly on the carriage. The horses panic, their frantic movements shaking the vehicle violently. Sears, acting quickly, holds Sarah close, trying to keep her safe, while shouting in alarm. Ricky, realizing the imminent danger, warns Anna to stay alert. However, luck does not appear to be on their side. In the chaos, Sears and Sarah are thrown from the carriage as the door bursts open. Jamie, stricken with terror, calls out for his mother and sister. Sears, despite her own fear, prioritizes her daughter's safety, pleading with Jamie to save Sarah first. Jamie, determined, refuses to abandon either of them. Using his magic, he conjures ropes to pull them to safety. Relief floods him as he sees that his spell has succeeded. His plan seems to be working until his grip weakens. Slipping, he begins to fall. Sears, seeing this, cries out in alarm. Jamie tries to reassure her, claiming that he can use flight magic. For a brief moment, he feels confident that he can regain control. However, dread soon overtakes him as he realizes something is terribly wrong. His magic refuses to activate. It dawns on him that he has encountered a rare phenomenon known as burn mana, a powerful spell that completely negates magic within a specific area. As he plummets downward, a woman's voice calls out to him. She asks who he is and, to his shock, questions whether he is a dragon. Jamie, still disoriented, struggles to comprehend what he just heard. Did she truly say dragon? Before he can make sense of it, he crashes into the rushing river below, quickly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Sears, witnessing her son's fall, reacts with desperation. She attempts to jump in after him, but strong arms restrain her. She fights back, screaming that her son is in the river and pleading to be released. Despite her struggles, she is held back, unable to reach him. Her grief intensifies, but she refuses to give up. As Ricky holds onto Sears, preventing her from making a reckless move, she suddenly notices something, an unfamiliar glow of magical energy surrounding her. Ricky, aware of her distress, apologizes, explaining that he only wants to help. However, Sears interrupts him, calling his name with urgency. Nearby, Anna clings to Sarah, crying as she calls for their mother and brother. Exhausted, she eventually falls into a troubled sleep. Raz, kneeling beside Sears, tries to offer reassurance. He acknowledges Jamie's strength, stating that it gives him hope that Jamie will survive. Though he admits his reasoning might be optimistic, he insists that Jamie's exceptional abilities make him capable of overcoming the situation. Sears, though shaken, listens intently. Raz continues, explaining that while the river's currents are indeed dangerous, Jamie should be able to escape unharmed once his magic returns. He even volunteers to search for Jamie himself. Ricky, concerned for Raz's safety, expresses his worry. At the same time, Jack warns that the river's currents could be too perilous even for someone as skilled as Raz. Ignoring their concerns, Raz remains determined. He assures Sears that he will return within 3 hours, no longer than that. However, Sears, knowing the risks involved, hesitates. She acknowledges the immense danger, even with the powers Raz possesses. Despite this, her love for her son overshadows any fear. She pleads with Raz to find Jamie and bring him back safely. Reaching out, she extends her hand toward him, making her desperation clear. Understanding the weight of her request, Raz accepts the responsibility. He takes Sears' hand and kisses it, as if sealing his promise. He then solemnly assures her that he will return with Jamie. With that, he departs, determined to fulfill his vow. As time passes, the tension remains thick. The storm continues to rage, rain pouring heavily upon them. The river's currents remain fierce, swallowing anything that dares to challenge it. Yet, despite the uncertainty, hope lingers. Deep within a cave, Jamie's fate remains unknown, as his journey takes an unforeseen turn. Jamie gradually regained consciousness, his mind hazy and disoriented. As the numbness in his limbs subsided, he became painfully aware that he was unable to move. His body was suspended in midair, bound by powerful magical chains that pulsed with energy, restricting any attempt to break free. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. He had no recollection of how he had ended up there, nor did he recognize the dimly lit chamber enclosing him. A foreboding sensation settled over him as he questioned where he was, what had happened, and more importantly, who had placed him in such a predicament. Before he could organize his thoughts, an unfamiliar voice broke through the silence, acknowledging his awakening. The presence of another person startled him, drawing his attention to the woman standing before him. She observed him closely, her posture exuding both authority and intrigue. Her expression, although unreadable, carried a weight that unsettled him. Despite her composed demeanor, there was an undeniable intensity in her gaze. The way she studied him, as though he was something far more fascinating than just an ordinary human, sent an involuntary shiver through his spine. There was something strange about the way she regarded him, a certain expectation lingering in her eyes. She seemed almost convinced of something, as if she had reached a conclusion about him long before he had even spoken. The scrutiny he was subjected to made him increasingly uneasy. Though her appearance was not overtly menacing, there was an undeniable aura of authority surrounding her. She was powerful, that much was certain, and she knew it. As he remained shackled by the magical restraints, the woman continued her analysis, commenting on the peculiarity of his existence. She expressed her surprise at the nature of his magical presence, noting how the shape of his mana and the way he wielded it bore a striking resemblance to that of dragons. The statement made him pause. He had never considered such a possibility before, but hearing her words forced him to contemplate the comparison. Was there truly something about him that mirrored the essence of those ancient, formidable creatures? The very thought was both intriguing and deeply unsettling. The woman's observation did not stop at his magical nature. She went on to describe the fundamental weakness of human mana, claiming it to be inferior to that of dragons. There was a dismissiveness in her tone, an unwavering belief in the supremacy of dragonkind. She ridiculed the very idea that a human could ever come close to replicating their power. Her words, laced with condescension, stirred something inside Jamie. A spark of anger ignited within him as he listened to her belittle human potential. A defiant thought took root in his mind, a silent vow that those who underestimated him would one day regret it. Despite her earlier words, she soon acknowledged that he was different. There was something unusual about him, something that set him apart from ordinary humans. She speculated on the possibility of him belonging to an elf tribe, but quickly dismissed the notion, claiming that even high elves could never rival dragons in terms of strength and magical prowess. Her remarks only deepened the mystery surrounding his existence, leaving him with more questions than answers. Frustration mounting, Jamie demanded to know why he had been restrained and what purpose she had for capturing him. His anger was evident in his voice, but the woman responded with nothing more than an amused grin. Instead of providing an explanation, she took pleasure in his predicament, mocking his helplessness. Her demeanor remained calm, almost playful, as she pointed out the irony of his arrogance given his current condition. Though Jamie's fury burned hotter, he knew he was at a disadvantage. The chains holding him were unyielding, and the woman before him wielded an overwhelming presence. As he struggled against the restraints, the memories leading up to his capture came rushing back. The storm, the lightning that struck dangerously close to the carriage, the strange phenomenon that had nullified his magic, it all aligned too perfectly to be a mere coincidence. He realized now that none of it had been accidental. Every event had been orchestrated with intent. The woman, standing before him with an air of indifference, had deliberately brought him to this place. When he confronted her with this realization, she did not deny it. Instead, she confirmed his suspicions without hesitation. She had gone through the trouble of capturing him simply to see him for herself. The admission sent another wave of anger surging through him. The risks she had taken, the danger she had caused to his mother and sister, all for what? For curiosity? The sheer recklessness of her actions filled him with outrage. He clenched his fists, his breath unsteady as he tried to suppress the emotions threatening to take over. Despite his fury, he forced himself to focus. There was something odd about his reaction, something deeper than just anger. It unsettled him to realize that his emotions were clouded by something else, something he couldn't quite define. Pushing the thought aside, he once again demanded that she release him. Her refusal came with a mocking remark, as she stated that he looked amusing in his current position. The sheer audacity of her response left him momentarily speechless. When he questioned her amusement, she only laughed, declaring that his reaction was even funnier than before. There was an undeniable sense of playfulness in her actions, as though she found genuine entertainment in his predicament. Her attitude, coupled with her overwhelming power, led Jamie to a realization, one that sent a shiver down his spine. This woman could only be one thing: the Blue Dragon Ray. The name echoed in his mind, a being long spoken of in legends. Unlike the more aggressive and ruthless red or black dragons, blue dragons were known for their intelligence and complexity. They were believed to be the most benevolent among dragonkind, often exhibiting sympathy toward humans in the same way humans showed kindness toward small, harmless creatures. Though this provided some relief, he knew better than to let his guard down. Despite their relatively gentle nature, blue dragons were still dragons, proud, powerful, and capable of great destruction. It was only through sheer luck that he had encountered her instead of a more ruthless breed. However, that luck seemed to end as she finally revealed her true intention. Without a hint of remorse, she admitted that the reason she had brought him here was to kill him. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The playfulness in her eyes was replaced with something far more menacing. A chilling sense of bloodlust radiated from her, freezing him in place. His heartbeat quickened as he processed her words, realizing that his life was truly in danger. Gathering what little composure he had left, he hesitantly asked if she would let him go now that she had satisfied her curiosity. Her response was as casual as it was terrifying. She outright refused, stating that she simply had no reason to release him. A growing sense of dread took hold of him as he demanded to know what she meant. Her answer came with disturbing nonchalance. She revealed that if she used him as an ingredient, she could likely create a masterclass artifact. The implication of her words hit him like a stone. If she succeeded, the resulting creation would be unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was an outcome that surpassed his worst fears. He struggled to maintain his composure, knowing that he was on the brink of death. However, something about her demeanor intrigued him. If she had truly wanted him dead, she could have easily killed him by now. Instead, she hesitated, evading his questions about her reasons. When he speculated on the possibility of her actions being motivated by love for someone, her reaction was immediate and violent. The magic binding him faded momentarily, and he fell to the ground, coughing. Before he could regain his balance, she unleashed a powerful surge of energy, her rage evident. Jamie understood then that he had struck a nerve. The mere mention of the idea had triggered a response unlike anything he had seen from her thus far. She dismissed his words, yet her anger betrayed her true emotions. He carefully pushed further, suggesting that she might have been rejected by her race, that she had chosen to betray them for the sake of saving someone she cared about. Her fury erupted, unleashing a surge of magic that filled the room with water. But beneath her rage, he saw something else, an undeniable proof of kindness, one that did not align with the nature of a dragon. Jamie remained still, his breath uneven as he watched Moray's expression darken. The air around her seemed to thicken, filled with an emotion that went beyond simple irritation. The intensity in her gaze revealed something deeper, a memory she had buried long ago, only for his words to unearth it. Clenching her teeth, she stiffened, her fingers curling into fists as if the mere recollection of the past was unbearable. For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant sound of the storm raging outside. With a sharp exhale, Moray dispelled the water that had filled the room, withdrawing the overwhelming force of her magic as quickly as she had unleashed it. Yet the warning in her tone remained firm as she issued one final threat. This was Jamie's last chance, and there would be no other. The words sent a chill down his spine. The look in her eyes was not one of mere intimidation, it carried the weight of a promise. If he dared to speak carelessly again, he would not live to regret it. As his body collapsed to the ground, he understood with absolute certainty that she was serious. Swallowing hard, he told himself that pressing her any further would be a mistake. Still, despite her stern demeanor, Moray did not seem entirely indifferent toward him. There was a peculiar shift in her expression, a flicker of something almost nostalgic as she studied him. Without warning, she remarked on how strange he was, comparing him to someone from her past. The statement caught Jamie off guard, but he remained silent, wary of provoking her anger again. However, the intrigue in his mind refused to subside. Curiosity eventually won over caution, and he hesitantly inquired about the person she was referring to. Moray's eyes lingered on him for a moment before she finally answered, her voice steady but distant. She spoke of a man from Legend 1 who had been betrayed by humans. The weight of her words hung heavily in the air, resonating with something profound, as if the memory had been buried beneath centuries of time. Meanwhile, far from the confines of the cave, Raz stood at the edge of the riverbank, watching the relentless rain pour into the already overflowing currents. The storm had shown no signs of stopping, its intensity mirroring the growing unease in his heart. He gazed out into the distance, his thoughts consumed by worry. Somewhere out there, Jamie was lost, possibly hurt, possibly worse. The uncertainty gnawed at him, and despite his unwavering belief in Jamie's strength, he could not shake the lingering fear of what might have happened. Back in the cave, Moray continued her story, her tone quieter, as if the act of recalling it drained her. She revealed that the events had taken place 700 years ago, when the world was still different, and the man's name had been Ganon. Jamie, hearing the name, repeated it in disbelief, his mind struggling to grasp the revelation. Ganon had been a dark wizard, a figure shrouded in mystery, often spoken of in whispers. The revelation astonished him, not just because of Ganon's association with Moray, but because of what it implied. Dragons, revered for their connection to holy magic, were fundamentally opposed to those who delved into the shadows of dark sorcery.
The sword sealed in stone gleamed. Legends spoke of its master returning when the world's balance broke once more. Jamie's eyes widened. The sudden surge of energy wasn't just magic, it was a familiar aura he hadn't felt since rebirth. He clenched his fists. So it begins. They've awakened the ancient seal. This world is not ready for him. Buried in ancient texts, Jamie found hints. The sword was linked to an entity that once rivaled gods, his former self's creation. Eyes burning with resolve, he whispered, "If the dragons are stirring, I must regain full power before they do." A shadow emerged, radiating dark mana. Jamie instantly recognized him, an enemy from his past life, presumed long dead. As the shadow vanished, Jamie felt a pull, an invitation to confront what was hidden in the Cursed Valley. "It's time," he muttered, eyes sharp. His journey wasn't over. Danger lurked, and he needed to act now. She stood calmly, waiting. "Why?" she asked softly. Jamie hesitated. Her presence brought memories, once buried, now painfully alive. "Because," Jamie said, voice low, "being a noble now doesn't erase my past. I have to finish this." Jamie walked slowly toward the glowing sword. It trembled slightly in response, sensing the return of its long-lost master. He paused, eyes narrowing. This place held too many memories, some painful, some powerful. He couldn't afford hesitation now. The magic circle ignited. A voice whispered, not aloud, but inside him, "You were never meant to return here." Jamie raised his hand. The crystal on his wrist hummed. This moment would decide whether he awakened or perished, trying. The others stood behind, silent and unsure. Jamie felt their presence. "I'm ready," he said. "This time, I'll finish everything." Jamie smiled faintly. "I would take it back, but I don't want to live bound by regret anymore." She approached the sword gently. "I'm here, Ganon," she whispered, heart heavy with memories that refused to fade with time. Jamie noticed her gesture. "What's that bracelet?" he asked, curiosity growing. Something about it felt too pristine to be ordinary. She nodded. It was Ganon's. It had sealing power. It protected his life more than any sword ever could. Jamie blinked. "Not a single speck of dust," he said. "That's it?" Ganon left behind. "A spotless bracelet?" Her eyes narrowed. "You lied again." The temperature dropped. The room felt heavier. She wasn't smiling anymore, only watching coldly. Jamie raised his hands. "Nothing big, really," he said, trying to deflect. "I just got a bit distracted, that's all." She sighed. "We must stay focused, Jamie. Ganon's legacy isn't decoration, it's a message for the path forward." Jamie looked down. "A shiny bracelet can't be it." Then, surprised, he added, "I don't even know how you do it." He smiled faintly. "You may shine like magic, but I still see the real you, never afraid, always honest." She faced Jamie calmly. "What do you plan, really?" The air felt tense. Jamie's silence made her uneasy. She snapped, "You dare step on Ganon's grave without true purpose? You're playing with things you don't understand." Jamie stared at the sword. His soul didn't vanish. That sword he sealed more than power. He left guidance. He clenched his fists. "Instead of just mourning, shouldn't we honor him by finishing what he started, what he died for?" She exhaled sharply. "You talk a lot. I hope your actions can follow what your mouth throws at me." Visions appeared, Ganon smiling beside her. A peaceful time. Jamie watched silently, unsure whether it was illusion or memory. "They cared about him," Jamie whispered, "and maybe I didn't truly understand that." Regret crept in, tightening his chest. Blue chains of magic surrounded them. "Please do not destroy his legacy," she said, her voice filled with quiet resolve. Jamie stepped forward. "Then help me protect it," he said. "Not with memories, but with real strength together." A bright seal cracked. Something ancient stirred. Jamie braced himself. "I did say I wouldn't run anymore." Jamie asked. "It was sealed?" The magic book pulsed. Chains held it tightly, humming with power not meant for humans. "Yes," she said. "To knowledge too dangerous for a human mind. Even Ganon feared misusing it." Jamie turned back. "Then why did he keep it?" She looked down. "Because where you came from." He once fell. He clenched his fist. "Then let me fix it. Not just the book, everything. Right here, right now." Power surged. "Dark magic," she whispered. Jamie's aura shifted. Bzzz, something inside him responded, ancient and strong, no longer hiding. "He's losing himself to that power," she thought, alarmed. "It's not like before. This is different, more dangerous." "But I can't stop him now," she admitted. Jamie's aura flared violently. "He's crossed the line, just like Ganon once did." Flames ignited around Jamie. "I see it," he said. "Everything, the truth, the path. And what must be done?" Power exploded outward. She shielded her face as wind howled. Jamie vanished in a golden flash, chasing his final purpose. Somewhere far away, it rained. An old soldier watched the storm. "The boys awakened," he muttered, "just like Ganon before him." Lightning cracked above distant mountains. A storm brewed, not just in the sky, but within the hearts of many. An old warrior stood in silence. This world, he thought, keeps repeating its mistakes, just like it did with Ganon. He watched the grave through the rain. We trained them, raised them, yet still they carry the burden alone. Beside him, a young guardian whispered, "It's time." Together, they stepped forward, prepared to guide the one left behind. They stopped before the stone Diablo Volpire. The rain didn't matter now. What came next would decide everything. Rain hit the old man's cloak. "The files, hidden beneath the stone," he whispered. "I knew they'd matter again." Jamie read quickly. "It's said to no longer exist," he muttered. But there had to be something more. She looked stunned. "Ganon, Ganon." Her voice trembled as emotions surged. "Oh, my love, you really left us a key." Jamie's eyes lit up. "I think I remember which magical stone Ganon was talking about. It must still exist." A cloaked figure stood silently. "Diablo Volpire engraved this message here to remember the bitter past and prevent another." "I found it," Jamie said, lifting the sealed book. Ganon left more than words. He left instructions clear and final. The book shut itself tightly. A pulse followed. Jamie winced. It wasn't just a seal. Something's been waiting, watching inside. Darkness crept in. The ground shook faintly. They both knelt, hands on the stone floor, reading the symbols around them. Jamie stood. "I never understood why he left no farewell. Now I do. He wasn't finished protecting this place." He smiled slightly. No more hesitation. The blade floated above the altar. Jamie's purpose and his battle was finally taking shape. A symbol lit the sky above them. "The seal's true origin," Jamie whispered. "It was never meant for destruction." Dark roots twisted upward. "It's alive," she said, growing with the seal's power. Their enemy had long been hiding beneath. She saw the figure clearly. "Ganon," he murmured, "I now understand. You never disappeared, you became part of the protection." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Then this whole time, you were still watching over us." Jamie bowed his head. Together they stepped forward. "We'll keep going," Jamie said. "Not as warriors, not as heirs, just people who remember him." She lowered her gaze. "From a life without him, how did you see me?" Her voice trembled, heart unsure. Jamie smiled softly. "I'm not a child to be praised. I just kept going, like he would have. I wish I could go back in time and speak with him again," she whispered, clinging to fading memories. Jamie gently placed his hand on hers. "Everyone wishes that, but he trusted you to carry this forward." She looked up. He held her hand firmly. "Anyway," he said, "I'm not letting you walk this alone." She looked at him seriously. "That dark aura of yours, it's changed," she said. "You're not hiding it anymore." She asked calmly, eyes sharp. "That dark aura of yours, would you care to explain it to me now?" He hesitated, then scoffed. "It's just a small dark magic spell. Don't overreact, it's barely worth a sneeze." She glared. "You think I never tried using dark spells? It took me years to undo that curse." Laughing loudly, she taunted, "I brought someone back from death. That wasn't even my trickiest spell. Are you serious?" She stood tall. "I gave him a choice, follow me or perish. He wisely chose to follow my lead." Buried deep in forbidden pages, the spellbook held secrets. He never imagined they would change everything that night. The memories returned blurry, painful, and loud. He walked through illusions of war, betrayal, and magic he once commanded. A sudden jolt struck his chest. "No, this heartbeat, it's not mine. Who have I become?" he whispered, trembling. A voice echoed, "Rebirth of the Dark Mage." His identity reawakened. The truth, once buried, now stood before him. She stepped forward calmly. "Now do you understand?" He nodded slowly. "Everything changed the moment I touched that book." She turned away, voice calm. "He was once my enemy, but things are different now." He stared, fists clenched. "You risked your life helping me. Why?" "I don't understand what you're thinking." She paused, then said, "It's because you're the only one who can change this world with truth." His eyes narrowed. "You're right. Whatever happens, I'll find the truth and won't run from this anymore." She nodded slowly. "Then that is enough. We walk different paths, but I'll make sure yours doesn't end alone." He gripped the ancient book tighter, determined to unlock forbidden power. "I must control it before it consumes everything again." Biting his thumb, he drew blood and chanted, "Let this pact bind power to me, without hesitation or regret." A sharp pain struck his body, but he endured. "If pain is the price of power, I'll pay fully." Magic burst outward, chaotic and wild. "I won't be consumed. I'll be the one commanding this strength, not destroyed." The dark form awakened, rising before him. "You're mine now," he said coldly, "and I will use you completely." He fell through the dark void, hearing whispers from within. "You are not ready," they said. "Surrender your will." Eyes opening slowly, he resisted. I won't fall, he declared. This time, I choose my path, my power, my reason. She looked at him and smiled. So, you've awakened. Now you must stand and face what's coming next. Magic flared around him as people watched in silence. He floated upward, determined. They now knew he wasn't ordinary anymore. She watched him rise into the sky. It begins, she whispered. Everything depends on what he does from here. She paused, handing over the item. I think this belongs to you now. You'll know when to use it. He took the shard, feeling its strange energy. Can't really argue with fate, he muttered. This makes sense now. Holding it tighter, he smiled. I wonder if this power will help me take control of what's ahead. The shard buzzed, reacting instantly to his grip. It's real, he said. I never doubted. Yeah, I needed this. Power exploded around her. When that day comes, she warned, we'll see if you're worthy to use what you hold. He grinned confidently. That was a challenge. His heart raced, but he knew the trial was only just beginning. A portal opened suddenly. A new place? He asked. Without hesitation, they stepped through the light, unsure what awaited. She followed silently, eyes scanning the surroundings. Something about the air felt different, calmer, but filled with lingering power. They landed in a hidden glade. Light poured through the trees, peaceful and warm. This must be the village. The scene shifted. Sunlight blazed above rocky hills. So, he said quietly, this is where the next trial begins. He descended quickly, cloak fluttering. What are you doing out here alone? He asked with concern, landing before the boy. Startled, the blond boy flinched. Jamie? He said, unsure. His voice trembled, caught between relief and disbelief at the sight. Jamie reached out a hand and said, let's go back. Everything's changed now, but we still have each other. The air turned quiet. Birds chirped softly. A breeze passed. For a moment, the world felt like it paused. The boy leapt forward, embracing Jamie tightly. Jamie! He cried, holding on. After everything, this reunion finally felt real again. The village kids smiled brightly. You're back, one shouted. Did everything go okay? Relief filled their voices after so long. Cheers erupted. Villagers clapped and bowed. Thank you for helping us, said one elder. You've truly saved the entire village. He stood silent, unsure how to react. This isn't real, he thought. I didn't expect them to forgive me. Applause faded into silence. The celebration passed quickly, and they prepared for travel. A new journey was just beginning. They arrived at a grand city. This is where everything changes, he said. Time to face what's next now. She crashed to the floor with a thud. The broom snapped, the box flew open, and dust scattered everywhere. Frustrated, she stood up quickly. Are you all out of your minds? She yelled. This isn't how we clean. Someone shouted from another room. Senina, you good? Her voice echoed through the hallway, followed by soft footsteps approaching. She called back, I'm fine, and muttered, just take the broken stuff to the dumpster. I'll handle this mess. She sighed deeply, brushing off her dress. What a day, she whispered. Why do I always get cleanup duty? The room buzzed with activity. We have to finish this before lunch, someone shouted, rushing past with glowing crystals. Senina frowned. How is this even organized? She grabbed a list. You two forgot the third crate again, seriously? She paced, frustrated. It's always chaos when I'm not looking. Why do I even bother trying to fix things? A classmate stepped up. Let me help. I can finish inventory if you do the reports. She nodded. Thanks, Senina said softly. I mean it. Together, they stepped outside. A long day was just getting started again. She wiped her tears, overwhelmed. Why am I like this? She whispered, trying to hold herself together once again. Meanwhile, at the base, preparations continued. The large estate buzzed with activity as the banquet was being set. A proud man smiled at the feast. And I've prepared extra roasted beasts. My honored guests deserve the best tonight. He laughed loudly, waving his fork. On, there's plenty. Don't be shy, eat as much as you want. It's tradition here. The students stood frozen, speechless, in breasts, lests, legs, and smell. Incredible. One whispered, I've never seen that much food in my life. She smiled politely. Thanks for the meal. We'll be leaving now, heading out early tomorrow for the capital inspection. And make sure to double-check the documents, one reminded. We can't afford mistakes during the registration process. Snow fell silently over the darkened city. The streets were empty, and one cloaked figure moved with quiet intent. He muttered, These streets haven't changed. Hidden beneath his cloak, he scanned the shadows. It's been years, but I'm back. With a swift motion, he pulled down his hood. A cold grin followed. Time to see who still remembers me. He held up the glowing bracelet, its magic active. This is it, the signal, he whispered. then they finally shone themselves. The guards spotted the light. "Did you see that?" one asked. "It's the bracelet." Their faces turned serious instantly. They moved quickly through the alley. "We've waited too long. We can't lose them now. Tell the captain immediately." One grinned confidently. "Even if he escapes tonight, he won't get far. We've already prepared the next trap ahead." Watching from the shadows, he murmured, "Then let's go." With that, he stepped forward, vanishing into the dark streets. He turned the corner quietly. "That," he muttered. "And oh, 2 idiots have been following me since earlier." Glancing back calmly, he smiled. "What I'm going to do? I actually don't know yet, to be honest." A grin formed. "Ain't you and I was bored anyway? Let's see what they do when they realize I noticed everything." 2 cloaked men searched frantically. One said, "Jamie went this way." The other replied, "Did we lose him already again?" Jamie appeared behind them, calm and silent. "This looks like the right place," he whispered, snapping his fingers to prepare. A bright flash exploded. One enemy shouted, "He's here! I found traces of his spell. Jamie hasn't gone far at all." Another cloaked man blocked Jamie's path. He clapped once and smiled. "Jamie, let's see exactly what you're capable of now." A portal opened. Jamie stepped inside without fear. His eyes narrowed. He knew this battle would decide everything from now on. Jamie sensed pressure from behind. His eyes widened as mysterious energy wrapped around him. Something powerful had just been activated nearby. A dark sphere formed midair. It pulsed strongly with magic. Jamie whispered, "He's faster than I expected. I need time." 2 enemies watched from a distance. One muttered, "Did he teleport?" The other replied, "No. Something is pulling him somewhere else." A giant vortex exploded above the city. Jamie shot out of it. Debris scattered. The energy force was hard to control. Jamie landed safely, holding a glowing orb. He smiled faintly. "You wanted to see what I'm made of? Watch closely." A man was grabbed by dark energy. He screamed, "No, wait!" The shadow held him down with growing force. He begged, "Please help me out." Blue lightning struck violently. Jamie responded coldly, "Why should I?" without showing any sympathy. Crackling power surrounded the man. He screamed, "Ugh!" as magic wrapped around his body, holding him completely still and shaking his control. His eyes widened in pain. Jamie narrowed his gaze and whispered, "Just magic." As everything exploded in a blinding white light, the wall shattered with a loud boom. The man hit the ground, coughing. Jamie stood still, emotionless, watching the damage done. Lightning chained the man's arms. Jamie stood firm. "You look like someone strong," he said, "but you're just talk?" The pink-haired man smirked slightly, trying to hold back his pain. He muttered, "I know I'm weak. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to protect others." He trembled, eyes filled with regret, shoulders shaking under pressure. Jamie watched silently. Another cloaked figure said, "What if he's really broken? Maybe he's just another pawn to discard." The man yelled, "I didn't want to lose. It was too much." Tears flowed. "I don't want to disappear." The boy fell, crying hard. Jamie watched him break down. "Okay, enough," he muttered, stepping forward without any hesitation. "He could recover or fall later," one voice said. "It's probably better this way," another responded, cold and certain. Jamie stood between them. "Aren't you even curious why that kid kept going?" he asked, voice calm but sharp. "He kept going despite pain. He wanted strength. That's someone you don't mock. That's someone who deserves a second chance." Jamie grinned, holding out a hand. "He's got guts," he said. "Let's see how far that'll take him." The boy yelled, "That wasn't me!" He clenched his fists tightly. "That power wasn't mine. I'll find real strength." Jamie replied calmly, "If you want answers, you'll need the strength to stand. We won't help you every time." The boy looked up, determined. "No, you're right. I've been afraid to face the truth. I must move forward." Jamie turned slightly. "Then prove it. Show me you can walk alone without falling into despair again. That's your test." The girl steadied himself. "Every time I fell, I learned something. Now I'll prove I deserve to rise again." Jamie stepped forward. "I heard enough," he said firmly. The boy froze, unsure of what was coming next. His heart pounded. He didn't expect Jamie's words to cut that deep. He stood frozen, unsure of his resolve. Then the boy finally muttered. He took a breath, lifted his head, and said, "I'll be on my way." Suddenly, something slammed down hard. The boy flinched, confused. "What?" he shouted. His body tensed instinctively, ready for something unexpected. A figure collapsed nearby. The boy stared. "What the?" Jamie looked at him and said casually, "That happens." The boy hit something midair. "An invisible wall?" he muttered. He reached out again but still couldn't pass through. A voice echoed, "I can hear you clearly." The boy turned toward it, confused, as faint laughter followed behind him. The boy dropped to his knees. "Please have mercy!" he shouted desperately, shaking and unable to break through the barrier. Two cloaked men approached. One said, "Do you see it? That's the wall. He can't escape from here." The taller man smiled coldly. "We don't need to chase anymore. He'll wear himself out trying to escape." A scream echoed. The boy turned quickly. "What was that?" he shouted, eyes wide, sensing something dangerous closing in. He dropped to the ground, trembling. "Now they're attacking others," he panicked. "Why aren't they coming after me instead?" A figure appeared, energy crackling. "You bring the worst in people," the stranger said, eyes glowing. "Let me show you." Dark power surrounded the boy. He gasped. "What is this feeling?" His body shook. "It's like my strength is fading." The stranger smiled. "This is what it's like when you can't control your fear. You break without even fighting back." Dark power wrapped tightly around him. He gritted his teeth. "I see. So this is what fear becomes." The enemy floated calmly. "Not enough time to change your fate," he said. "Just watch as darkness takes everything." The grill trembled. "How did you create this?" he whispered. His voice cracked. "How long have I been this weak?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. "I think it's enough now," a familiar voice said from behind, calm and steady. Jamie appeared, snapping his fingers. "What is he even doing?" he muttered. "If I hadn't shown up, he'd be gone." Tears streamed down his face. "Please, I'm begging you," he shouted, clasping his hands. "I don't want to die." Jamie stared blankly. "What?" His tone was flat, confused by the sudden emotional outburst happening right in front of him. The girl bowed deeply. "Please forgive me," he said with a cracking voice. Jamie answered immediately, "No way, not happening." Desperate, the boy lunged forward and grabbed Jamie's hand tightly. Jamie didn't resist, but his face clearly showed annoyance. Jamie sighed, yanked him upward, and shouted, "What the heck are you doing? Get a grip already, seriously." She clutched his cloak, trembling. "Please, don't leave me behind." Her voice cracked under the weight of fear. Darkness surrounded them. He held her tightly, shielding her from the chaos. His mind raced, calculating their next move. He spoke calmly. "Everything's changed. I must confront them." Her grip loosened slightly, sensing the storm about to begin. "Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye?" she asked. His silence burned deeper than any sword ever could. "No!" she shouted, tears falling. "Don't go alone!" Her scream echoed, but he was already turning toward the coming fight. He grinned sharply. "No time for tears. This is war." His eyes gleamed, filled with confidence and calculated intent. She gasped. His sudden change was overwhelming. "You're not the same," she whispered, backing away. He didn't deny it. "I won't ask again," he said. She hesitated, then slowly reached out, but her hand trembled with doubt and fear. He vanished into the wind. Her hand hung in the air, empty. "Wait. You said you'd teach me. Please!" Far below, unrest spread. Whispers turned to screams as people watched the sky. "He's back," someone said. The shadow returned. His blade trembled mid-air. "Please, teacher." "Just die." His voice cracked, torn between pain, fear, and a need for resolve. The hooded man spoke calmly. 20 members remain. Their leader hides deeper." He stared ahead, voice cold and filled with certainty. Magic swirled violently. "Time to see," he muttered, rising. "How far humanity has come, and what must be destroyed." He sank into darkness, body fading. "Spare me," he begged, as strange forces pulled his soul into eternal silence. Two robed figures observed the container. "This one's still conscious," one muttered. The other nodded, noting the life sign glowing faintly. The older mage grabbed a vial. "Prepare the serum," he ordered. "We'll extract the essence before it stabilizes further." A surge of purple light cracked the glass. "It's awake!" one gasped. "No, it's resisting. The soul is fighting back." The younger mage hesitated. "Should we alert the master?" Footsteps echoed. "Too late," he whispered. "Something's already awakened inside that container." He opened his eyes slowly, expression calm. "So this is the vessel," he whispered. "Not bad for a temporary shell." Purple energy surged. Memories returned: betrayal, imprisonment, pain. He raised his hand. "Now, I reclaim what was taken from me." As the ritual finished, his true power emerged. With a spark, everything around him fell silent. He stood alone, unchallenged. A dagger flew toward him. He moved only slightly, letting the blade strike, but it shattered on contact, magic nullified instantly. He stepped forward, eyes locked on the enemies. This body, this world, will soon remember who Diablo Volpir truly is. The room cracked from the backlash. "Impossible," the mage muttered, watching smoke rise where the container used to stand. He knelt beside the ashes. "He's gone." The shadow trails pulsed faintly. "No. Something remains. His presence is still here. Track it, he ordered. He can't have gone far. The dark mist slithered across the floor, obeying without resistance. The magic faded, leaving behind only the symbol. A single phrase echoed in his mind: the dark mage has returned. Far away, a pink-haired man sighed. Another disturbance? He asked, finishing his drink. Seems peace never lasts around here. He seized her wrist firmly, face tense. You disappeared for hours. That's not normal. What the hell happened to you? Idiot, she yelled, pulling him close. Where the hell have you been? Everyone was searching. We thought you were dead. I didn't vanish for fun, he muttered. Things happened I can't explain yet. But I'm back. Isn't that enough? She bit his hand hard. You missed training. We had a deal. You think I'd just forget that? You must have gotten comfortable without me, he teased. She glared fiercely. Next time, vanish again, I'll punch you myself. He fell with a thud. Kuh! Pain surged in his chest. She stood above, fists clenched, eyes cold. That you seriously thought I'd let that slide? She asked, annoyed. Why are you acting like this now? He laughed bitterly. I kept distance so people like you would leave, so that I wouldn't need to disappear again. Her hands trembled. Please, don't, she whispered. Tears welled up, but she stood firm. I'm sorry, Jamie, truly. Blue fire rose. Accept the punishment, he said. Feel the result of your weaknesses. The spell pain amplification began. I'm sorry. Please have mercy, she cried, kneeling and shaking. It won't happen again, I swear. Just stop, please. Steps echoed through the chamber. Someone was approaching. The pressure in the air shifted. Magic began to pull away rapidly. The girl gasped as her restraints vanished. Please, she looked up, frightened. Who the hell are you? She turned toward the cloaked figure, now standing silently. How did you even get in here? She demanded, stunned. The hooded man stepped forward calmly. Benna, he said coldly. His voice alone silenced the room like a binding spell. He turned slightly. Are you really that terrified of this look? His voice was calm, but his presence heavy. She looked up, trembling. But her thoughts froze when she met his sharp, glowing violet eyes. On, sir, he said, gaze unflinching. Her heart pounded painfully. The pressure around her chest made it difficult to breathe. His expression softened faintly. So long do you plan to stay paralyzed like that? He asked, voice quieter than before. She tried to speak but only managed. Her hand moved slightly. Her fear still lingered, pulsing beneath her skin. The enemy laughed. And you didn't think I'd give up now? I've still got more than enough to end this? Benna froze. Why, won't he stop? Her hands trembled, but her eyes locked in. There was no more running. "'T'okay," she whispered, stepping forward. Her breath steadied. No fear, just focus. She prepared herself for the final confrontation ahead. With a shout, he launched the next blast. Blue energy spiraled straight toward her. She braced herself without hesitation. Power ignited around her. You're not the only one evolving, Benna declared. And I'm stronger now. You'll never break me again. His eyes narrowed, a cold smirk forming. When you finally decided, so tell me, are you ready to change everything? She stood tall. I no longer want to live this way, she shouted. Energy surged from within her instinctively. What? The enemy flinched. His voice shook. What did you just do? He hadn't expected her to resist. Not now. Whatever trick that was, it won't work again, he yelled, charging power. You'll regret standing against me, you weakling. From above, the voice returned. Good job, Benna. You just took a step forward. The shadows watched her quietly. He smirked while holding the spell vial. But this, he said, is something you'll regret ever witnessing, little rat. Dark energy formed around him. It's laughable you believe that hope exists, he said, but I'll fix that illusion now. You think I'll lose now? He screamed. With the curse fully awakened, I'll erase you all without mercy. Black void expanded from his hand. The word echoed erasure. The power cracked through dimensions, warping everything around him. Benna stood firm as rubble fell. Her aura surged, black flames dancing around. Diablo, she whispered. It's finally my turn. The elder rose from his seat. Enough, he muttered. She's crossed a line. This must end now. He stepped forward, cloak swaying. Do you think this is your moment? That power doesn't make you invincible. Benna stood her ground. I won't fall back. I'll never accept your lies. This fight ends today on my terms. The elder smiled coldly. Then I'll gladly crush that foolish resolve. You've inherited something far beyond your limits, girl. Magic gathered above them. Benna looked up, fists clenched. Now, she whispered. Let's settle this. One last time. Benna flinched, catching her breath. Power surged inside her chest. Jamie watched silently, curious about what she had awakened. A Valkyrie, he murmured. What kind of lineage sets fire to reality that easily? That energy, it's ancient. The Valkyrie warriors of divine order, chosen few, had power strong enough to banish demons or burn entire worlds themselves. If she truly awakened that force, it meant her threat wasn't momentary. That strength could shape destiny or destroy it. The Valkyrie are possessed by no nation, he said. They follow only instinct and destroy everything unnatural. Jamie asked quietly, "You're not scared anymore?" Benna replied confidently. "Not even a bit. I'm ready to face everything now." Sirens echoed loudly. Jamie turned serious. "They found us. We can't afford another delay. Get moving before they surround us." "Call me Jamie," he said. "And remember this moment because everything changes after today. We don't go back." Benna hesitated. Jamie spoke firmly. "If we wait, she'll reset everything. Move now or regret it when it's too late." He pointed left. "That way." Footsteps closed in. Soldiers shouted commands. Benna nodded, clenched her fists, and followed without hesitation. Memories flashed through Benna's mind. Their faces, their judgment, a voice echoed, "Oh, what are you going to do now?" She clenched her fists. Her voice cracked, fear rising again. But deep down, something refused to let her stop. "Shin, I am not the same person anymore," she screamed, eyes glowing. "Oh, and I won't be manipulated ever again." Jamie watched silently. A faint smile appeared. "That's the spirit," he whispered, proud of her shift in resolve. A burst of energy exploded behind them. "Let's move," he commanded. The hallway roared with incoming soldiers closing in fast. Wind surged around them. Benna gasped. "Amazing!" she shouted. The power was unlike anything she'd ever seen or felt before. Jamie smirked, holding steady. "What did I tell you?" he said. "You only needed to trust the process." He stepped forward. "A next step shouldn't be as difficult," he added. "Just follow me and don't stop moving forward."